Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝗵𝗃𝗬𝗪 on Wattpad. Now let's start. The house erupted in flames, leaving behind the only lead they had to finding 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Izuku felt a wave of despair wash over him. Time was slipping away, and the threat of assassins loomed ever closer. He couldn't allow others to suffer because of his failures. If only he had captured Tomura when he had the chance, none of this would have happened. Determined to set things right, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. He had left 𝗧𝗑𝗧𝗏 to protect his friends, All Might, Hawks, and Endeavor. It was a heavy burden, but he believed it was the only way to ensure their safety. All Might tried to intervene, pleading with him not to face this alone. Izuku donned his mask, hiding his tears, and insisted that this was his fight now. He needed to finish it by himself. With a heavy heart, he swung away, knowing that his decision would hurt All Might, but it was necessary. The Demon King was after him, not his mentor. All Might deserved peace after all he had sacrificed. As Izuku landed on a rooftop a few blocks away, he felt the presence of the past users calling out to him. The first to appear warned him not to isolate himself, emphasizing that he would need help. But Izuku was resolute. This was about keeping everyone safe, not seeking assistance. Nana Shimura materialized next, urging him not to push people away, sharing her own regrets. Yet he was determined to ignore their advice. He couldn't afford to lose anyone else. Suddenly, the first user shouted for him to look behind. Expecting another enemy, he turned, but the figure before him was unexpected. Dressed in peculiar civilian attire, the man did not appear to be a villain or a hero he recognized. He stood relaxed, not showing any signs of aggression, but Izuku remained cautious, aware that appearances could be deceiving. The strange man spoke, assuring Izuku that he meant no harm and had an enticing offer. Intrigued yet wary, Izuku lowered his fists, questioning the man's intentions. Dismissing the notion of a sales pitch, he prepared to walk away, but the man clarified that he was not selling anything. The mysterious man offered a chance to become stronger, and the protagonist paused, glancing back at him with widened eyes beneath the remnants of their mask. The seriousness in his tone was unmistakable, and the protagonist turned fully to face him, noting the man's equally serious expression. There was no hint of jest or deceit. He genuinely wanted to help. Yet it felt strange. Even if the offer was sincere, the protagonist questioned the man's intentions. Trust was hard to come by, especially from a stranger who approached out of nowhere. The protagonist was already strong after all. The stranger acknowledged this, stating that while the protagonist had strength, it was nowhere near that of 𝗧𝗵𝗲, who could easily overpower them even in a weakened state. The truth in his words stung. The protagonist knew they were not strong enough to defeat the Demon King or his minions. Reluctantly, the protagonist admitted to themselves that they needed to improve. However, they were pressed for time. Japan was in chaos, and finding the villains was a priority. Training seemed like a luxury they could not afford. The stranger nodded in agreement but insisted on explaining the danger of confronting the villains without adequate strength. The protagonist felt a sense of urgency but remained resistant. They expressed their doubts about trusting the stranger, deeming the offer suspicious and preferring to train on their own. As the protagonist tried to walk away, an unseen force pulled them back. They realized the stranger possessed a quirk that allowed him to manipulate objects and people nearby. The man's expression remained calm, though it was clear he was displeased with the rejection. Placing a hand on the protagonist's forehead, the stranger stated that if they refused his offer, he would have to take more drastic measures. The protagonist struggled against the invisible grip, but their powers were ineffective. As the stranger's energy surged through them, it felt oddly soothing, healing the injuries that had plagued them. The pain faded, leaving the protagonist bewildered. Could this man truly heal? The protagonist wondered if he had multiple quirks, which raised further suspicions about his intentions. Healing and telekinesis seemed like an unusual combination, suggesting a connection to 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Was he trying to use the protagonist as a pawn against the Demon King? The stranger then revealed his plan, to send the protagonist to a distant land, one far more brutal than their own. Survival would require greater strength and a re-evaluation of their morals. Once they were strong enough, he promised to bring them back to face their greatest enemy. Confusion clouded the protagonist's mind. They protested, desperate to stay and stop the impending threat. But the stranger shook his head, explaining that this was the only way for the world to survive. With a final wish of luck, he gestured, and the protagonist was propelled backward at incredible speed. As they were drawn through a portal, a bright light pierced through the stormy skies of Japan. The protagonist fought against the force, but it was overwhelming. In an instant, they were moved into an unknown realm. Meanwhile, the stranger remained on the rooftop, watching as the hero was pulled into the portal he had created. He felt a twinge of regret for what the young hero would endure, but he believed it was the only path forward. The hero must become stronger. As the portal enveloped him, it felt like being pulled through a whirlwind of colors, with only his own screams echoing in his ears. The sensation was overwhelming, as if he were being drawn into a cosmic spaghetti. He wondered if he was moving at the speed of light. Despite the chaotic swirling around him, his thoughts drifted to the mysterious stranger who had spoken of making him stronger. The stranger had opened this portal, and he felt as though all his injuries had vanished. If the stranger possessed such power, why couldn't he just grant him a moment of rest? The stranger had mentioned sending him to a place that would enhance his strength, and while he acknowledged the potential benefits, he felt a pressing need to focus on helping others. Once he arrived at his destination, he needed to find a way back. The end of this colorful nightmare was approaching, and he braced himself for what he assumed would be a trap filled with villains. Instead, he found himself in a shocking scene of chaos. The area was a battlefield, and he had witnessed many horrific sights in his life, but this was beyond anything he could have imagined. People were dressed in costumes, yet they appeared as if they had been through a gruesome ordeal. Even 𝗬𝗵𝗲 would have deemed this too brutal. He turned away from the violence, feeling his stomach churn, and soon he was overwhelmed by nausea. As he retched, the horror of the scene caused him to lose consciousness, his last memory being of a man in a red cape, bloodied and beaten, collapsing to the ground. 𝗧𝗏 had seen a great deal in his lifetime. He had encountered a man present at humanity's dawn, a modern-day warrior from an ancient race, an alien from Mars with the ability to stretch, the king of an underwater kingdom, a woman who could phase through solid objects, a man who could outrun a speeding car, and an alien from the depths of space, supposedly there to protect a planet he had never heard of. He had even met a man who, through sheer will and determination, became the greatest detective and crime fighter without any powers. Now, he found himself in a hospital, surrounded by the bodies of the guardians of the globe, all but one dead, brutally taken down. He had not anticipated such a grim outcome when he received the secret communication that summoned them all to headquarters. The only survivor was severely injured, and what puzzled him further was the presence of a boy he had never seen before. A boy with green hair, dressed in a tattered superhero costume that looked as if it had been through a shredder. Despite being covered in BLD, the boy bore few injuries, save for some scars. 𝗧𝗏 and the doctors concluded that he had been through something extraordinary. The vomit on the floor was from this strange young man who had arrived just as the guardians were attacked. It was suspicious, yet after a thorough examination, it became clear that the boy had no involvement in the massacre. He had simply landed in the aftermath of the violence. As 𝗧𝗏 walked down the corridor with his assistant Donald, he noted the initial scans of the boy's blood work. They had found no record of his existence. Donald shook his head, stating that they had tested the DNA and confirmed it was human, but there was something unusual about it. 𝗧𝗏 halted and turned to Donald. The word peculiar was rarely used in their line of work, and it indicated something truly different. He asked for clarification on what made it peculiar. Donald presented a tablet displaying information about the green-haired boy. 𝗧𝗏 reviewed the results, surprised for the first time in years. He questioned whether they had interpreted the data correctly and if it had been double-checked. Donald affirmed that he had triple-checked the information, including the IDs found in the boy's wallet, which made no sense yet appeared genuine. 𝗧𝗏 was astonished by the bizarre findings. An X-ray of the boy showed numerous scars but no serious injuries. It was as if his wounds had healed almost magically. The X-ray indicated that a bone had once been broken but now appeared perfectly straight. There were minor cracks in his bone structure, but they were so slight that they could have been an error in the imaging. The BLD work revealed that while the boy was human, his DNA was at a higher level of evolution, so advanced that the computers struggled to analyze it. They had encountered many strange DNA samples, but this one left them baffled. It was as if they were comparing a human to an ape, with the boy representing a higher evolutionary stage. 𝗧𝗏 handed the tablet back to Donald, expressing a longing to speak with the boy and hear his side of the story. He inquired whether the boy had regained consciousness yet. Donald replied that the boy was still unconscious, likely due to exhaustion and the shock of what he had witnessed, which had caused him to vomit and pass out. 𝗧𝗏 recognized that since the boy was not responsible for the chaos, he could serve as a crucial witness. They needed to wake him up. The doctors were instructed to administer adrenaline, hoping it would force him awake. Donald had reservations about the decision, questioning whether it was wise to give adrenaline to someone they didn't know. 𝗧𝗏 insisted it was a risk worth taking. If the boy had any information about who killed the Guardians, they needed to find out. The kid appeared to be around 16 or 17, and judging by his reaction, he seemed to dislike violence, which made 𝗧𝗏 wonder how dangerous he could be. Though Donald was still unsure, he didn't protest. He suggested that they show Debbie and Mark the boy, thinking they might recognize him. 𝗧𝗏 considered this for a moment. It was unlikely, as Nolan was known to be a lone wolf, but they didn't have much to lose. He decided that when they arrived, they would introduce them to the unconscious boy. As the wife and son of the world's strongest man arrived at the secret hospital for superheroes, 𝗧𝗏 took a detour. Debbie noticed this change in direction and questioned why they weren't going to see Nolan. 𝗧𝗏 explained that he needed to ask them something first. He gestured to Izuku, who lay unconscious in his tattered hero costume, while doctors prepared to inject him with adrenaline. Mark and Debbie exchanged confused glances. They had never seen the boy before. Mark remarked that he would certainly remember someone with green hair and a ragged hero costume, wondering who he was. 𝗧𝗏 informed them that he was the only other person alive besides Nolan. Since they were unsure why Nolan had been there, they speculated that perhaps he had brought this boy along as a sidekick or a visitor from his home planet. He asked again if they recognized him. Debbie examined the young boy, noting his exhaustion and pale complexion. He looked as if he had endured a great ordeal, but she didn't recognize him. She mentioned that Nolan had never mentioned having a sidekick or anyone from his home planet visiting Earth. Mark looked at the boy again, sensing something different about him. He appeared to be around his age but carried a more mature presence, as if he had faced something terrible, evident from his superhero suit and the scars he caught a glimpse of. Mark hesitated but asked how they could be sure the boy wasn't responsible for the Guardian's fate. 𝗧𝗏 acknowledged the question, explaining that they had checked the boy's condition and found him exhausted, missing key nutrients, and showing signs of dehydration. He noted that someone in that state wouldn't have been able to take on the Guardians as they had witnessed. The boy seemed to be fine aside from his dehydration, with no visible injuries, suggesting he had healed from past wounds. 𝗧𝗏 pointed out that even Nolan couldn't defeat all the Guardians without sustaining some injuries, leading to the conclusion that either the boy was incredibly strong or something else was at play. Mark pondered what the boy had been doing there. 𝗧𝗏 shrugged, admitting they had no idea how he had ended up in that situation. They had reviewed the camera footage and tracked everyone's movements but found no record of the boy's presence. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air, witnessed the Guardian's demise, and then fainted. There was no evidence of him being anywhere near the Guardian's headquarters, and his identification was puzzling, with one claiming he was named Izuku Midoriya from Japan, but his birth date suggested he wasn't supposed to be born for another 200 years. Mark speculated that he could be a time traveler or perhaps had a fake ID. 𝗧𝗏 agreed, noting that one ID claimed he was a superhero, which raised questions about the legitimacy of the superhero licensing process. They were about to wake him up with adrenaline, and 𝗧𝗏 mentioned that if the boy became violent, he would need 𝗵𝘃𝗃 to help restrain him, as he was unsure of the boy's strength. Intrigued, 𝗵𝘃𝗃 was more focused on his father's condition but was willing to do anything to catch the one responsible for the guardian's fate and the attack on his dad. 𝗧𝗏 signaled the doctors, who injected the green-haired boy with adrenaline. Moments passed, and then Izuku's body began to shake violently as he jolted awake. In a panic, he looked around, grabbed the nearest object, and struck the closest doctor before springing to his feet. 𝗵𝘃𝗃 took the initiative, trying to tackle Izuku to calm him down. He held onto the rampaging boy, urging him to relax and assuring him they meant no harm. Izuku seemed to hear him, breathing heavily with wide-open eyes. Suddenly, he activated his powers and broke free from 𝗵𝘃𝗃's grip, delivering a powerful kick that sent 𝗵𝘃𝗃 crashing into the wall, causing a significant tremor in the building. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku dashed for the door, attempting to escape. As he did, energy erupted from his back, and black tendrils shot out, seizing the director's gun and crushing it as he continued to run. Confused and exhilarated by the adrenaline coursing through him, Izuku's body moved on its own, leaving his mind blank as he sought an escape. All he could think about was survival. 𝗧𝗏 instructed Donald to lock down the building, urging him to ensure the kids made a run for it. He emphasized the importance of shutting everything down to prevent the boy from escaping, insisting that they wanted him alive. 𝗧𝗏 advised using minimum force, suggesting tranquilizer darts if necessary, and warned that if the boy managed to leave, they might never catch him again. Meanwhile, with the green-haired figure of Lightning fleeing, 𝗧𝗏 and Debbie rushed to 𝗵𝘃𝗃, who was recovering from the recent attack. He had been thrown through a wall, and Debbie, concerned for her son, helped him up as he struggled to regain his bearings, blood trickling from his nose and mouth. 𝗵𝘃𝗃, still disoriented, expressed his discomfort and then discovered a tooth had been knocked out during the encounter, realizing the strength of his opponent. 𝗧𝗏 observed 𝗵𝘃𝗃's reaction, noting that the boy seemed to be on autopilot, unaware of his actions. He instructed Donald to ensure the building remained secure, but moments later, Donald delivered troubling news: the boy had already escaped. 𝗧𝗏 was incredulous, questioning how someone could have fled from such a fortified location so quickly. Donald explained that the boy could apparently fly and had smashed through the ceiling, heading toward the city. Frustrated, 𝗧𝗏 cursed under his breath and ordered Donald to contact every superhero, explaining that they needed to bring the boy back into custody. He described the boy as confused and newly empowered, cautioning that he should be approached carefully but not underestimated. Donald nodded and began making the calls. As this unfolded, 𝗵𝘃𝗃 approached 𝗧𝗏, questioning whether the boy had any connection to the guardian's deaths. 𝗧𝗏 speculated that the boy's erratic behavior was likely due to adrenaline and noted that if he had the strength to knock out one of 𝗵𝘃𝗃's teeth, he could have easily caused more harm. Instead, the boy had chosen to flee, suggesting he was more afraid than aggressive. 𝗵𝘃𝗃, rubbing his jaw, remarked on the boy's unusual way of expressing fear, but 𝗧𝗏 remained focused on the potential danger posed by the boy's strength. Miles away, Izuku, still in a state of panic, landed on a building and surveyed the city, which appeared different from what he remembered. Overwhelmed by adrenaline and stress, he struggled to comprehend his surroundings. All that occupied his mind was the need to protect everyone, urging himself to keep moving forward. Activating his powers, he began to march toward the city, determined to safeguard his friends and family. Eve, reflecting on her night patrol, found herself out on the streets after a heated argument with her parents. She was eager to blow off some steam, especially with the news that 𝗧𝗏 had a mission for all superheroes. A new individual with powers was running amok, seemingly confused and possibly under the influence of adrenaline from a recent awakening. This was not a good situation. She met up with Kate, Rex, and the robot, who initially thought the mission was beneath them. However, Eve managed to convince them to join her. They decided to split up to cover more ground in search of the boy, knowing the entire community was on the lookout for him. They hoped to stop any crimes along the way. As Eve ventured deeper into the city, she stumbled upon the unconscious bodies of the fight force. Normally, she wouldn't have thought much of it, but the sight of several other superheroes, including some well-known names, all beaten and incapacitated, caught her attention. Following the trail of fallen heroes, she finally found him, a boy around her age, crackling with electricity and wearing a tattered superhero costume that resembled a demon bunny. He was engaged in a fierce battle, taking down another superhero with ease. When he noticed her, the boy's expression shifted to one of confusion. He seemed to recognize her, commenting on her appearance and expressing surprise at her changed hairstyle. Eve lowered her fists, realizing he was hallucinating and mistaking her for someone he knew. Seizing the moment, she attempted to calm him, explaining that he needed to trust her and that he was not in danger. She hoped that by reaching out, she could help him regain control. The other people must have triggered some memories of those who had tried to hurt him. Perhaps he only saw her as a friend because they looked similar or shared similar powers. It was possible, after all. The guy seemed to calm down slightly as he rubbed his head and eyes, trying to return to reality. His moment of clarity was abruptly interrupted by a sudden explosion from above. To my horror, it was my teammate Rex who was responsible for the explosion, shouting a warning to stay away from his girl. As he landed in front of me, I pleaded with him not to engage, insisting that the boy was not a threat but merely hallucinating. Unfortunately, it was too late. The demon boy spotted us, and in his delusional state he called out names he recognized. Dobby. Spinner. Twice. You're alive. I tried to explain to my friends that he was hallucinating, mistaking me for someone else, but I wasn't sure about the others. I urged them to get out of the way before things escalated. Suddenly, the entire alleyway filled with purple smoke, and the green demon vanished into it. I lost track of my friends but could hear the chaos unfolding. They were all being taken down simultaneously by this boy, who was screaming something about protecting his friends. What was this kid? Even in confusion, he was strategizing. I managed to find Robot before he was torn apart. He mentioned having a chemical that might help calm the boy down but needed to get in close. At that point, I was willing to try anything. I created a giant fan to blow away the smoke, and that's when I saw my boyfriend being held up by a dark energy emanating from the green demon. Kate and her duplicates were piled up in a corner, unconscious but alive. The demon boy was squeezing the life out of my boyfriend, declaring that he wouldn't let anyone hurt his family anymore. Thinking quickly, I created restraints around the demon's body. Rex dropped to the ground, unconscious from lack of oxygen. Robot and I tried to jump on top of the boy to administer the injection, but he was incredibly strong. The restraints I had created wouldn't hold for long, but thankfully, Robot managed to get the injection in, and the boy slowly began to calm down. When he finally regained consciousness, he looked confused and exhausted, asking what had happened, where he was, and who we were. I looked at him and reminded him that he had gone on a rampage against every superhero in Chicago. Still lost, he looked around and asked if he had really done that. He couldn't remember and was shocked to hear he was in Chicago, insisting he had been in Japan. He wondered how long he had been gone and expressed a desperate need to return to save someone. As he drifted back into slumber, I couldn't help but wonder who this boy was and where he had come from. Cecil eventually arrived to pick him up, sharing a relatively believable story about how the boy had appeared out of nowhere and was a key witness in an ongoing investigation. Cecil didn't reveal much, but he assured us that the boy would be all right, which was a relief. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling of concern about what he had endured to react that way, and the state of his costume suggested he had been through something extraordinary. Rex was recovering from the beating, complaining about the lucky shots he had taken and the pain in his ribs. He vowed to get payback the next time he saw the demon boy. I cautioned him against harboring resentment, explaining that the boy had been confused and, according to Cecil, dehydrated and exhausted, which had led to his hallucinations. Rex grumbled about his injuries, lamenting that he would need an ice pack, or perhaps an entire freezer, to ease the pain. Despite Rex's complaints, I had to admit that the demon boy had caused significant chaos in the superhero community. It raised questions about who he was and why he seemed so troubled. From Izuku's point of view, his mind felt hazy, and he couldn't connect with any past users. It felt as if a truck had hit him, and his muscles ached. He recalled hallucinating people as villains and realized he had hurt some who probably didn't deserve it. He thought about apologizing but then remembered someone mentioning Chicago and wondered if he had been teleported halfway across the world. He acknowledged that teleportation powers, while rare, were not impossible, but typically, even the most advanced powers had limitations. Despite the burning sensation in his muscles, he noticed that his arms felt better than they had in a long time. He recalled someone saying they would heal him and wondered if that had actually happened. When he opened his eyes, he checked his hands. The scars remained, but there was no pain when he touched them, as if the hurt had vanished. This realization made him question how he had managed to overpower so many people, especially if they had powerful quirks. A man's voice echoed in the room, announcing that he was finally awake. Izuku turned his attention to a man with a scar across his face, accompanied by another man in a suit and sunglasses. They didn't seem threatening. In fact, the one with the scar reminded him of his homeroom teacher. He introduced himself and expressed his longing to apologize for his earlier behavior, admitting he hadn't known what he was doing. The man with the scar reassured him that no apologies were necessary, explaining that it was partly their fault for administering adrenaline to wake him up. He then stated that they had questions that needed answers, starting with who Izuku was and what he had been doing at the Guardians of the Globe headquarters. Izuku had never heard of the Guardians of the Globe. Memories of the situation I found myself in flashed through my mind, making me feel nauseous. I fought to suppress the urge to vomit as I tried to shake off the disorientation. I had stumbled into a superhero murder mystery, and I hadn't meant to. I was teleported there by someone whose name I didn't know. He was a stranger, a man with a scarf who had looked at another man behind him, presumably his assistant. I tried to recall that moment. He didn't seem like he intended to harm me. In fact, he sounded genuinely concerned for my well-being, wanting to help me grow stronger. However, I had declined his offer, feeling suspicious about someone I had never met approaching me with such a proposition. He didn't take my refusal well, and suddenly, an unseen force grabbed me and threw me into a portal, leading me to the chaotic scene I had just escaped. I had nothing to do with what had happened. I introduced myself, stating that my name was Izuku Midoriya and that I was a student at UA. I pleaded with them to believe that I was innocent, but they seemed skeptical. One of them reassured me, acknowledging my strength but pointing out that even I couldn't face the Guardians of the Globe without sustaining serious injuries. They noted my appearance when they found me. I was severely malnourished, exhausted, and dehydrated. Not even the strongest individuals could take on those foes unscathed. They asked if I remembered anything, if I had seen or heard anything. I shook my head, overwhelmed by the shock. The last thing I recalled was seeing a man in a red costume with a cape falling to the ground. That was all I could remember, and I felt sorry for my inability to provide more information. The man with the scar nodded, recognizing the figure I described as Omni-Man. He then delivered news I wasn't prepared for. They had searched through my belongings and found no record of me or UA. It simply didn't exist in their databases. In fact, according to their records, I was supposed to be born 200 years in the future. The revelation struck me like a bolt of lightning. Had I traveled back in time? That couldn't be right. If I had gone back 200 years, the world would be in chaos, and they wouldn't be calmly talking to me. They would be trying to eliminate me for having superpowers. The man with the scar didn't seem to be joking, and if they were working for All for One, they would have handed me over while I was unconscious. This wasn't a trap. If it wasn't time travel, then it had to be something else. My last thought escaped my lips: a parallel world. The man with the sunglasses seemed intrigued. He asked if I meant the theory of the multiverse. I nodded, as it was the only explanation that made sense, no matter how far-fetched it sounded. I reasoned that if they were trying to deceive me, they would have done so by now. This couldn't be 200 years in the past, as they would be hostile towards someone with superpowers. Given that they hadn't heard of UA, it had to be a parallel world. In my own world, the existence of parallel dimensions was theorized, but it was deemed too dangerous to attempt to reach them. The risks included bringing an interdimensional virus into our world or accidentally creating a black hole, so people believed it was best to leave them alone. The man with the scar nodded, acknowledging that my explanation made some sense. He commented that the things he encountered in his line of work made my theory seem plausible. He then questioned why I had been sent to their headquarters in the first place. Everything was starting to click into place. The man who had teleported me here had intended to help me, as the guardians of the globe were the strongest heroes in this world. I began to understand that the person who sent me here wanted the guardians to train me, unaware that they were currently under attack. I realized that he genuinely wanted to assist me. The man with the sunglasses, still confused, asked about the concept of a time delay. I explained that it was a theory suggesting that in some realities, time could flow differently. A second in my world might equate to 10 years in this one. They nodded, grasping the implications. While I was here, I could grow stronger in what felt like an instant, while my enemies remained oblivious. However, they still questioned why I was the one chosen for this. Despite my strength, they wondered why I needed training when I had already taken down numerous superheroes in my own world. I sighed, looking at my hands, and admitted that I didn't feel strong enough compared to the villains I faced. My world was in utter chaos, with a massive jailbreak leading to villains uniting under one evil mastermind. Japan had become a wasteland, and most heroes had given up the fight. There was a constant search for new work. Others had fallen, and civilians with powers of their own were taking up arms, only to create more chaos by targeting the wrong people. The worst part was that the man responsible for this turmoil remained hidden, growing stronger by the second, with his eyes and ears everywhere. The man with the scar acknowledged the situation, noting that it made sense why there was fear surrounding such a powerful figure. He questioned who this individual was. Memories of that man flashed through my mind, sending a chill down my spine. He had many names: the Demon King, the ruler of the underworld, the one responsible for countless crimes. Most simply referred to him as All for One, and no one knew his real name. Some even doubted whether he had won at all. He was an immortal tyrant who had manipulated society since the dawn of superpowers. He possessed the ability to take powers for himself or transfer them to others. Long ago, he supposedly ruled over Japan and other countries, but the truth was obscured by the destruction of records and the unreliability of those that remained. There had been significant prejudice against superpowers during that time. The man with the scar inquired about All for One's intentions. I shrugged, admitting that I had no idea. It seemed that no one truly understood what he wanted, not even All for One himself. He had never openly discussed his motives, and those who might have known were often silenced. This man had no morals or sense of humanity. When he sought to destroy someone, he would erase them entirely from existence. He would eliminate anyone who had even brushed shoulders with them. Some who had faced him and managed to survive spoke of his unnerving smile, which suggested that it was all just a game to him. Even though I had never seen his face, marred by scars, his chilling smile haunted me. It was as if he could always find a way to win, no matter the circumstances. The man with the scar acknowledged the presence of a formidable enemy but shifted the focus to me, questioning why All for One was interested in my powers. I hesitated, knowing I shouldn't reveal too much about One for All. I didn't know these people well enough, and it could be a trap. Instead, I offered a vague explanation. All for One had an interest in my powers, which he could not take for reasons unknown. My abilities were rare, as most people were born with only one. I possessed nearly 8 powers, which was nearly unheard of. While imprisoned, All for One had made it clear that he had an obsession with acquiring quirks he desired. He had even placed a bounty on me, promising anything to anyone who could capture me, as long as I remained alive, though he never specified that I had to be unharmed. The man with the scar seemed to accept my answer, stating that at least we had a better understanding of the situation. He mentioned that since All for One had sent me here to grow stronger, they would assist me in that endeavor. In return, I would help protect their world from its own threats, and they would also seek a way to help me return home. It sounded fair, especially since I couldn't get back on my own and could benefit from becoming stronger, particularly now that my injuries had healed. I expressed my gratitude, though I realized I hadn't caught the man's name. He introduced himself and his assistant, revealing that his name was Cecil and he led the Planet Defense Force, while his assistant was named Donald. Cecil assured me that they would get me up to speed later but emphasized that I needed rest. I recognized the truth in his words. I could finally sleep without the fear of being attacked. As they left the room, I attempted to reach out to my past allies but found myself unable to connect. Perhaps the medication was interfering. I hoped to contact them after some rest. This entire situation felt surreal, an alternate reality, and while I appreciated the chance to grow stronger without 𝗓𝗏𝗏's knowledge, I remained puzzled by the motives of the mysterious stranger who had sent me here. If he could truly send someone to another reality, why not send 𝗓𝗏 and his minions to a dimension where society didn't exist? It seemed like the simplest solution. Why track me down and send me here to grow stronger? It couldn't be purely out of kindness. There had to be another reason. As Cecil and Donald walked down the corridors, they left the traveler from another world in his room. Cecil voiced his thoughts, questioning whether they could trust him. Donald replied that the boy seemed truthful, but he sensed that something was being withheld. Cecil agreed, believing that while part of the boy's story about 𝗓𝗏 was true, the true motive behind the villain's interest remained a mystery. Speaking of which, there was a request for extra surveillance around the planet. Donald was confused by this request and was soon given an explanation. The child had mentioned that someone had an obsession with him, and if that obsession was strong enough, they might consider visiting their world to try and take the child. They had been warned that this individual was not to be underestimated. They had just lost the guardians of the globe, and it was crucial to be extra careful. The last thing the world needed was a villain like that showing up at their doorstep. At UA High School, worry, panic, and paranoia filled the air. Ever since Izuku had gone off on his own, claiming he didn't need anyone's help, there had been nothing but turmoil. Other than a few officials and Izuku's mother, the public remained unaware of his disappearance. Initially, there was a worldwide search for the boy, and the police suspected he had been kidnapped or possibly taken by a powerful villain. However, it was later revealed that the villain had no knowledge of the young hero's whereabouts. It seemed as if Izuku had simply vanished. The investigation had reached a dead end, but that did not deter people from searching for any sign of the hero. The police were overwhelmed, needing to protect the public as heroes were retiring left and right, leaving a sense of insecurity everywhere. All Might sat at a table with the principal, expressing his confusion. It didn't make sense that someone would kidnap one of their students without making it public or demanding a ransom. Days had passed and there had been no word. The principal suggested that perhaps Izuku had managed to escape his captors and was trying to find his way home. He acknowledged that All Might felt guilty for allowing Izuku to wander off alone. All Might countered that if that were the case, Izuku would have reached out to them. He knew the boy wanted to keep them safe, but it was absurd that they hadn't heard anything, especially with the internet buzzing about vigilantes matching his description. The principal pondered for a moment, sipping his tea. He proposed that maybe someone out there needed Izuku's help and had opened a portal to bring him to their side. He sensed that Izuku might be thriving in this new environment, perhaps even growing stronger. All Might's eyes widened in surprise, and he asked what the principal meant. The principal reassured him that he had a feeling their runaway student was surrounded by new friends and felt at home with. All Might was skeptical, questioning how the principal could be so sure in such desperate times. The principal shook his head, stating that he could only trust his instincts. He believed that Izuku would return when he was ready, and when he did, he would be changed for the better. All Might raised an eyebrow, concerned about what would happen if the principal was wrong. The principal insisted that he was not wrong, attributing it to intuition. He knew that Izuku would do anything to help someone and would fight to return to them. All Might shivered at the thought of his successor being surrounded by dangerous foes. He questioned the motives behind the situation, wondering why someone would do this without seeking credit or ransom. The principal gazed out the window at the setting sun, admitting that he didn't know the answer. He hoped that Izuku would return, perhaps with the villains in custody. All Might was troubled by the idea of villains going missing and his successor being drawn into a portal. If the public knew, there would be chaos. The one thing he had faith in was Izuku. He believed that wherever he was fighting the good fight. He could only hope that his teachings would be enough to guide Izuku through whatever challenges he faced. Suddenly, All Might felt a strange surge in his body, a sensation he recognized as remnants of one for all. It felt different, as if something had charged through him for a brief moment. He wondered if Izuku felt this power surge too, perhaps even more intensely. All Might realized that both their powers were changing, but he didn't understand how or why. He had already been surprised to learn that the previous user's powers were now available to Izuku, but this felt new and unfamiliar, filling him with both hope and concern for his successor. He had to keep the death of the Guardians a secret from everyone except a select few. As far as the public was concerned, the Guardians were still alive, engaged in a crucial mission. He had no intention of revealing the truth, but he planned to fabricate a story about their demise, claiming they had fallen in the line of duty. This narrative would inspire others to rise up and fight, giving humanity a semblance of victory. It was a clever but underhanded idea, one that originated from Izuku, also known as Deku, a visitor from another universe. This surprised the leader of Earth's defenses, as the boy seemed to embody two contrasting personalities. One was a caring and lovable young man who couldn't harm anyone, while the other was a stoic individual who would do anything to win a battle. In just a day, the boy had already proven his worth, not only in strength but also in strategy. Although 𝗧𝗏 had considered a similar approach, he realized how challenging it would be to concoct a disaster story about the Guardians' supposed deaths. However, the young man from another universe simplified the process. They would create a news report about the disaster and have some of his duplicates, around 10, pretend to be witnesses, claiming to have seen the Guardians in their final fight. He could also assert that the person responsible for their deaths was either dead or captured, potentially leading to the actual capture of the culprit by throwing them off their game with an elaborate lie. When asked how he devised such a brilliant plan, Izuku explained that heroes in his world were akin to celebrities mixed with law enforcement. With celebrity status came scandals, some of which were quite severe. Although he didn't know all the details, he mentioned that some heroes had coerced civilians into committing crimes, threatening them with a secret assassin. While he didn't agree with these methods, he acknowledged that they had their advantages in certain situations. However, he urged 𝗧𝗏 not to adopt such policies, as the level of manipulation in his world was akin to brainwashing. 𝗧𝗏 had to admit that lying constantly was not the solution to the world's problems. Despite the moral implications, 𝗧𝗏 believed that this deception could serve the greater good. If people believed the heroes had died heroically, it might alleviate the pain of losing the greatest champions the world had ever known. Meanwhile, he continued to converse with Donald, exploring what else the boy could assist with. Izuku had a lot to offer in exchange for help in becoming stronger, something 𝗧𝗏 was more than willing to provide. However, there was still the issue of what to do with him. The boy had already proven to be a valuable asset, but 𝗧𝗏 questioned whether a child who appeared to be only 16 or 17 years old should be used as a weapon to defend Earth. He needed education, friends, and a sense of home, none of which 𝗧𝗏 could provide. According to Donald, Izuku also needed therapy. Both he and Donald were not fond of therapists, but they could see that the boy was running on empty, both mentally and physically. It was evident that he was withholding something, and perhaps it would be best for him to speak with a licensed professional about his struggles. 𝗧𝗏 sensed that the boy was not malicious. In fact, he thought Izuku was one of the kindest and purest individuals he had ever encountered. Yet, it was clear that the boy was hiding something. Every time he mentioned the demon king of his world, he averted his gaze, as if trying to conceal a deeper truth. 𝗧𝗏 didn't believe that the two were allied, but there was some connection beyond what the boy had revealed. He just needed to uncover what it was. For now, he had another concern, checking on the only other survivor of the massacre, Omni-Man, who was still unconscious and recovering. Debbie had not left his side since her arrival. Mark had gone on patrol and to get his teeth fixed after losing one to Izuku's powerful kick. Most of the heroes were now in the hospital after facing the hero from another world. While many injuries were not severe, some were more serious. Samson had 3 broken ribs, and Monster Girl had a fractured skull in her monster form. The boy had truly unleashed chaos upon them. When they regained consciousness, 𝗧𝗏 reassured them that the boy was not a threat. They agreed that he had been acting delusional and looked unwell when they found him, which explained his jumpiness. 𝗧𝗏 omitted the fact that Izuku was from another world, instead stating that the boy had been injured and was experiencing mild delusions due to the medication they had used to wake him. Still, it was hard to believe that a 17-year-old had managed to defeat all the superheroes in Chicago single-handedly, even in a weakened state. Setting aside those thoughts, Cecil arrived at Nolan's hospital room, where Debbie was reading a book while waiting for her husband to wake up. She noticed Cecil standing in the doorway, closed her book, and approached him, still a little upset but willing to let it go. She asked about Nolan's condition, and Cecil acknowledged that he could see Nolan was still unconscious. He expressed his concern for her well-being, to which she replied that she was fine. Cecil mentioned that they had managed to capture the boy who was with the Guardians when they were killed. He explained that the boy claimed he arrived after the Guardians were murdered and that he had no choice in being there, he was teleported. Cecil believed the boy had nothing to do with the Guardians' fate and suggested that the person who teleported him might have had intentions regarding the Guardians and was training him to become stronger. This was one of the theories the kids had come up with. Debbie raised an eyebrow, skeptical that a simple teenager could kill the Guardians or harm her husband to such an extent, but she acknowledged that she had seen stranger things. She inquired if they believed the boy was telling the truth. The head of the GPD shrugged, stating he had no reason to doubt the boy. He had been cooperative and shared everything he remembered before passing out upon arriving at the Guardian headquarters. His account aligned with their investigation, but the main concern was who had sent him there. Debbie, the wife of the strongest man on the planet, nodded and asked what Cecil thought. She wondered if the person who sent the boy was attempting to frame him for the Guardians' murder, but recalled that the boy's theory suggested he was sent to learn from the Guardians. Cecil clarified that it was just one of the boy's theories, and he had many. Donald was compiling all the information. The boy did not recognize the person who teleported him but mentioned encountering many criminal organizations that occasionally wore masks, which meant he could have crossed paths with the person without realizing it. However, if the intent was revenge, it was puzzling that the boy had been healed before being sent into a scene of chaos. The boy had been on the verge of exhaustion before being teleported, so it seemed illogical for someone to heal him only to place him in such danger. Debbie noted that the entire situation felt bizarre. Someone had sent a person to the Guardians' headquarters, which was supposed to be a secret. Anyone who knew about it would have had to come through Cecil or their network of spies, or they would have found it themselves, which was highly unlikely. She questioned who the boy was and where he came from, wondering if he was from the future. Cecil contemplated whether to reveal the truth to Debbie, but since she already knew much about the mysterious visitor, he decided it was best to be honest. He explained that the boy was from the future, specifically from another universe. Debbie's eyes widened in disbelief as she processed the information. She asked if he was suggesting that the theory of the multiverse was true. Cecil confirmed this, stating that it sounded crazy but made sense given the boy's biological differences. The boy did not exist in any database, and he spoke of medical techniques that were unfamiliar to them, which were common practice in his world. Debbie, still grappling with the concept, asked how the boy knew he was in another universe and not just back in time. Cecil explained that they had considered that possibility at first, but if the boy truly was from 200 years in the past, they would be trying to eliminate him, not help him. He shared that when superpowers first emerged 200 years ago in the boy's world, it was not a holy war, as the boy claimed. Even though it happened long ago, they still had not fully recovered. The boy expressed a longing to help them in any way he could, on the condition that they would assist him in returning home and becoming stronger, as his world was in turmoil. Debbie, confused, asked what was happening in the boy's world. Cecil recounted what Izuku had told him. A villain known as All-for-One, or the Demon King, had orchestrated a mass jailbreak from at least 18 prisons, including the boy's own. This plan had been in the works for months before All-for-One was captured. To make matters worse, the boy had caught the attention of this criminal mastermind, who had been pursuing him ever since his escape. All-for-One was hiring assassins and had placed a significant bounty on the boy's head. Cecil described the villain as a blend of immortality, strength, and insanity, noting that the boy had been on the run since the villain's breakout, which explained his exhaustion when they found him. Debbie was shocked by the revelation. She had never heard of a criminal being so intent on harming a young boy, not much younger than her own son. Anger boiled within her at the thought of such a situation. She could only imagine the toll it was taking on the boy's mental state. No wonder he was in such a troubled condition, suspicious of everything if he was being hunted. With all this in mind, Debbie had one more question. What would happen to the boy? She asked Cecil what he planned to do. Cecil shrugged, admitting that he was uncertain. The boy wanted to help in any way possible and had proven to be useful in terms of strength and strategy. However, he was concerned about sending a mentally unstable or possibly suicidal child into dangerous situations. From what Donald had told him, Izuku had no qualms about putting himself in harm's way, almost to a reckless degree. The boy seemed willing to put himself in front of danger if it meant saving a life, which was admirable but also concerning. Cecil did not want to see the boy get hurt, especially with All for One being so obsessed with him. He had doubts that the villain would let another world stand in his way, and if he did come here, it would be a significant threat without the Guardians. Debbie felt a mix of concern and determination as she looked back at her husband, who was battered and bruised. It was a sight she had never witnessed before. Her thoughts drifted to the young man Cecil had mentioned, realizing how terrified he must be, hunted by someone potentially more powerful than her husband. Despite the limited options available and her doubts about Cecil's intentions, she made a decision. The boy could come stay with her and Mark. The head of the GPD was taken aback by her offer. He questioned her certainty, to which she nodded firmly. She explained that whoever sent the boy likely intended for him to be trained by the Guardians, possibly even Nolan, to prepare for a looming evil. Having the boy around would provide him with guidance and safety, especially with Nolan's protection against this Demon King. Cecil acknowledged her point but remained cautious. He reminded her that Nolan was the only survivor of the Guardians' attack, and whoever was behind it had tried to finish the job. Bringing the boy into their home would only make them a target, especially since the reports indicated that this man was not to be underestimated. Debbie understood the risks but felt strongly that the boy needed a stable home, and she believed there was no safer place than with the strongest man in the world. Before Cecil could argue further, he received a call from Donald. He answered, inquiring about Izuku's whereabouts. Donald hesitated before revealing that Izuku had overheard a report about an attack in downtown Chicago and had taken off in his hero suit. Cecil cursed under his breath, frustrated that this was happening now. He pressed Donald for details, learning that Izuku had already headed towards the scene of the attack. Earlier, Izuku had been explaining his world history to Donald, as per Cecil's suggestion. They were curious about the differences in perspectives and the 200 years of history they had missed. Izuku shared what he could, noting that the history before quirks was somewhat unclear due to societal collapse and the subsequent loss of educational structure. He recounted the discovery of quirks and the many theories surrounding their origins, though none were confirmed. He also mentioned significant figures from his history, like Destro and the Peerless Thief, to help them understand the context of potential future encounters, especially with groups like the Liberation Army or the cult obsessed with the quirk doomsday theory that had nearly brought about destruction. As he explained the history of heteromorphic types, he struggled to find the right words. He described them as looking less human, resembling animals or even aliens, but emphasized that most were not dangerous, even if some were understandably angry due to past injustices. Donald took notes, recalling Izuku's mention of the cleansing, which Izuku clarified was more akin to mass murder. This event had caused lasting issues for heteromorphic individuals. Izuku urged Donald to approach any heteromorphic types with caution, advising that while some were criminals, many simply sought justice. He encouraged Donald to communicate openly and disarm any potential threats, understanding that the deep-seated hatred might complicate matters. Being kind can be difficult for some to accept. Those with scars on their bodies have been marked since they were young, facing discrimination that only serves to make them appear scarier and more demonized. It's a sad reality that people often fear those who look different, believing that they are motivated by revenge. Donald reflected on this, acknowledging that the speaker seemed to have personal experience. The speaker shared a story about a friend, a heteromorphic individual who was persecuted in his youth despite having saved a young girl's life. Instead of gratitude, he faced harm and his face was scarred, leading him to wear a mask not out of self-consciousness, but to prevent misunderstandings. The speaker emphasized that true strength lies in not judging others by their appearance, as those who seem frightening are often no different from anyone else. They simply want to avoid further pain. Donald nodded in understanding, promising to ensure that Cecil received this information and would share it with the rest of the GCP. They would strive to be respectful and supportive of any heteromorphic individuals they encountered. As Donald stepped away to take a phone call, the first user appeared beside the speaker, questioning whether it was wise to share such a personal story with a stranger. The speaker shrugged, whispering that they didn't know who had sent them or if others would follow. Given the tensions they had left behind, it was best not to provoke any more heteromorphic types, especially in a world that might not understand them. Avoiding another cleansing would be beneficial. The first user considered this, still surprised by their current situation. They were in a world similar yet different from their own, and it was strange that the speaker's older brother was not present. Nana joined them, noting that for once, they were in a place where he couldn't spy on them, allowing them to plan without his interference. The second and third users appeared as well, expressing concern about the unknown individual who had brought them to this world and their true motives. There was a possibility that they could be working for a tyrant, using this opportunity to weaken him. The speaker acknowledged that while it seemed unlikely, they couldn't dismiss the possibility that they were still under surveillance. Regardless, they agreed it was essential to make the most of their situation. The speaker whispered to the group that they might not have a choice in the matter. Returning home seemed impossible without a dimensional portal, and the theory of the multiverse suggested that one wrong move could lead them to an entirely different reality. They chuckled at the thought of ending up in a world dominated by cats, recognizing the absurdity yet acknowledging the limitless possibilities of the multiverse. Putting jokes aside, the speaker emphasized that they should take full advantage of their current circumstances. They could learn valuable combat and strategy skills, which would be beneficial for confronting the Demon King. This world appeared to have fewer issues than their own, and perhaps they could learn to coexist peacefully. Despite the lack of heroes, the inhabitants managed to make things work, and it was crucial for them to learn how to do the same. If they survived the upcoming battle, they could strive to create a better world. The past users exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, though some still harbored doubts about whether this was a trap. However, the potential for healing and growth made the risk worthwhile. The speaker felt a surge of determination, eager to test their improved abilities. Unfortunately, they overheard Donald on the phone discussing an alien attack. It was an unexpected turn of events, and the speaker wondered if it was connected to rumors they had heard about Kieran being attacked. Perhaps whoever had brought them here had also brought these beings, leading to the misunderstanding. Regardless, the speaker felt compelled to investigate. With the world's greatest heroes incapacitated, they needed to step up and repay the debt they felt towards those who had suffered because of them. Using their speed, the speaker quickly changed into their hero costume, ready to face whatever awaited them in this new world. They were determined to make a difference and embrace the challenges ahead. Resting, the protagonist felt the weight of responsibility to step up as a hero while his father was away. He believed he could handle the challenge, but he quickly realized he was mistaken. In Chicago, he stumbled upon an attack, and it seemed like the perfect opportunity to intervene. However, when he arrived, he froze in fear. The chaos was unlike anything he had anticipated. People were in danger, and aliens were advancing relentlessly, causing destruction in their wake. Explosions echoed around him, and the noise made his ears ring. He felt dizzy and nauseous, unsure of how to respond. All he could do was grab an elderly woman who was about to be attacked and seek refuge in a crater created by the invaders. Just when he thought the situation was hopeless, a team of heroes arrived. Among them, he recognized someone from his school, Samantha Eve Wilson, known as Cavalier. She was someone he followed on social media, but now was not the time for admiration. She instructed him to take the old lady and leave, but fear paralyzed him. Suddenly, a crackling sound filled the air, drawing everyone's attention skyward. A beam of green energy shot down, landing right in the midst of the alien forces, creating a shockwave that sent tanks flying. After a moment, he could make out a figure emerging from the smoke. Though the person wore a shabby mask that obscured their face, he recognized the lightning that surrounded them. It was the same individual who had been present when the Guardians were attacked, the one who had knocked out one of his teeth. Izuku Midoriya. From the narrator's perspective, the invaders were stunned, as were the heroes. Someone had just landed in the middle of the invasion without flinching, disrupting their ranks with a single move. Rex, angry about his previous encounter with Izuku, charged forward, seeking revenge. However, as Izuku turned his head slightly, Rex felt a chill run down his spine. The shabby hero costume made Izuku appear almost demonic, and the intensity of his gaze was enough to instill fear. Rex was not alone. Even his companions felt the weight of that stare, causing some to retreat toward the portal. Only Eve remained unaffected, perceiving not a terrifying figure but a scared and troubled boy. Despite her lack of familiarity with him, she felt a pang of sympathy. Izuku refocused on the invaders, cracking his knuckles. He addressed them, stating that he would give them one chance to leave. As he activated his powers, lightning surged around him, and black 𝗧𝗵𝗲 emerged from his back, smoke swirling at his feet. He urged them to take the opportunity to retreat. Some of the aliens hesitated, sensing that this boy was not someone to provoke, especially with their current technology. A few were ready to flee, but the one with a scar on top of the tank commanded them to stay. He shouted something in their alien language, and the aliens surrounded Izuku, aiming their weapons at him. Eve snapped her team out of their fear-induced stupor, urging them to assist him. Izuku, unfazed by the overwhelming odds, took a defensive stance. He expressed a glimmer of hope that they might heed his warning, but he made it clear that whatever happened next was on them. The commander raised his hand, and the army unleashed a barrage of firepower at the lone hero. Yet, as the shots rained down, a protective energy enveloped Izuku, shielding him like armor. He stood firm as the aliens emptied their weapons, and after 2 tense minutes, they paused, bewildered. Not a scratch marked Izuku's body as he released the black 𝗧𝗵𝗲 and shook off the stiffness. It seemed that his powers could absorb the blast as well. If Izuku had known sooner, he would have utilized his abilities in more defensive situations. It was interesting how his injuries had healed, allowing him to use his powers more frequently in his arms without pain. He looked around and noticed the aliens were now trembling, realizing they stood no chance. Behind him, the heroes were speechless. Even Mark was impressed. He never thought his father could unleash such a powerful attack and remain unscathed. Yet, this individual appeared completely fine, still radiating an aura of fear that seemed to intimidate the attackers even more. Finally shaking off the stiffness from his defense, Izuku surveyed the scene and decided it was his turn. In an instant, he vanished, and a massive impact was felt as the first alien was sent crashing into a nearby building. The remaining aliens were swept off their feet by a force so swift they could hardly comprehend it. It was as if a hurricane had descended upon them, tossing the aliens aside like toys. Izuku was using his float ability and 35% of his power to achieve this. Everything was going according to his plan. When he saw the invaders approaching, he recognized their military-like formation, recalling a lesson from his homeroom teacher about breaking up a riot by attacking its center to scatter the forces and allow heroes to regroup. However, this was not a riot. It was a military operation, so he had to adapt his strategy. He was uncertain of the strength of their weapons, but judging by the destruction they caused, Izuku believed they were definitely more powerful than rifles. He had faced villains with energy-based attacks before, especially after All for One sent assassins after him. During his last battle, he noticed that when he defeated a villain, they attempted to throw him off balance by attacking his black 𝗧𝗵𝗲 as he swung through the air, hoping to disrupt him. Instead, the black 𝗧𝗵𝗲 absorbed the energy, combining with his danger sense and alerting him to the source of the attack. This unexpected synergy between his powers was something Izuku hadn't anticipated. It seemed as if danger sense and black 𝗧𝗵𝗲 were working together without him even realizing it, creating a sort of detection system akin to how a spider senses vibrations on its web. He had wanted to test this out during his training, but now seemed like the perfect opportunity to see how effectively Black WHP could be used defensively. It was a risk worth taking, especially since most of the aliens had exhausted their ammunition trying to defeat him. The only remaining threat was the tanks, which posed no problem for him now that his body was healed and his injuries no longer caused him pain. He could use his powers freely, just like the rest of his classmates, as long as he was aware of his limits. Spotting the final tank still standing with its commander on top, Izuku knew he had to deal with it. He landed right in front of the tank, raised his fists, and unleashed a powerful attack. The front of the tank crumpled upon impact, sending the commander tumbling to the ground as the tank was hurled back through the portal from which it came. The commander attempted to grab a gun and fire at Izuku, but it was out of charge. Realizing the commander was still there, Izuku approached him, seized the gun, and crushed it effortlessly. He then lifted the leader with one hand, raising him above his head, and locked eyes with the one who seemed to be in charge. Anger flickered in the alien's gaze, mixed with a hint of fear. Izuku drew him closer and stated that if they ever returned he would unleash far worse consequences. The alien cursed in his native tongue as he was dropped to the ground, and Izuku simply walked away. The remaining aliens had lost their will to fight, understanding they stood no chance against this formidable force. As they began to age rapidly, their once vibrant green skin turned brown. Recognizing the threat, they retreated back into the portal. The leader shot Izuku a vengeful look, and for a brief moment, they locked eyes, the tension palpable. However, the alien turned and stepped through the portal calmly, unlike his comrades who rushed in like it was a chaotic sale. Once the portal closed, those aliens unable to return perished from old age. Izuku examined one of the fallen bodies for a moment, remarking on the unusual sight. The fifth user appeared beside him in a ghostly form, recalling what Izuku's teacher had said about a mad doctor who had used his quirk to age someone instantly. Izuku rolled the body over for a closer look, pondering if this was something similar. The fourth wielder appeared and pointed toward the tanks, suggesting that if this was the case, it seemed to. The situation was affecting everything around them. Just moments ago, the tanks had appeared perfectly fine, but now the hero and the ghost focused on the alien vehicles, which were completely covered in rust. They seemed almost immovable, as if it would take hundreds, if not thousands, of years for something to deteriorate to that extent. Despite the intensity of the hero's earlier attack, it shouldn't have caused such significant damage to the tanks. The fourth wielder, utilizing his ghostly form, examined one of the tanks closely. He speculated that time functioned differently in the aliens' realm. When they crossed into this dimension, it seemed to alter their perception of time. Izuku pondered, resting his chin on his hand and clicking his tongue thoughtfully. He concluded that if time moved faster in the aliens' world, then it was possible that thousands, or even millions, of years could have passed in mere seconds. This realization suggested that they would return, likely in a few days, and when they did, they would be far more advanced than before. The fifth user added that it was also crucial to consider that the aliens were already aware of their presence. The young hero understood the situation, aware of what he could do, even if only a little. If the others returned, caution was necessary, they wouldn't take any chances next time. The ghosts behind him observed, while the other heroes from the battle looked on with confusion and concern. One of them remarked on the young hero's behavior, suggesting he might need to be locked up. Another hero, Eve, approached him, acknowledging their previous encounter and expressing gratitude for his help in stopping him during a moment of chaos. The young hero, Izuku, turned to her, surprised but pleased to be remembered. He thanked her for intervening, admitting he had been confused and disoriented during the battle. Eve reassured him that it was fine, noting that he had called her by name without seeming threatened. She inquired if he had mistaken her for someone else, perhaps a friend or girlfriend. Izuku blushed, stumbling over his words as he tried to clarify their relationship. He respected her as a friend but felt it was complicated, and he certainly didn't want to offend her. Eve found his nervousness amusing, realizing he had little experience talking to girls. Izuku chuckled awkwardly, acknowledging that this was the longest conversation he'd had with a girl without it becoming awkward. Eve complimented him, suggesting he seemed mentally stable and thanking him again for his assistance. Izuku modestly downplayed his contribution, believing that even without his presence, the team would have managed to hold their ground. As their conversation continued, Izuku suddenly excused himself, needing to report back to the authorities. Eve introduced herself as 𝗵𝗃, while he simply identified himself as Deku. As he took off into the sky, Rex shouted after him, expressing frustration about the cleanup. Eve scolded Rex, reminding him that Deku had played a crucial role in stopping the invasion, and they could afford to let him off the hook for cleanup duties. Rex continued to grumble about Deku's behavior, while Kate agreed that his intense gaze had been unsettling. Eve returned to her team, urging them not to be too hard on Deku, as he had saved their lives. She pointed out that everyone talks to themselves sometimes, and perhaps that was just his way of processing everything. Rex turned red at Eve's teasing about his own habits, but she reminded him that they all had their quirks. 𝗧𝗏 arrived with a quarantine team to assess the aftermath, suggesting that Deku might become a new member of their team. Meanwhile, Izuku made his way back to the hospital, recalling the directions he had memorized. He took a few detours to ensure he wasn't being followed. Upon his return, 𝗧𝗏 confronted him about his reckless decision to join the fight while still recovering. Izuku explained that he couldn't stand by while others were in danger and saw it as an opportunity to test his abilities now that he was healed. 𝗧𝗏's demeanor softened as he acknowledged the positive impact Izuku had on the situation, noting that the casualties had significantly decreased because of his intervention. He praised Izuku's efforts but reminded him to follow orders in the future. Izuku nodded, recalling the times he had been scolded by his teacher, and promised to be more careful moving forward. With that out of the way, Sir Cecil observed the young man and remarked on his intelligence, wondering if the group they had encountered would return. The young man nodded, expressing his theory that time operated differently for the invaders. He speculated that every second on Earth might be equivalent to a week in their realm, leading to rapid aging. Sir Cecil interrupted him, suggesting that if they returned, they would need to clear the area to avoid potential dangers. The young man felt uncertain about this strategy, explaining that if time moved faster for the invaders, they could have decades of experience and knowledge by the time they returned. Sir Cecil considered this, acknowledging the young man's points and asking what he would do in such a situation. The young man admitted he was still grappling with the bizarre reality of having fought actual aliens. He proposed that the area should be quarantined for at least a month, believing the invaders would likely return to the same location. Sir Cecil nodded in agreement, stating that he would ensure the area was secured. Changing the subject, he mentioned that if the young man was going to stay for an extended period, he would need a place to live. He assured him that a woman named Debbie Grayson, the wife of Omni-Man, had offered her home. The young man hesitated, concerned about the unknown reasons for his arrival and the possibility of it being a trap. Sir Cecil reassured him, explaining that Debbie was willing to help and that he would be there to protect him if needed. The young man recognized the truth in Sir Cecil's words. He could use some companionship after everything he had been through. He nodded in agreement, feeling the weight of exhaustion from the past few weeks. Not only had villains wreaked havoc, but he had also been teleported to another world and faced alien invaders. It felt surreal, as if he were living in a comic book. As he reflected on his situation, he realized that escaping the hospital had not only been about testing his powers but also confirming he was indeed in another world. When he emerged, he found himself in a Chicago that was nothing like the one he knew. There were no hero agencies or patrols. The thought that it could all be an elaborate scheme by a villain seemed far-fetched, yet he could not shake the feeling of uncertainty. His thoughts were interrupted when he spotted a familiar figure from the invasion, a man in yellow and blue, his mask removed and blood staining his clothes. The young man could tell that the other was struggling. They locked eyes for a brief moment before the young man approached him, offering to talk about what had happened. The man nodded in response, and together they found a quiet place to sit. About 30 minutes later, they introduced themselves. The man revealed his name was Mark, also known as Invincible. The young man shared his name and mentioned his multiple powers, omitting details about the origins of his abilities. Mark explained that he possessed flight and super strength, and when the young man mentioned being from another world, Mark was initially skeptical. However, after further explanation, he began to entertain the idea. The young man acknowledged Mark's half-alien heritage, ensuring his comment was not offensive. Mark reassured him that it was fine, and they continued to share their experiences, forging a connection in the midst of chaos. Honestly, the reaction I received was bigger than I expected. Mark seemed calm for someone who claimed there were usually alien attacks in his world. I thought he would be freaking out. Internally, I was indeed panicking, but I managed to keep my composure on the surface. I explained that the truth was it wasn't that big of a deal since he looked human, which was a little strange. We always suspected that if we encountered alien life, it would look very different from us. To be honest, some of my friends back in my world could pass for aliens, so it wasn't that shocking. Mark acknowledged my point, realizing that I had experience in such situations. He mentioned that I handled the encounter like a force of nature, which he found impressive. I felt a slight blush creep onto my cheeks as I reminded him that just because I had faced an alien invasion before didn't mean I had never been in a situation where I had to confront a group of people with superpowers. I had simply applied the training I received. I also confessed that I had frozen up the first time I faced a villain alone, and that was just one person. I had wanted to run away. Mark seemed surprised by my admission. He couldn't believe that someone who appeared so powerful could have felt that way. I recalled that day vividly. It remained one of the closest fights of my life. I explained that back then, I wasn't as strong as I was now. The villain I faced called himself Muscular, and I later learned he was known in the underworld as the bloodthirsty Muscular. He was a cold-blooded killer, an adrenaline junkie who thrived on the thrill of the fight. He didn't kill for money or ideology. He killed because he enjoyed it. Mark's eyes widened in disbelief, prompting him to ask what I did in that situation. I recounted how I had tried to call for help, but my phone was destroyed. I realized I needed backup, as the villain was at least 3 times my size, and I could see the coldness in his eyes. But then I noticed a little boy nearby, terrified and in need of reassurance. He was the reason I was there, and I swallowed my fear, putting on a brave face to tell him everything would be okay. Mark, eager to find a lesson in my story, pointed out that I had defeated the villain and didn't freeze up. I tried to clarify that the lesson I wanted him to take away was that everyone freezes up at times, even if just for a moment. I shared that I had completely frozen when I encountered another villain who didn't even know I was there. My body wouldn't respond because he was so terrifying. Despite having faced many life and death situations before, I couldn't move in that moment. I reassured Mark that feeling afraid was natural and that anyone who claimed otherwise was lying. Mark asked if I had been afraid during my encounter. I nodded, admitting that I was indeed afraid, but not of my own death. I feared for the lives of others and the look on someone's face as they faced their end. That fear was far worse, and in a way, I was more afraid of letting people down. I encouraged Mark that if he was afraid for his own safety, that was something he could work on overcoming, just as I had. He expressed gratitude for our conversation, saying it helped to talk about it. I agreed, appreciating the opportunity to share past experiences. I reassured him that if he ever wanted to talk again, I was there to listen. I had been where he was, and I wanted to help him. Mark reciprocated the sentiment, offering his support if I ever needed help with anything. I appreciated his kindness and felt that I was settling in well. Just as I thought everything was fine, I received a call from 𝗧𝗪𝗏, who spoke in an authoritative voice, announcing that a new player had entered the ring. It had been around 2 days since the attempted invasion, and while things appeared peaceful on the surface, I sensed something was off. I wasn't sure why, but the absence of the Guardians and Deku's sudden appearance made me uneasy. Despite my initial impression of Deku as nice and well-mannered, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. After a conversation with Mark on the roof, I invited him to join the team, mostly driven by my own nerves. The team was in the midst of a heated discussion. After the recent battle, Cecil approached them with news that Deku would be joining their team, at least temporarily. While some members, like Robot and the narrator, were open to the idea, Kate and Rex were less enthusiastic. They were still sore about their previous encounter with Deku, where he had bested them. The narrator felt conflicted. There was something about the newcomer that seemed off. Deku displayed skills far beyond those of a typical rookie, having single-handedly thwarted an invasion. This was no ordinary newcomer, and the narrator suspected that Deku was at least on par with the Guardians of the Globe, if not slightly less powerful. Cecil's insistence on having him join their team suggested that he was more than just a rookie. Rex, however, was vocal about his disdain. He couldn't believe they were expected to work with someone who had nearly defeated them. Robot, ever logical, pointed out that they had not been in real danger during their last encounter. Rex dismissed this, insisting that they had been caught off guard and that he could have taken Deku down alone. The narrator rolled their eyes at Rex's arrogance, recognizing that Deku had accomplished something they had failed to do together. He had driven off an entire invasion. Invincible was there, casually joining the conversation. He expressed his approval of Deku joining the team, stating that he liked him. Rex, skeptical, questioned Invincible's familiarity with Deku, pointing out that he had barely spoken to him. The narrator playfully punched Rex on the shoulder, urging him to be quiet. Invincible then explained that he had met Deku while helping an elderly woman to the hospital. They had talked for a while, and Deku had apologized for knocking out Invincible's teeth during their first encounter, which had been under unusual circumstances. Kate chimed in, recalling how confused Deku had seemed during their first meeting, calling Robot by the wrong name and mistaking Rex for someone else. She questioned whether they could trust him, given his apparent delusions. Mark, however, defended Deku, suggesting that he was simply scared and confused at the time. He believed that a conversation had helped Deku understand the pressures they all faced, and that he was a good person at heart. The narrator sensed that Deku was incredibly stubborn and questioned whether he valued his own life. Rex dismissed him as unreliable, noting that Deku had not shown up for their last mission. Just then, Cecil teleported in, surprising everyone. He clarified that Deku was not unreliable, rather, he was too dedicated. When asked about Deku's whereabouts, Cecil revealed that he had been waiting on a rooftop for the invaders to return, having not moved for over a day. The team was taken aback. It was both impressive and slightly terrifying that Deku had remained in one spot for so long, waiting for an invasion that might never come. Mark suggested they try talking to Deku, but Cecil explained that they had already attempted to convince him to take a break. Despite being offered food and water, Deku had hardly touched any of it, remaining steadfast in his vigil. Rex questioned why they should care about someone who seemed to have no life outside of waiting. Cecil acknowledged Deku's dedication but expressed concern for his well-being. He hoped that talking to someone closer to Deku's age might help him find balance. The narrator felt a sense of responsibility, realizing that they might be the only ones willing to reach out to him, while the others were less inclined to help. Rex expressed his frustration about superheroes, suggesting that they were not the solution to their problems. He felt that waiting for a miracle was a foolish endeavor. He decided to take action, heading back to the site of the invasion. Perched on the edge of a building, he observed the cleanup crew with a focused intensity, aware that any lapse in attention could lead to disaster. He used his powers to create some water and cleared his throat to get Deku's attention, commenting on the view. Deku acknowledged the view but seemed preoccupied. Rex handed him the water he had created, and Deku took it, pulling up a bit of his mask. Rex noticed that Deku looked around his age, perhaps younger, but the weariness in his eyes did not diminish his intensity. They sat in silence for a couple of minutes until Rex felt compelled to break the quiet. He asked Deku why he was waiting there. Deku explained that he was waiting for the return of their allies, confident they would come back. Rex inquired why they would return to the same spot. Deku raised 3 fingers, outlining his reasons. The first was that it was the only safe location for teleportation, as other areas could lead to dangerous outcomes. The second reason was that it provided a strategic advantage for deploying troops in a civilian area. The third reason, which Deku emphasized, was the look in their commander's eyes, filled with a longing for vengeance. Rex understood the first 2 reasons but was puzzled by the connection to the commander. Deku elaborated that the commander's gaze indicated a strong longing for a rematch. Rex acknowledged that it made sense, though he felt it was a risky assumption. He noted that Deku spoke as if he had experienced similar situations before. Deku tilted his head, admitting that he had seen worse motivations than vengeance, which often stemmed from hate. 𝗧𝗓𝗧 then asked why Deku was still there instead of trying to convince him to leave. Deku admitted that he had tried, but it was clear that he wouldn't be moving anytime soon. 𝗧𝗓𝗧 suggested that Deku should go home to rest, assuring him that he would be called if anything happened. He urged Deku to think about his family, who must be worried about him. Deku looked down, and 𝗧𝗧𝗧 realized he had made a mistake in assuming things about his family. Deku reassured him that it was fine, explaining that his relationship with his family was complicated. His mother knew he was a superhero and wished he would choose a different path, but she supported his dream of helping others. Despite their love for each other, they often disagreed, which strained their relationship. 𝗧𝗧𝗧 empathized, sharing that his own relationship with his parents was even more challenging. He took a deep breath and explained that although they were not his biological parents, they had raised him since he was a baby. They were aware of his activities and disapproved, leading to many arguments. He sometimes wished he could be with his biological parents, even though he knew little about them. He acknowledged that it was nice to hear Deku had a relatively good relationship with his mother, but noticed that Deku had not mentioned his father. Deku sighed, confirming that his relationship with his father was less favorable. He described his father as difficult, recalling how he had been treated as a child. While other kids were strong and independent, he had been labeled a crybaby. Whenever he came home upset from being bullied, his father would dismiss his feelings, insisting he needed to toughen up. 𝗧𝗧𝗧's anger began to rise at the thought of a parent treating their child that way, especially for being bullied. Deku mentioned that his mother was unaware of the full extent of the situation. The events began after the narrator's 5th birthday, and it took their mother a year to uncover the truth when her back was turned. Upon discovering the situation, she was devastated, leading to a divorce from the narrator's father. Although no charges were filed against him, he eventually moved to New York with a new family, including a child he was proud of, who remained unaware of the narrator's existence as their older half-brother. This revelation weighed heavily on the narrator, who felt their family life was already challenging. The narrator expressed regret for bringing up such a sensitive topic, but the masked figure beside them offered reassurance. They felt relieved to share their story, even if it was for the first time. The figure acknowledged the importance of discussing such matters, suggesting that it might be beneficial for the narrator to talk to someone about their feelings. The narrator reflected on their motivations for wanting to become a hero, revealing that it stemmed from watching a hero on television who inspired them. They had always wanted to bring joy to others, despite knowing it might sound childish. The figure agreed, noting that they both came from less-than-ideal family situations and shared a longing to become heroes for seemingly innocent reasons. As they waited for their teammates to return, the figure mentioned that they were not planning to stay on the roof indefinitely. If their friends did not return by the end of the week, they would consider moving. However, they preferred to stay put for now, as it was safer than risking harm to cleanup workers. The narrator suggested they find something to do while they waited. The figure proposed that once the team returned and they successfully dealt with the invaders, they could hang out together. The narrator noticed a change in the figure's demeanor, as they seemed flustered by the idea of spending time together. The narrator chuckled, clarifying that it would not just be the two of them but the whole team, which could help build trust among the members. Suddenly, an explosion caught their attention, and they turned to see portals opening, revealing the returning invaders, now better equipped and with more advanced weaponry. The figure sprang into action, instructing the narrator to call the rest of the team while attempting to hold off the attackers. The narrator hesitated, not wanting the figure to face the threat alone, but quickly sent a text to their teammate Rex before jumping down to join the fight. Using energy shields, the narrator provided cover for the figure as they hurled debris at the enemy tanks. However, the attacks seemed ineffective, and the narrator realized the invaders had prepared well. One of the larger foes, wearing a massive suit, broke through the barricade and began to overpower the figure. The narrator wanted to assist but was preoccupied with maintaining their own defenses. Fortunately, the area was closed off, thanks to the figure's foresight. Yet, the narrator worried about how they would handle the entire invading force, even if their teammates arrived. The figure, recovering from the assault, asked how long it would be until help arrived. The narrator estimated 10 minutes, possibly 5 if they were lucky. Just then, the figure tackled the narrator to the ground as chaos erupted around them. The narrator heard alien screams and rapid gunfire, along with a cry of pain from the figure. When they opened their eyes, they were surprised to find the figure still on top of them, injured but alive. The battlefield had fallen eerily silent, and the narrator realized that their shields had protected them from a devastating attack that had eliminated the invaders. However, it was clear that the force responsible for the ice attack had not intended to save them but rather to wipe them out entirely. Deku had ice shards embedded in his leg. Despite his attempts to shake off the pain, I could see he was struggling. They were small shards, nothing too severe, and thankfully he hadn't touched the bone. I felt relieved that he was mostly okay, but questions lingered in my mind. Who could have done this and why? It didn't make sense for the invaders to harm their own people. If this was the work of another hero, why hadn't they warned us of the impending attack? It seemed like they were targeting us specifically, and the invaders were merely collateral damage. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed behind us. I turned to see a man in a blue wool coat, his arms seemingly made of ice. Deku was struggling to stand, and I could sense the tension in the air. The man in the blue coat dismissed Deku's efforts, calling him an abomination and stating that his very existence was against the great Destro's dream. It was clear there was a complicated history between them, and I couldn't shake the feeling that this man was a serious threat. Deku, visibly annoyed, prepared to retaliate. He formed energy in his hand and launched it at the ice pillar the man was standing on, hoping to shatter it. The attack connected, but instead of collapsing, the ice shards around us began to reform. The man in the blue coat revealed his true power as the ice coalesced into the shape of a dragon. I rubbed my eyes in disbelief, unable to comprehend the level of control he had over the ice. He boasted about his years of training and how he would use his skills to defeat us. With a fierce determination, he launched his ice dragon straight at us. Just as I braced myself for impact, Deku leaped forward and punched the dragon, shattering it into countless pieces. The remnants hung in the air, a testament to the power of the attack. Our adversary, undeterred, unleashed another barrage of ice from above. I quickly raised a barricade to shield us, but it felt like trying to stop a relentless storm. I wondered how much longer I could hold this up. Who is this guy? Deku identified him as 𝗧𝗵𝗲, a member of the Paranormal Liberation Front and their strongest soldier. It was clear that we were facing a formidable opponent. As we prepared to counter his next move, I couldn't shake the feeling that this battle was only just beginning. Meanwhile, Rex and the others were racing toward the invasion site. Rex had received a message from Eve, warning that the aliens were returning for another attack. She mentioned that she and Deku were already engaged in battle, but these new foes seemed significantly stronger than before. As we approached the scene, it became evident that they had returned to the exact location of their previous attack. Thanks to Deku's quick thinking, there were no civilians around, minimizing the risk of casualties. Our focus was solely on pushing back the enemy. Rex expressed his frustration over Eve's decision to chase after Deku, feeling it was reckless. He had been vocal about his disdain for Deku ever since Eve left, but we all chose to ignore his complaints, knowing that our priority was the invasion. Robot, ever the observer, noted a peculiar drop in temperature around us. Rex sarcastically remarked on Robot's tendency to find something unusual, but the reality of the situation was far from ordinary. We had to stay alert and ready for whatever was coming next. The group felt an unusual chill as they approached the battle area, which seemed colder than expected for this time of year. Rex pointed up into the sky, exclaiming that there was a giant ice dragon soaring above them. Everyone turned to see the massive creature, a stunning spectacle crafted entirely from ice, moving gracefully through the air. It was a sight that left them in awe, as if a colossal ice sculpture had come to life. Rex, still in disbelief, sought confirmation from the others, and 𝗪𝗵𝗫 echoed his shock, struggling to comprehend the reality of the situation. The sight was surreal, something even comic books had never depicted. They wondered if the invaders had somehow brought this ice dragon to life. Meanwhile, Deku was engaged in a fierce battle against the ice dragon, with Eve by his side, launching energy attacks to counter the ice user's onslaught. Despite her efforts, the strongest soldier of the Liberation Army was too swift for her, forcing her to create barricades just in time to block incoming attacks. Deku, however, was determined to reach 𝗧𝗵𝗃, the villain controlling the ice, but each time he broke through an ice wall, icicles formed, posing a significant threat. As the cold began to affect him, Deku felt himself shivering, realizing he needed to retreat momentarily to warm up. 𝗧𝗵𝗃, sensing the shift in the battle, took a moment to reassess his strategy. He declared that nothing would stop him from aiding 𝗧𝗪𝗧 in achieving his dream, dismissing Deku and Eve as mere obstacles. Eve, still trying to grasp the situation, asked for clarification on who 𝗧𝗵𝗃 was referring to. Deku explained that 𝗧𝗵𝗃 was part of a group that believed individuals with powers should be free to use them without consequences, advocating for a world where the strong prevailed over the weak. Eve nodded, understanding the gravity of their opponent's ideology. 𝗧𝗵𝗃, not to be deterred, quickly formed ice arrows and launched them toward his adversaries. Thinking quickly, Deku grabbed Eve and pushed her out of harm's way, taking the brunt of the attack himself. An ice arrow grazed his hip, while another struck his shoulder, causing him to grit his teeth in pain. Despite the injury, he managed to break off a piece of ice from his shoulder to stop the bleeding, using his black whatifdeku to bind the wound. Deku reassured Eve, urging her to keep pressure on his injury and remain vigilant. He emphasized the importance of not letting their guard down, as 𝗧𝗵𝗃 would seize any opportunity to strike. Eve, reflecting on her experiences as a superhero, recognized that 𝗧𝗵𝗃 was on an entirely different level compared to the invaders they had faced before. His skill and experience were evident, making her realize just how much training he must have undergone to master his powers. As the battle intensified, 𝗧𝗵𝗃 was suddenly attacked from behind by a burst of green energy. Without even looking, he raised an ice wall for defense, which shattered upon impact. Using the remnants, he transformed them into sharp projectiles and sent them flying toward his attacker, Rex. Rex and his teammates narrowly dodged the barrage, but their flying vehicle was hit, resulting in an explosion that sent smoke billowing into the air. In the chaos, Invincible charged forward, attempting to punch 𝗧𝗵𝗃, only to be met with another wave of icicles. Realizing they needed to regroup, Deku and Eve joined their teammates on the ground, where 𝗧𝗵𝗃 loomed above them, surrounded by an icy storm. Rex, feeling a mix of intimidation and determination, questioned who this formidable opponent was and where he had come from. The team was in disbelief, facing not aliens but a formidable ice-wielding villain. They wondered what had happened to their allies. Izuku urged everyone to look beneath the ice, revealing that the villain had taken down each of their teammates in a single strike. 𝗧𝗵𝗃, who had duplicated herself to scout the area, expressed her disbelief, insisting that no one could be that powerful, not even the Guardian. Eve, who had witnessed the chaos firsthand, confirmed the severity of the situation, explaining that the villain had targeted them specifically while the others fell as collateral damage. 𝗧𝗵𝗃, the ice user, acknowledged their inexperience, noting that despite their combined efforts, they were still no match for him. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 challenged 𝗧𝗵𝗃, asserting that they were capable of taking down villains just like him. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 dismissed their confidence, pointing out their weaknesses. He analyzed their abilities, noting that while 𝗧𝗵𝗃 could duplicate herself, the others had limitations that made them vulnerable. He revealed that the only real threat was the abomination, who was already struggling against the cold. Izuku, concerned for his friend, questioned whether the abomination could unleash its full power. Deku explained that doing so would risk injuring himself and causing collateral damage. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 continued to taunt them, claiming that their powers were tied to their societal status and that strength was the only thing that mattered. As 𝗧𝗵𝗃 summoned ice from the ground, Izuku quickly used his black whatifdeku to pull everyone to safety, preventing them from being impaled. Eve, managing to fly on her own, unleashed an energy attack, but 𝗧𝗵𝗃 blocked it effortlessly with ice pillars. Frustrated, Eve demanded to know the source of 𝗧𝗵𝗃's ice, to which he revealed that he could freeze water molecules, turning them into weapons. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 remained dismissive, asserting that they were too weak to pose a threat. Mark found 𝗧𝗵𝗃's worldview depressing, but 𝗧𝗵𝗃 ignored him, focusing on the abomination as his only concern. He declared that it was time for them to perish. From Izuku's perspective, the situation felt dire. 𝗧𝗓𝗏 had transformed the area into a frozen battleground, making it impossible to land or fight effectively. He needed to find an opening for a decisive strike, but he was hesitant to use his gear shift ability, fearing the consequences of its unpredictable nature. Dodging 𝗧𝗏𝗏's attacks felt like evading gunfire, and without his danger sense, they would have been overwhelmed. Eve was doing her best to protect them, but the relentless ice attacks were taking their toll. She voiced her concerns, stating they needed a plan. Rex suggested a retreat, arguing that they should let someone else handle the situation. Eve was incredulous, insisting they couldn't just run away. Rex insisted that 𝗧𝗏𝗏 was too powerful and that they were outmatched. He proposed they retreat and let the Guardian deal with the threat, not wanting to risk being caught in the crossfire. Izuku understood Rex's fears but knew they had to find a way to stop 𝗧𝗏𝗏 before he turned the city into a frozen wasteland. He contemplated how to utilize their abilities effectively, considering the potential of energy manipulation and the strengths of his teammates. They needed to strategize and act quickly to overcome this formidable foe. Being a robot was just part of the plan, but it felt uncool. As Eve struggled to maintain the barricade, the plan was quickly explained, and while the others were hesitant, the robot agreed, which was crucial since it was their only chance of winning. A call went out to the others just as another avalanche of ice hurtled toward them. Everyone nodded in agreement, except for Rex, who suggested running away and letting someone else handle it. Ignoring him, Eve dropped the barricade, and Invincible charged forward, carrying the robot, who extended its arms to create a path through the ice. The plan was straightforward. Invincible and the narrator used the robot as a shield to protect themselves from the cold while charging headfirst toward 𝗧𝗏𝗏. Once they reached him, they aimed to knock him off his pedestal and bring him down. They knew he might try to create an ice weapon, which was where Eve and Rex would come in. Although they couldn't destroy his larger creations, it was noted that 𝗧𝗏𝗏 had to gather small pieces first. If they could destroy those before he formed anything significant, he wouldn't be able to unleash his larger monstrosities. This would give Duplicate enough time to duplicate herself and overwhelm their opponent. As they raced forward, ice shards cut into their skin, causing pain akin to breaking through glass, but they pressed on. They reached their target, and despite the barricade, the narrator smashed through it with minimal effort, feeling the cold seep into their arm. This created an opening for Mark, who tackled 𝗧𝗏𝗏 to the ground, holding him down while Rex and Eve worked to destroy the ice around him. An army of duplicates then jumped on 𝗧𝗏𝗏, hitting him repeatedly as he struggled to break free, declaring that nothing would stop him from making their dream a reality. Pulling themselves together, the narrator landed on the ground with a limp and stumbled toward 𝗧𝗏𝗏, who was still trying to escape the pile. Looking down, the narrator raised their foot, expressing that some dreams just don't come true before stomping down, knocking 𝗧𝗏𝗏 out. Finally, it was over, but the narrator felt faint from BLD loss as they stumbled back, only to be caught by Eve, who asked if they were okay. The narrator nodded, assuring her they would be fine, though they could really use a hot bath. Eve noticed the BLD and suggested removing the icicle from their shoulder, but the narrator shook their head, explaining that it was the only thing keeping the BLD in. Realizing they needed to sit down, they asked Invincible to take them back to the hospital for help. Invincible agreed, but before he could pick them up, Eve interjected, suggesting she could create a bubble for safer transport, noting that Invincible wasn't the most experienced flyer. Invincible didn't take offense, stating he should stay behind in case 𝗧𝗏𝗏 woke up. As the narrator sat down, their legs felt weak, and they nearly collapsed. They instructed that when the authorities arrived to take 𝗧𝗏𝗏 away, he should be kept in a warm room with just enough water to survive, as any excess would turn to ice and become a weapon. Eve acknowledged the information and prepared to take the narrator to the hospital, realizing they would be hanging out sooner than expected. The narrator chuckled through the pain, agreeing. Eve flew off, carrying the bloodied and nearly frozen superhero in training in a protective bubble. Unbeknownst to her, her boyfriend watched with a mix of jealousy and annoyance directed at the green-haired boy. Meanwhile, from a nearby rooftop, a man with a bald head observed the scene. This was the same man who had brought Izuku into this world. He noted the destruction and remarked on the close call, addressing a shadowy figure behind him. The figure, with beady purple eyes, warned the man not to be overly confident in his champion, stating that despite his power, he was just a boy destined for suffering. The man, now identified as the Monitor, didn't turn to face the shadow. He acknowledged the truth of the figure's words but pointed out that all versions of Deku, regardless of their dimension, shared a common trait: incredible stubbornness. Whether hero or villain, they knew how to endure suffering. Now they were going to discuss the rules that had been broken. The Dark One had scuffled a comment, claiming that the Monitor had broken the rules first by allowing someone to travel to this dimension. The Monitor countered, stating that the Dark One had initially broken the rules by creating an abomination across the multiverse. The Dark One chuckled sarcastically, dismissing the Monitor's claims and belittling the boy, saying he was nothing like his predecessors and would inevitably perish, unable to be saved. The Monitor turned to confront his opponent, but the Dark One had vanished back into the shadows. Eve had managed to get Deku back to the hospital as quickly as possible. His injuries weren't severe. He had a few scabs and was in the early stages of frostbite, but he wouldn't lose any fingers. He just needed rest and the ice shard removed from his shoulder. Eve, on the other hand, was still trembling, both mentally and physically. They had faced ice villains before, but this 𝗧𝗵𝗃 was on a completely different level. The icy cores still shook within her, a reminder of how close they had come to disaster. If it hadn't been for Deku's plan, she doubted any of them would have made it out unscathed. The villain had nearly wiped them out with a single attack, and if it hadn't been for the danger sense, she wouldn't have reacted in. Deku noticed Eve's trembling and asked if she was okay. She snapped out of her thoughts, admitting that she was still shaken from the battle. Despite their teamwork, they had struggled against such a powerful foe. She decided to stay while he recovered, as they had planned to do so anyway. Besides, she needed her own injuries checked. She had only a few scrapes and cuts, which she considered a win. Deku nodded in agreement, still trying to understand how they had ended up in this situation. He recalled that 𝗧𝗵𝗃 had been imprisoned in his country, and they had never met before. The fact that 𝗧𝗵𝗃 had called him an abomination puzzled him. Eve sensed the seriousness in his tone. He had never encountered this villain before, yet there was a palpable hatred directed at him. It seemed he had an idea of why 𝗧𝗵𝗃 had labeled him, but he wasn't ready to share. Deku suggested that she call him by his real name since she had shared hers. Eve raised an eyebrow, surprised that he thought she had revealed her real name. She clarified that Eve was her hero name, and her full name was Samantha Eve Wilson, but everyone just called her Eve. Deku, confused, processed this information, realizing that her middle name was also Eve, just like her hero name. They both found it amusing that no one had connected the dots. Eve laughed at the situation, acknowledging that she hadn't expected anyone to notice when she first came up with her hero name. Deku admitted that he had a similar experience, as one of his best friends called him Deku regardless of whether he was in his hero costume or civilian clothes. Eve wondered if that posed a danger to his identity, but Deku seemed unconcerned, stating that his identity had already been revealed and it wasn't a big deal anymore. He felt that he wasn't a significant figure back home, so it was fine for people to call him by his hero name in public. Eve found herself surprised by Deku's appearance. He was plain yet somehow cute, a thought that caught her off guard. He then suggested they share more about themselves and their teams, to which Eve readily agreed. For the next few hours, the two superheroes exchanged stories about their adventures and the reasons they had chosen to become heroes. Izuku shared a bit about his past, keeping the fact that he was from another dimension and the secret of one for all to himself. He spoke about his friends and how much he missed them, as well as the mistake he felt he made before arriving in this dimension. He explained that he had run away to protect his friends from a dangerous individual who disregarded any sense of morality and was after him. Eve expressed her surprise, noting that he had written letters to each of them and left without a word. Izuku admitted that it wasn't his finest moment. After everything they had been through, he realized how much he needed his friends. He wanted to believe he could handle things on his own, but the recent events made it clear that he couldn't. Even if he could reach out to them, he wasn't sure they would want to talk to him after he had kept such a significant secret from them. Eve reassured him, suggesting that his friends would understand he was trying to protect them. They might feel a bit hurt, but they would still care about him. Izuku smiled, grateful for her words. He then expressed his surprise at her own history, mentioning that a secret government project aimed at creating a superweapon was something he had never encountered before. He had heard of similar concepts, but they typically involved training talented individuals rather than creating someone to be a weapon from 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏. He acknowledged that while it was a troubling practice, it had saved someone from poverty in at least one instance. Eve reflected on her own experience, noting that she never wanted to be a weapon, nor did her mother or the scientist who gave her powers. They had given her a way to protect her, and she hadn't realized the sacrifice until it was too late. Izuku empathized with her, recognizing how painful it must have been to fight against siblings she hadn't even known existed. Eve nodded, admitting that she was mostly over it now, although she still wished there had been something she could have done. Izuku understood, sharing that he had never met the sibling his father had with another woman, but he would have done anything to protect them if he had. He mentioned another friend who was going through a similar situation, though he preferred not to divulge details out of respect for his friend's trust. He explained that his friend's brother, who he thought was dead, had returned and was causing chaos within the family. Eve appreciated his willingness to share, finding comfort in knowing she wasn't the only one with a complicated family background. They sat in silence for a moment, both unsure of what to say next. Eve felt an unusual nervousness around Izuku, while he was surprised that he wasn't stumbling over his words during their conversation. Just then, 𝗧𝗏 entered the room, commenting on how Izuku had faced danger multiple times in just a week, which seemed like a record. Izuku chuckled nervously, asking about the battlefield and whether anyone had been hurt. 𝗧𝗏 informed him that thanks to his suggestion to evacuate the area, there were no civilian casualties. They had won, but they were still dealing with the aftermath of an ice-wielding foe. Izuku identified the attacker as someone from the Liberation Army, a powerful soldier named 𝗬𝗏𝗏, which puzzled him since he had thought 𝗬𝗏𝗏 was imprisoned. 𝗧𝗏 turned to Eve, sensing that she might not need to know the details of their conversation. He asked her to leave them alone for a while, and though she was reluctant, she agreed, not wanting to get into a confrontation with the director of Earth's defense. Before leaving, she quickly used her powers to create a pen and paper, writing down her number and handing it to Izuku, encouraging him to call her if he ever wanted to talk. As Eve exited, Izuku tried to process the fact that she had given him her number. Once she was gone, 𝗧𝗏 resumed the conversation, questioning whether the Ice Wielder was part of the Liberation Army or the Paranormal Liberation Front and why they had changed names. Izuku explained that they had allied with the League of Villains, noting that it was a long story and he didn't know all the details. 𝗬𝗏𝗏 found himself in a heavily guarded prison, far from Taurus, making it nearly impossible for him to escape alone, let alone retrieve his gear. The circumstances surrounding his arrival in this place felt too coincidental. Someone must have assisted him. 𝗧𝗏 nodded in agreement, acknowledging the situation. He wondered who had brought Izuku to this reality. Izuku felt conflicted about the answer. He didn't trust the person who had thrown him into another world. It seemed illogical to send someone to kill him, especially since their first encounter had left him at the mercy of this man. Instead of harming him, the man had healed him and sent him away from the Demon King's watchful eyes, urging him to grow stronger. The hero in training expressed his confusion, contemplating the man's intentions. He recalled how he had been vulnerable when they first met, yet rather than attacking him, the man had chosen to help him. Why would someone who seemed villainous send an assassin to confront him? It didn't add up. 𝗧𝗏 suggested that perhaps it was a bizarre test designed to challenge Izuku. Maybe the man wanted him to become stronger by sending adversaries from his world to gauge his abilities. This idea lingered in Izuku's mind, but he couldn't shake the feeling that if the man truly wanted him to grow stronger, he wouldn't send someone intent on killing him. What if 𝗬𝗏𝗏 succeeded in his mission? It all felt contradictory. Izuku voiced his thoughts, expressing his frustration at the situation. One moment, the man seemed to assist him, and the next, he sent a threat his way. He pondered why he couldn't have been sent someone more supportive, like his mentor 𝗬𝗏𝗏 or even some friends who could help him train. Instead, he was faced with a soldier dedicated to his demise. He doubted that the person responsible for his arrival was also behind Giton's presence. 𝗧𝗏 questioned what was truly happening. Izuku took a moment to think, and then a realization struck him. What if there were two individuals capable of traveling between dimensions? What if this was a twisted game? He speculated that someone was manipulating them, using him and villains from his world as pieces in their game. 𝗧𝗏 agreed, noting that it made sense for someone to play their game on a different world rather than their own. Izuku continued to theorize, suggesting that the lack of safe havens for heroes or villains in this dimension kept the playing field level. It was a disturbing yet clever strategy. Still, he acknowledged that it was merely a theory. 𝗧𝗏 elaborated, explaining that one individual had sent Izuku to the Guardians, hoping he would grow stronger for the upcoming conflict. The other player had sent Giton, even healing Izuku to prepare him for battle. However, they were at a disadvantage as they had no knowledge of who these players were or what the other side looked like. Izuku nodded, determined to uncover the truth when the time was right. He then asked 𝗧𝗏 if he believed the invaders would return. 𝗧𝗏 informed him that their surveillance had revealed that the leader of the invasion, the one with the scar and the imposing metal suit, had escaped but was injured. He predicted they would return, but advised Izuku to sit this one out. The hero in training was mentally and physically drained after the battle with the frozen soldier and had sustained an injury. Taking a break sounded appealing, especially since they had someone else to handle the situation. They were uncertain if the aliens would indeed come back. But they did, and it would prove to be the biggest mistake of their entire society. 𝗵𝘃𝗲 observed his father's return with joy, relieved that he was safe. The world needed him, especially after the news reported the Guardian's demise. His mother had informed him that 𝗧𝗏 had concocted an elaborate story, claiming the Guardians had heroically fallen in battle against a formidable villain. While 𝗵𝘃𝗲 and his mother were not pleased with the deception, they agreed it was better for the public to believe the Guardians had died valiantly rather than being brutally defeated. His father, watching the news report, expressed disbelief that the person responsible for the Guardian's death had been caught while he was away. 𝗵𝘃𝗲 shook his head, explaining that people thought it best for the public to believe the Guardians had perished heroically, with no suspects. Only those close to the Guardians knew the truth, and they had all perished in a massive battle while his father had been gravely wounded. He wondered if 𝗧𝗏 had informed his father of this. His father crossed his arms, expressing frustration that he had not been told. 𝗵𝘃𝗲 reassured him that the idea had not originated from 𝗧𝗏. His mother, who was preparing dinner, confirmed that this time, the clever plan was not 𝗧𝗏's doing. His father was surprised, questioning how such a scheme could be devised without 𝗧𝗏's involvement. 𝗵𝘃𝗲's mother explained that while she disapproved of the lie, she recognized its benefits. It would help the public feel safer and keep the perpetrator on edge. If they made a mistake, 𝗧𝗏 and the others would be able to identify them. It was impressive that a 17-year-old had come up with such a plan. 𝗵𝘃𝗲 realized his mother was referring to Izuku, expressing his surprise that he was capable of such cunning. His mother confirmed that it seemed he was not as straightforward as he appeared. He was merely adopting a strategy from his world, and while he didn't fully agree with it, he recognized its benefits. He felt a deep sense of self-loathing for even considering such an idea, but since he had been unable to assist the Guardians when they were alive, he believed he should at least preserve their legacy. It was the least he could do. It was better for them to be remembered as the heroes they were rather than for their tragic end. His father appeared perplexed, asking who this Deku was and what he meant by not being able to help the Guardians in their time of need. Realizing his father likely didn't know, he explained that Deku had been present when the Guardians were attacked, but he only arrived afterward and fainted upon witnessing the aftermath. His father's eyes widened, and for a brief moment he seemed nervous before regaining his composure. He inquired if Deku had seen who was responsible. He shook his head, explaining that by the time Deku arrived he was already suffering from dehydration and hunger, and the shock of seeing the Guardians' bodies must have overwhelmed him. Deku could barely recall anything, only remembering the sight of his father collapsing on the floor. He didn't seem to be lying, and he had no knowledge of who the Guardians were when he arrived. If he had seen someone attacking them, it was likely he wouldn't have known whom to fight for. To him, the attacker could have appeared to be the hero. His father, even more confused than before, questioned how Deku could not know who he and the Guardians were. His mother explained that Deku was apparently from another universe. His father looked at her in disbelief, and she raised an eyebrow, hands on her hips. She pointed out that he had no trouble believing he was an alien from outer space who could fly at incredible speeds, had fought alongside someone who walked through history, and had stopped an ancient god from destroying the world on his birthday, yet he struggled to accept the existence of alternate worlds. After a moment of contemplation, his father shrugged and accepted it, but he still questioned how they could be sure Deku wasn't responsible for the Guardians' deaths. He suggested that Deku could have harmed them and then played the victim. His mother reassured him that 𝗧𝗏 had verified Deku's story. The boy had no record anywhere, as if he had literally fallen from the sky. His DNA was human, and all evidence indicated he had arrived after the Guardians were murdered, as if he had been dropped through a portal. There were no footprints or fingerprints belonging to him anywhere except at the scene where he was found in a pool of blood. Moreover, as Mark had mentioned, Deku was suffering from dehydration and hunger. Even if he had intended to harm the Guardians, he was in no condition to do so. It was remarkable that he had managed to remain conscious after witnessing such horror and enduring so much. 𝗧𝗏 had also conducted a strength test on him while he was unconscious, revealing that energy flowed through his body. Even in peak condition, it was hard to believe he could defeat his father. He might be able to inflict some damage, but not to the extent they had found him. He agreed with her assessment. While Izuku was strong, he doubted he could defeat his father. He might put up a decent fight, but winning would be another matter entirely. His father interjected, surprised to learn that Izuku had knocked out one of his teeth. His mother defended Deku, explaining that he had spent the last month being pursued by bounty hunters due to a bounty placed on him by a deranged individual who wanted to capture and torture him for amusement. After that, he had awakened in a strange new place, confronted by a gruesome murder scene, and then passed out, only to wake up in a hospital after being given adrenaline. He must have been confused and frightened. His father acknowledged the point, admitting that he would likely have reacted similarly in Deku's position. He noted that Deku had apologized and helped him cope with his feelings after the invasion began, when he felt he couldn't save everyone. He described Deku as a genuinely nice person who bore a significant responsibility. Apparently, he was the only one capable of defeating a self-proclaimed demon king. Although the name sounded childish, the threat was very real, as this being had killed over 1,000 people in a single attack. He wondered how many powerful adversaries Deku faced. His father looked at him, puzzled, asking what he meant. He shrugged, explaining that it seemed having archenemies was a significant part of being a hero. He wasn't suggesting it was a good thing, but he was curious if his father had anyone who could be considered the bane of his existence. His father dismissed the idea, stating he had read too many comic books and did not have an archenemy, as he dealt with all the villains he encountered by defeating them and sending them to jail. His mother interjected, reminding him that All For One, a notorious villain, had just escaped from jail. She pointed out that in Deku's defense, this monster was 200 years old, while Deku was only 17 and had only started fighting against him at the age of. She acknowledged that it was impressive Deku had managed to imprison his archenemy at such a young age. It was impressive to see a young man take on so much responsibility. Since the person being sent was hoping that the Guardians would be able to teach him, it seemed only fair that perhaps some lessons could be shared. Mark was already going to be training, and having a training partner would be beneficial. The idea of bringing in another guy from another dimension was appealing. Reflecting on their previous encounter with the ice villain, it was clear that without Deku, the plan would have faltered. More villains from his world were likely to come over, and understanding them was crucial for defending others. However, Mark's dad was not in favor of this idea. He expressed his reluctance to teach a kid he didn't know, stating that combat from his heritage was sacred. Mark's mother countered, reminding him that they had never heard him say that before. She pointed out that the boy had nowhere else to go and that he might be the strongest man on the planet. While the dad didn't have to teach him, leaving him on the street was not an option. Mark had been living on the streets for the past month. With a resigned sigh, Mark's dad accepted that the boy could stay but firmly declared that he would not teach him anything, nor would Mark learn from him. They didn't know who this boy was, and he didn't want him filling Mark's mind with questionable ideas. With that, he went upstairs for a shower. Mark was happy that Izuku would be living with them, but he was puzzled by his dad's reluctance to let him hang out with the newcomer. It was understandable to be cautious about someone from another dimension, especially after the loss of friends, but it didn't feel like his dad. Mark hoped it was nothing serious. From Eve's perspective, Rex was being his usual self, making derogatory comments about Izuku. Mark rolled his eyes, frustrated that Rex could be so insensitive when the Guardians had just been announced dead. Rex insisted that Izuku acted like he owned the place and was desperate for attention, standing on a building waiting for invaders. Kate chimed in, agreeing with Rex and questioning Izuku's worthiness as a teammate. They had been complaining about him ever since he unintentionally hurt them, and it seemed their personal feelings were clouding their judgment. Mark shrugged, pointing out that Izuku might still be at the hospital after being injured. He reminded them that Izuku had only fought them because he was hallucinating, mistaking them for villains, and had apologized multiple times. Rex retorted that it was easy for Mark to say since he wasn't on the receiving end of the punches. He still felt the pain from the encounter. Mark recalled Izuku's description of the villains he had mistaken them for, realizing that Rex and Kate were the bigger threats in his hallucinations. He needed to explain that Izuku had seen them as significant dangers, and it was part of his training to eliminate the biggest threats first. Mark tried to reason with them, explaining that Izuku had perceived Rex as a pyromaniac on a destructive mission and Kate as someone who could create an army of duplicates in seconds. He urged them to cut Izuku some slack. Rex sarcastically dismissed the idea, insisting he wouldn't forgive someone for injuring him. Mark felt frustrated but decided to let it go for now, hoping that once Izuku joined the team, Rex and Kate would warm up to him. Izuku had called Mark, sounding nervous, likely still shaken from the cold. He mentioned he was coming over to discuss the team and his potential joining. Mark anticipated his arrival, wondering if Izuku had stopped by to see Gen 10 in prison for answers about his origins. Izuku had shared that Gen 10 was part of a militia group advocating for the freedom to use superpowers, which raised questions about their methods and intentions. Mark shivered at the thought of the cold and the dangers Izuku faced. The villains he had to confront were formidable, and he understood why Izuku had been so desperate during their last encounter. When the door to their headquarters opened, Izuku floated down, still wearing his worn and tattered superhero suit. Mark wondered why he didn't just get it replaced or fixed. It looked like a demon bunny. Rex remarked on the arrival of Izuku, who responded with a playful punch to Rex's side to encourage him to behave. Izuku expressed that he was okay, still sore in some places but expected to be fine in a couple of days. The robot welcomed Izuku into the team, stating it was a pleasure to meet him under the right circumstances. However, Izuku hesitated, leaving everyone confused. He explained that he wasn't joining the team, mentioning that with the Guardians gone, 𝗧𝗏 was already asking people to try out for the new Guardians of the Globe, and he felt he should try out too, especially since 𝗧𝗏 had specifically asked him to. Rex was surprised to learn about the tryouts, expressing his disappointment that no one had informed him. The robot shared that 𝗧𝗏 wanted him to become the new leader of the Guardians of the Globe, which was why he had hoped Izuku would take his place. Although disappointed, he looked forward to seeing Izuku at the tryouts. Izuku nodded in acknowledgement, apologizing for how he had acted when they first met and thanking them for their help, admitting he might not have survived without them. Rex, ever the jokester, teased Izuku as he floated upwards, using a burst of black energy to propel. But I couldn't help but punch him lightly in the side, urging him to show some sympathy. I pointed out that Izuku was clearly going through a lot, noting how his hero costume was torn and how he had appeared distraught when they first met. I sighed, realizing there was no point in trying to explain things to Rex at that moment. I decided to talk to Izuku and apologize for Rex's behavior. Kate questioned why I would do that, pointing out that Izuku had said he wasn't joining our team. I countered that he had come to tell us in person and had expressed gratitude, which deserved recognition rather than insults. I flew out of the base, determined to celebrate Izuku's potential as a new member of the Guardians of the Globe. It was a significant achievement, especially for someone new to the hero scene. From Izuku's perspective, he loved the feeling of flying. When he first discovered this power, he was ecstatic, especially since it was a gift from his predecessor, 𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗔𝗵𝗲. The experience of soaring through the sky felt freeing, as if there were no limits to where he could go. Even during his vigilante work, flying brought him joy, reminding him that no matter how chaotic things became, the sky remained constant. Nana appeared beside him in her ghostly form, commenting on the beauty of the sky. Izuku nodded, marveling at the fact that they were in another world, something that felt like it belonged in an anime. He understood that this world needed their help, having lost its greatest protectors. The second and third users joined them, expressing their suspicions about the situation. They pointed out that it was odd that the strongest man alive was the only survivor of the Guardians' massacre, especially since he wasn't supposed to be there. Izuku considered their words, recognizing the strangeness of the circumstances. If he were the attacker, he would have targeted the Guardians separately to catch them off guard, rather than confronting them all at once. The question of Omni-Man's injuries arose, as he was supposed to be the strongest man on the planet yet had been unable to prevent the brutal murder of his comrades. This raised doubts about the true nature of the villain responsible, and Izuku found himself questioning the information provided by 𝗧𝗪𝗧, feeling that there was more to uncover. He believed he was conveying that there were no suspects. The second user expressed a feeling of paranoia, questioning whether it was safe to live with Omni-Man. Nana pointed out that his wife had extended the invitation and that they had nowhere else to go. She added that if the second user's suspicions about Omni-Man were valid, it would be better to talk to him first before making assumptions. Bruce nodded in agreement, recalling how their last encounter with the Demon King had ended. Izuku was taken aback. The past users had never shared the details of their battle against him, only that they had fought and perished. Trying to remain composed, Izuku inquired about what had happened. The second user hesitated but began recounting their story. They had fought against the Demon King for 3 to 4 years, becoming one of the last factions in Japan. They had learned that the Demon King was reaching out to other organizations worldwide, and they knew they needed to stop him. Bruce added that this was a year after the first user's death, and One for All had been passed to the second user. It was then they realized that his quirk had been passed on to him just months before, as a backup plan in case their resistance failed. The second user continued, explaining that they gathered everyone they could for an assault on the Demon King. Little did they know, it was a trap. One of their own had betrayed them for power and wealth within the Demon King's empire. Caught off guard, they stood no chance against the onslaught, and they were overwhelmed. Bruce was the only one who managed to escape due to a comrade's ability. Izuku pondered whether Omni-Man had betrayed the Guardians, questioning why he would do so after being their comrade for 20 years. Bruce admitted that they might be paranoid but couldn't shake the feeling of déjà vu. He warned Izuku to keep his guard up around Omni-Man. The green-haired teenager nodded, trusting the past users. He knew they were skilled at uncovering treachery, having faced the Demon King, the very embodiment of deception and lies. As the past users faded from view, Eve suddenly appeared beside him, apologizing for interrupting. Izuku tried to play it cool, saying he was just talking to himself to stay focused while flying. Eve could tell he was lying but chose not to press the issue. She expressed her sympathy regarding the Guardian's demise and the chaos that had ensued. Izuku thought about how his world could relate to that sentiment. Eve encouraged him to take pride in being recommended to join the Guardians of the Globe, emphasizing that it was a significant achievement for any superhero. Izuku thanked her, explaining that he had another reason for not joining her team. He felt it wasn't wise to work with someone he had unintentionally fought against. He shared that it had been challenging for him to work with that person in the past, but he had improved over time. Eve raised an eyebrow, intrigued by his experience. Izuku admitted that it had started as playful fighting but had escalated as they grew older. He preferred not to delve into it but noted that the person had changed for the better, even if he didn't always show it. Eve empathized, revealing that her boyfriend, Rex, could also be difficult at times. Izuku acknowledged that despite Rex's past behavior, he had improved significantly. He recounted how Rex had stopped calling people extras and had begun to acknowledge when he was wrong, which was a positive change. Eve expressed her longing for Rex to put in more effort, sharing her frustrations. Izuku understood her feelings, recognizing the challenge of caring for someone with a complicated past. He reassured her that compared to his friend's earlier behavior, Rex was indeed much better now. They shared a laugh over Rex's nickname, Hero Delinquent, which highlighted the contrast in his personality. Izuku affirmed that despite Rex's flaws, he would always support him, even when Rex might not want it. Eve complimented Izuku's kindness, noting that it was a good quality. She congratulated him once more, wishing him well with the Guardians of the Globe. Izuku smiled, expressing concern about Robot leaving the teen team. Eve shrugged, uncertain about the future, but they both hoped they could find a way to keep the team together. They always tried their best, at the very least. It had been nice talking to her, and they should do it again sometime. With that, she flew away back to her team's base, leaving Izuku alone in the sky. Or so it seemed until the ghost of Nana appeared beside him with a mischievous smile. The past user looked at the vessel of 𝗧𝗵𝗲 and then at the girl who was flying away, commenting on her charm. She thought the two of them would make a cute couple. Izuku was taken aback by her words, losing his concentration and beginning to fall a few feet before regaining his focus and resuming his flight. He turned to his past mentor, insisting that they wouldn't be a couple. While he admitted that she was nice and pretty, he reminded Nana that she had a boyfriend. Nana shrugged, suggesting that if he kept up with that attitude, he might lose her. Izuku pondered this for a moment. He didn't openly admit that he found Eve attractive, but he knew he couldn't afford any distractions. He emphasized that they had been sent to this universe to train and prepare for the confrontation with the Demon King, not to focus on dating. Nana countered, asking why it couldn't be both. Flustered, Izuku blushed and stammered, trying to dismiss her teasing. He accelerated his flight speed, attempting to escape his embarrassment, but Nana, residing in his mind, continued to tease him about how well he and Eve would work as a couple. Unbeknownst to them, the man responsible for sending Izuku into this new world was observing from a nearby rooftop. His expression was neutral, but inside he felt annoyance, not towards his chosen hero, but towards the adversary he was up against. He mused to himself that with the Guardians of the Globe gone, his champion would have no one to guide him into the man he needed to become for what was coming. With others getting involved, it was only a matter of time before he needed to take matters into his own hands. His champion would require someone to help train and protect him, someone who would harbor a strong dislike for the Demon King. Fortunately, there was someone who fit that description, and since his rival was bringing people from his dimension to this one, he saw no reason not to do the same. The man opened a portal beside him and stepped through. On the other side, he found himself in the My Hero Academia universe, in a warehouse that served as a makeshift prison for a giant, 𝗬𝗫𝗄𝗵𝗃𝗲, the bodyguard of 𝗬𝗵𝗲. He looked at the sleeping giant and thought about finding a new 𝗬𝗃𝗲 for him. Meanwhile, the goal of the class in the hero course was clouded with confusion. It had been a month and a half since one of their classmates had vanished without a trace, and shortly after, Eri had also disappeared. Investigations were opened for both cases, but the heroes found no leads. After weeks of searching, it seemed the heroes had given up, or at least that was how it appeared to Class 1A. They were expected to continue with their daily lessons despite one of their own being missing. The teacher finished the lesson for the day and left without mentioning the missing student, which left many of the students feeling angry and confused, as if the rest of the world had forgotten about their lost classmate. Achiko expressed her disbelief, lamenting that Izuku was still missing while they were expected to carry on as if nothing was wrong. His empty desk served as a painful reminder, and she missed his presence, his confidence, and the inspiration he provided. Tenya, moving his hand in a chopping motion, agreed with Achiko, stating that giving up was not the role of a hero and that they must take action. Tsuyu pointed out the futility of their efforts if the heroes couldn't find him. Denki, speaking without thinking, suggested putting up lost posters, only to be interrupted by Kyoka, who shot him a disapproving look, asserting that he wasn't a lost dog. Waijiro declared that he didn't care what they did, as long as they did something. He reminded them that if anyone else had gone missing, Izuku would have moved heaven and earth to find them, so why weren't they doing the same? The class rallied in agreement, brainstorming plans to locate their lost classmate. They sent messages from his phone, searched social media for any sightings, and did everything they could to find him, gaining confidence that they would succeed. However, reality struck when Bakugo yelled at them, telling them they were being foolish. The class looked at him in confusion, unsure if he was really suggesting they give up. Mina spoke up, questioning his logic. Bakugo insisted that the heroes hadn't truly given up. They were merely pretending to search to see if whoever took Izuku would make a mistake. He challenged them to consider their plan, questioning how they could drop everything to search for him. Shoto interjected, reminding Bakugo that despite their differences, they couldn't just move on from Izuku's disappearance. Bakugo yelled louder than ever, insisting that they were not thinking things through. What exactly happens when someone drops out of school to search for a missing friend? It's a reality check for everyone. They all have lives they want to live. Putting everything on hold because one person is missing poses a danger to their aspirations as heroes. What if someone gets injured? Should they always pause their lives to wait for that person to recover? It seemed foolish to halt their progress for one individual. The class remained silent, contemplating the truth in those words. They hated to admit it, but they understood the point being made. They couldn't simply stop everything to search for Deku. Each of them had dreams and plans they wanted to pursue, and the thought of putting those ambitions on hold weighed heavily on them. As much as they wanted to find their lost friend, they also didn't want to lose sight of their own goals, no matter how selfish that might sound. Tenya reluctantly acknowledged the truth in the statement. They all had dreams and plans to achieve, and just because one of them was missing didn't mean they should abandon those dreams. He believed Midoriya would do the same if their roles were reversed. They had to remain confident that one day their lost classmate would return. Achiko didn't like it much, but she found herself agreeing with the others. Despite her worries, she couldn't shake the fear of what might be happening to him. Who knew what unspeakable horrors he could be facing right now? Meanwhile, in the depths of space, something was happening to their lost classmate. It wasn't entirely terrible, depending on who you asked. Izuku found himself on a ship, feeling disoriented. He was in an unusual situation, surrounded by others, trying to grasp the reality of what was unfolding around him. In his mind, Izuku screamed, questioning how he ended up in such a bizarre predicament. Back on Earth, All for One sensed a change. He could no longer feel his little brother's presence, which was unsettling. He had grown accustomed to sensing Izuku nearby, and the absence felt strange. Initially, he thought Izuku might have run away, but that didn't seem likely. He wouldn't abandon his country in its time of need. Perhaps the heroes were hiding him away in a secure facility, but his spies indicated that even the heroes didn't know where he had gone. This left All for One puzzled. Where had his beloved little brother gone? Dabi remarked that another one of their assassins had failed to locate Izuku, suggesting that the green-haired hero had fled. Toga, frustrated, insisted that Izuku would never run away, especially from her. With One for All out of the way, a significant hurdle had been cleared. Despite his longing for that power, All for One understood he needed to focus on the bigger picture. Claiming his brother's power would expedite his plans, and once he had it, he wouldn't need to hide anymore. Spinner, confused, mentioned seeing something unusual, but dismissed it as his imagination. With One for All missing, the question of what to do next loomed large. All for One had never anticipated this scenario, and he felt stumped. He had backup plans, but the absence of One for All could lead to a surprise attack from the heroes, jeopardizing everything. Suddenly, his sensory quirk alerted him to a presence behind him. He commanded the intruder to reveal themselves. The figure emerged, and though All for One couldn't see them, he sensed something strange about them. The stranger taunted him, noting how he had gone unnoticed for so long. All for One, feeling insulted, demanded to know who the intruder was. The figure shrugged, stating that their identity wasn't important, but they knew the whereabouts of what All for One sought. However, they couldn't deliver it directly. Detecting no malice or deception, All for One signaled for his allies to stand down. This could be useful. He asked the stranger to reveal the location of One for All, promising a reward if the information was truthful. The stranger claimed it would take time to explain but offered a simpler solution, to take his hand. Despite the potential risk, All for One took the stranger's hand, feeling a rush of energy flow into him, awakening something within. That's when the images of the seemingly useless 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗏 appeared, soaring through the skies of a city that resembled New York. However, it was not the New York he recognized. The information the stranger provided suggested that the multiverse was indeed real. Their hands parted, and he shared everything he had witnessed, admitting that it left him slightly shaken. The multiverse was real. He had always suspected it, but having actual proof was something else entirely. He wondered who this stranger truly was. The stranger indicated that it didn't matter who he was. What mattered was that the protagonist needed to acquire one for all and fulfill his long-held dream. He could assist with that. The energy he had sent coursed through the protagonist's body, not only providing vital information but also granting him a special advantage. The protagonist felt a shift within himself, as if his ability to absorb quirks had expanded, allowing him to take all the quirks in the cave without needing to touch anyone. It was incredible. The stranger cautioned him that this special advantage would only work once, but that single opportunity would be all he needed if he played his cards right. If he stole the right ability, his injuries could be completely healed, and he might even achieve immortality or, at the very least, a longer life than any human could dream of. The protagonist realized the truth in the stranger's words. This was a miracle. His body felt fully healed, and the prospect of immortality was within reach. He expressed his gratitude, but he knew that no one did so much for another without wanting something in return. He asked what the stranger wanted from him. The stranger laughed, stating that he simply wanted the protagonist to win, nothing more, nothing less. He would love to send him to that world immediately, but there were rules regarding his ability to travel between dimensions. He could not do it too frequently, or others would take notice, which could not be allowed. He promised to return in an hour, ensuring everything would be in place for the protagonist to finally become what he had always desired, a true demon king. Only an hour to wait. After nearly 200 years of longing for his brother's power, he could manage that. It would also give him time to process all the information the stranger had shared about this new dimension. Everything seemed too good to be true, but he decided to accept the stranger's help. He inquired whether his comrades would also be sent to that world to keep him company, considering the time difference between their worlds. The stranger reassured him that he would send more of his comrades over, granting him a significant advantage in his final confrontation with One for All. He emphasized the importance of winning, as he would be unable to assist further once the protagonist crossed over. However, he revealed that there was someone in the new world with the ability to transcend realities. Once the protagonist obtained One for All, finding that person would be easy, but he needed to act quickly or risk losing the opportunity. It was a fair bargain, and the protagonist resolved to leave his other self behind in case the worst happened and he became trapped. His dream would continue, no matter where he found himself. The stranger then vanished from his senses, and he presumed he had also disappeared from the eyes of his confused comrades. Even though he was slightly shocked, he couldn't help but smile. Everything was going better than expected. Soon, he would possess One for All, and every world would be within his grasp. Nothing would stop him. From Nolan's perspective, this was not what he had anticipated when he eliminated the Guardians. He had known there was a chance he would be beaten and forced to play the victim, but he never expected someone else to appear in the base, especially not a teenager. The idea of that teenager suddenly living with them because he had nowhere else to go was unexpected. Under normal circumstances, he would have refused, but Debbie insisted, and he couldn't afford to raise suspicion at that moment. He needed to set everything up to determine if the boy knew about the Guardian's fate. Cecil would likely keep him hidden instead of allowing him to stay with a suspect, so it was possible the boy was unaware. Keeping a close eye on him would be wise in case he suddenly remembered anything. Mark expressed disbelief at the idea of housing someone from another universe. He acknowledged that he and his father were aliens, but this felt entirely different. Debbie agreed, noting that they had encountered strange individuals before, including an alien from Mars and a demon that his father had accidentally brought home when Mark was just a baby. Mark was eager to learn more about the newcomer, especially since he had mentioned that 80% of his world's population had superpowers. The concept was astounding. He couldn't fathom a world where nearly everyone possessed unique abilities. He was also curious if they had the same comic books as they did, considering the boy claimed to be from 200 years in the future. Perhaps he could get a sneak peek into the future of his favorite comics. Debbie shared her curiosity about how a society functioned with such a high percentage of superpowered individuals. It was indeed intriguing, and understanding that world could be beneficial if the empire ever sought to expand. Fortunately, they didn't have to wait long, as their guest arrived when the doorbell rang. Mark opened the door to find Izuku Midoriya, the hero from another world. Izuku showed no visible reaction, which eased Mark's concern. Putting on a smile, he approached Izuku and extended his hand for a handshake, introducing himself as Nolan. Just as Izuku was about to return the handshake, he stepped back slightly, looking a bit woozy and mentioning a migraine. He quickly recovered and shook Nolan's hand, introducing himself as 𝗵𝗲𝗄. This greeting felt familiar to Nolan, who had experienced countless similar encounters over the past 20 years. However, something felt off. He couldn't quite explain it, but the boy made him uneasy as they shook hands. Despite Izuku's power and strength, Nolan felt he could easily overpower him. So why did he feel nervous? Izuku appeared rather plain for a hero, with only his green hair and tattered costume standing out. He was not a real threat, yet every instinct in Nolan's body urged him to eliminate him right then and there. Nolan was jolted from his thoughts when Debbie called out that it was time for dinner. Izuku thanked her and asked where he could change, expressing a preference not to dine in his superhero costume. Debbie instructed Mark to show Izuku to the spare room where he would be staying. As they headed upstairs, Nolan's gaze remained fixed on the green-haired boy. His instincts still screamed danger, but he dismissed it as paranoia. There was no way this kid could pose a threat, even from another universe. He was just a human, a fragile one at that, but perhaps he could be useful. Debbie noticed Nolan's change in demeanor and asked if he was okay. He reminded himself to maintain his role until Mark was ready for his purpose and assured her that he was fine. She seemed convinced and returned to the kitchen, allowing Nolan to refocus on their guest. Throughout his long existence, few beings had ever made him feel anxious, usually only during intense training or dangerous encounters. Yet here he was, feeling unsettled by a simple handshake with a teenage boy. Just who was Izuku Midoriya? The Grayson family gathered for dinner, a routine they followed every night, but this time there was a new face at the table, Izuku, the boy from another universe. As he ate, he noticed all eyes were on him and wondered if he was eating incorrectly. Debbie reassured him that he was not, explaining their curiosity about him and his universe. Mark eagerly expressed his longing to ask questions, and Izuku encouraged him to go ahead. Mark's first question was about how a world could function with 80% of its population possessing superpowers. Izuku explained that in his world, superpowers were referred to as quirks. He described a society that had experienced oppression and chaos, where the emergence of quirks nearly tore the world apart. Nolan, intrigued, inquired about this history. Izuku sheepishly admitted that it was not a pleasant chapter, explaining that when quirks began to appear, people were not receptive to the idea of superpowered humans. The fear that quirks were a contagious disease led to widespread panic and discrimination. Debbie interjected, noting how this alienated those born with powers, to which Izuku agreed, elaborating on how the ensuing conflict, known as World War III, resulted in significant loss of life. Mark expressed his horror at the situation and asked what ultimately brought an end to the chaos. Izuku explained that the details were murky due to the destruction of many records, but there was a theory that people gradually began to accept quirks as part of life. While discrimination persisted, this acceptance marked a turning point. The government even adopted the term quirks to normalize the concept, as everyone yearned for a sense of normality, even in a changed world. Mark reflected on this, understanding the longing for normalcy. He then cautiously asked about the villain obsessed with Izuku's power. Izuku paused, nearly dropping his fork, and glanced at Mark with concern, sensing the weight of the question. He understood well that he wasn't from this world, but if there was even a chance that he could come here, he knew the Graysons would be in danger if he revealed anything. Still, he thought that 𝗵𝗲𝗄, the head of the household, was the strongest man on the planet according to Cecil, so it might be best to tell him at least a little bit. Izuku took a deep breath and explained that there wasn't much to tell Mark, except that the villain's name was 𝗓𝗏. Mark, curious, asked what his real name was. The green-haired boy shrugged, stating that no one really knew, and he wasn't even sure if 𝗓𝗏 had a real name. He mentioned that the villain was born 200 years ago during a time of chaos when many children with powers were cast out by their families without even being given names, so it was possible he had never been named at all. Nolan interjected, expressing disbelief that a villain could be 200 years old and questioning if he was immortal. Izuku clarified that it wasn't exactly immortality. From what they had gathered, 𝗓𝗏 possessed an ability called life force, which allowed him to extend his lifespan by doubling it in exchange for physical mobility. He kept his powers close to his chest. Mark, confused, pointed out that Izuku had mentioned having multiple powers, which was unusual, and wondered if 𝗓𝗏 was interested in him because he was similar. The green-haired boy nodded slightly, acknowledging that it wasn't entirely a lie. He elaborated that 𝗓𝗏 had the ability to steal powers, which left Mark and Nolan momentarily frozen in fear at the thought of a villain capable of such a thing. Mark exclaimed in disbelief, trying to grasp the concept that this villain could physically take abilities from others. Izuku confirmed that it was true, adding that to make matters worse, 𝗓𝗏's body immediately adapted to the new powers, making him a master of them the moment he acquired them. To top it all off, he could combine powers to create something entirely new and could even bestow the stolen powers onto others, increasing the strength of his minions. Nolan, attempting to remain neutral but clearly concerned, remarked on how incredible it was that someone like that could exist. The green-haired boy continued explaining that 𝗓𝗏 could give powers to people, and if someone who already had powers received a new one, they could potentially combine to become something even stronger. However, many poor souls couldn't handle the powers they were given and became like mindless dolls, incapable of thought or speech. 𝗓𝗏 manipulated and abused these individuals until he ruled over the underworld of Japan in the past. Debbie asked if someone had stopped him. Izuku sighed, explaining that many had tried to stand against 𝗓𝗏. Some managed to slow him down and thwart some of his plans, but eventually they were killed except for one, his predecessor, All Might. He was the only one who had managed to defeat 𝗓𝗏 not once, but twice. The first time, he thought he had killed the self-proclaimed Demon King, partially because one wouldn't expect someone with a severely injured head to return. Yet somehow he did. The second time, they managed to lock him up in the biggest maximum security prison in the world, but he broke out. Izuku lamented that his predecessor could no longer assist them because he had lost his powers, not due to theft, but because of a terrible injury that rendered him unable to use them. Mark remarked that 𝗓𝗏 sounded purely evil and asked if there was any reason behind his horrific actions. Izuku replied that if there was a reason, 𝗓𝗏 hadn't shared it. He didn't make excuses for his actions. He simply manipulated and toyed with people, treating them like playthings. Some would say he was the embodiment of evil itself. No matter what happened to him, he never stopped smiling and laughing. His mentor had fought hard to dismantle 𝗓𝗏's empire, forcing him to rebuild it in secret with a weakened body, yet he harbored no hatred towards him. It was as if something was fundamentally wrong with 𝗓𝗏, making him incapable of feeling any emotion other than joy. Debbie found this disturbing and wondered if 𝗓𝗏 might come to their universe. Izuku hesitated, unsure how to respond. He reasoned that 𝗓𝗏 had no reason to believe in the theory of the multiverse, so he saw no reason why he would pursue it. Despite his madness, 𝗓𝗏 operated on logic. He wouldn't chase after something unproven. Mark and Nolan, the alien of the household and the half-breed alien, turned to their guest, expressing uncertainty about whether 𝗓𝗏's powers would work on him. Well, you're not entirely human, or at least only partially so. If he does come here, let's not take any chances. If you come face to face with a villain in a suit and a life support mask, no matter what you do, you cannot let him touch you, otherwise he'll steal your powers in just seconds, and the thought of what he could do with them is unsettling. Noblin wasn't worried, partly because he believed that even if this self-proclaimed Demon King was as powerful as the young man claimed, he was still just human, just a fragile human that he could defeat easily. Mark, on the other hand, was visibly shaken by the thought. He had seen what his father was capable of on TV, all the good it brought to people, and the incredible feats he could perform, like catching a meteor and throwing it back into space. The idea of someone else wielding that kind of power frightened him. An image haunted him, one that shook him to his core, the self-proclaimed demon king standing atop a mountain of rubble and bodies. As the mood at dinner shifted to despair, Debbie decided to change the subject to something more uplifting. She mentioned that Izuku was planning to try out for the Guardians of the Globe. Izuku thought that since he was in this universe, he might as well help defend it. He wanted to be there to stop any villains from his universe who might find their way here before they could hurt anyone. After dinner, once he helped wash the dishes, Izuku headed to the room where he would be staying. It was small and plain, but he didn't mind. He had a bed, and that was good enough. However, the moment he met Omni-Man, his danger sense had gone off. He managed to play it off as a migraine, and he thought they bought it, but it left him with more questions. Why had his danger sense activated? Omni-Man didn't seem like an immediate threat. He was just shaking his hand and greeting him. Yet, the danger sense had pinged like never before. The only reason he hadn't asked the past users about it was that the moment he entered the room, something felt off. After a casual look around, he discovered cameras, meaning he was being watched, probably by Cecil or someone who worked for him. It was best not to start talking to himself, otherwise, they might think he had lost his mind. The past users seemed to understand, and they agreed to keep their conversations private until he went to sleep, so they could speak in the mind space without anyone eavesdropping. For now, he maintained the illusion of simply exercising, unaware that he was being watched. As he did push-ups, thoughts raced through his mind about why his danger sense had gone off. It usually activated when he was in immediate danger or about to be. It had never gone off just from saying hello and shaking someone's hand. Perhaps his danger sense was evolving, warning him of an imminent threat or a distant future danger. Or maybe Omni-Man was just that powerful and dangerous, signaling him to be cautious. During dinner, the conversation turned to his plans to join the Guardians of the Globe. Omni-Man's reaction was unexpected for someone who had supposedly been grieving his comrades for 20 years. He continued eating, shrugging it off. He had glared at Izuku once, and there seemed to be a hint of anger behind it. Perhaps he was concerned that Izuku's involvement with the Guardians made him a threat. Izuku hated to suspect anyone, especially heroes who had saved countless lives over the years, but something about Nolan didn't sit right with him. The way he behaved and spoke felt forced, as if he were trying to convince himself of something. It was difficult to tell, and he wasn't sure if he was overthinking it. Everyone grieves in their own way, and it could be that Nolan was simply mourning the Guardians in his own manner. However, Izuku couldn't shake the suspicion that Omni-Man had something to do with their deaths. He was the only survivor, while the others had been brutally defeated. The autopsy reports showed that the Guardians had been torn apart, yet Omni-Man was relatively unharmed. Why would someone capable of such destruction leave the strongest man alive intact? It seemed odd that the killer hadn't finished him off. Izuku didn't like suspecting the man who had taken him in, but he couldn't ignore the feeling of unease. He was certain that Omni-Man felt similarly about him, keeping his thoughts hidden. For now, he decided to play along with whatever was happening until he could uncover the truth. He needed to settle in. He had a feeling he was in for the long haul. The next day, the world learned about the death of the Guardians of the Globe, though they remained unaware of the circumstances surrounding their demise. Not really, thanks to a certain green-haired boy's plan to cover the brutal deaths of the heroes and claim they died heroically saving the world. This brought even more attention, with some villains expressing gratitude for them. Unfortunately, the fabricated news did not have the impact Izuku desired. He had spent most of the previous night exercising and checking social media, hoping to find anyone disputing the story. However, there were no such comments on any platform, despite Izuku's thoroughness. He had gotten into the habit of needing only about 3 hours of sleep before rising, giving him all night to investigate. With no one claiming the news was false, Izuku was left with two theories. Either the person responsible wanted to keep it a secret or knew it was a trap. Izuku leaned toward the second option. No one would go around eliminating the top heroes in the world without trying to boast about it or at least tarnish their memory. This led him to suspect Nolan once again. He disliked the idea of suspecting the man who had taken him in, but neither he nor the past users could shake the feeling of danger that arose whenever they saw him. It was as if his instincts were trying to warn him, and this time, Izuku would heed that warning. Of course, he was not the only one investigating. 𝗧𝗪 and the rest of the government agency were looking into the Guardians' deaths and were beginning to suspect Nolan as they monitored the Grace family through secret cameras placed throughout the house, one of which was focused on Izuku. The director teleported to the house across the street where the surveillance was taking place. He asked Donald what they had found. Donald, taking a sip of coffee, informed him that everyone was asleep, except for the kid, who had been awake for the past 7 hours. 𝗧𝗪 looked at the screen showing Izuku, who was engrossed in a computer that had been lent to him. He inquired about Izuku's activities. Donald reported that Izuku seemed to be scouring social media, specifically regarding the Guardians' deaths, and was meticulously going through every single comment. 𝗧𝗪's eyes widened. This was the biggest news story in the world, and Donald was telling him that a nearly 18-year-old had the focus and capability to sift through global social media. The director expressed disbelief at the possibility. Donald, equally surprised, confirmed that they had hacked into Izuku's computer and that he had indeed gone through every comment with astonishing processing speed. He hesitated but suggested that Izuku might be on the same level of intelligence as Robot. 𝗧𝗪's eyes widened again. While he didn't know much about Robot's origins, he understood that Robot was extremely intelligent, which was why he intended to ask him to lead the Guardians of the globe. However, for a human to possess such intelligence was unheard of. 𝗧𝗪 asked if Donald was sure about Izuku's intellect, noting that while sifting through social media was one thing, comparing him to Robot was another. Donald nodded, explaining that Izuku was not only scanning social media but also researching history, economics, and science, processing all of it simultaneously. He had never seen anything like it. While looking through worldwide social media, Izuku was learning everything he could about their world. This level of dedication was simply unprecedented. The director had to admit that it sounded impressive. He mused that Izuku was either a genius or simply extraordinary. He asked if they were sure he was retaining the knowledge he was gaining. Donald shook his head, revealing that while conducting his research, Izuku was writing down names, including the Marler twins and several other villains the Guardians had faced. 𝗧𝗪 realized that Izuku was creating a suspect list. He praised the boy's cleverness in using the resources at his disposal to compile a list of potential suspects in the Guardians' deaths. Remarkably, they had not even done that yet, and this kid had been awake for only 7 hours. Donald added that they were unsure how Izuku was doing it, but they suspected he might be aware of their surveillance, as he occasionally glanced over his shoulder directly at the camera. 𝗧𝗪 chuckled to himself, surprising everyone, as they had never heard their boss laugh before. He concluded that they had stumbled upon a genius. With the Guardian's funeral not scheduled for another week, he wanted Izuku to take the most challenging intelligence test they could devise to gauge just how smart he was. Meanwhile, Mark reflected on the news of the Guardians' deaths. He had known before everyone else, but hearing it on the news made it all the more real. The funeral was being planned for later that week, and it was becoming a national holiday. He struggled to process the reality of the situation. If this could happen to the Guardians of the Globe, then it meant that none of them were truly safe. With the heroes gone, he felt the weight of responsibility increase. He even considered joining the Guardians of the Globe and had mentioned it to his father, who preferred to train him himself. Mark felt a sense of urgency about school, knowing his mother would be upset if he missed any more classes. He contemplated whether joining the Guardians of the Globe was the right decision, especially since Izuku was doing it, despite not being from their world. Mark believed Izuku would succeed. After all, he had taken on half the superhero community during a rampage. The trials were scheduled to happen after the funeral, and Mark hoped he could convince his parents to allow him to join, even if just part-time. In his room, Mark tried to distract himself from the rapid changes in the world and waited to see if Amber would call him back. Suddenly, Izuku knocked on the door, asking if he could come in. Mark welcomed him inside, noting that Izuku was dressed in a simple t-shirt and trousers, not one for flashy outfits. His hero costume, though torn and worn, lacked the iconic flair of others. Izuku explained that his parents were out and that 𝗧𝗏 had asked to meet with him about something. He mentioned that he was 200 years ahead of them and needed to assess what he knew before discussing education. Mark raised an eyebrow, questioning Izuku's certainty about the differences in their educational systems. Izuku shrugged, acknowledging that their histories might not align and that their approaches to science and mathematics could vary significantly. Mark appreciated Izuku's honesty but felt a weight on his chest. He hesitated before asking if Izuku had ever lost someone. Without missing a beat, Izuku confirmed that he had. Mark, sitting on his bed and fidgeting with his hands, struggled to articulate his feelings and asked how Izuku had coped with his loss. After a moment of reflection, Izuku admitted that he hadn't coped well at all. He understood Mark's situation, recognizing that while they weren't close to the Guardians of the Globe, they still held significance. Mark recalled how Darkwing had attended his 6th birthday party and expressed his sadness over their loss, feeling conflicted about his father's insistence to focus on what mattered. Izuku shared that pain would linger for a while and that it was okay to feel it. He recounted his own experience with loss, explaining how it had affected him deeply, even though he hadn't been particularly close to the person who had passed. Mark felt overwhelmed, questioning how he could move on when he hadn't fought alongside the Guardians and viewed them as family. Izuku interrupted, reminding Mark that there was no right or wrong way to grieve. Everyone handled loss differently, and it was important to acknowledge his feelings. Mark felt torn, as his father had emphasized the need to push through tough times and focus on responsibilities. Izuku shook his head, emphasizing that despite Mark's abilities, he was still human and not invincible. He urged Mark to express his emotions rather than bottle them up, suggesting he talk to someone about how he felt. Mark worried about the world while he mourned, fearing that others might be in danger. Izuku reassured him that even heroes couldn't be everywhere at once. Bad things would happen, often beyond their control, and trying to shoulder that burden alone could be overwhelming. He encouraged Mark to take the time he needed to cope, whether through action or conversation, and to not let anyone dictate how he should handle his emotions. Feeling a sense of relief, Mark acknowledged the wisdom in Izuku's advice. He resolved to deal with his feelings in his own way and thanked Izuku for his support. Izuku offered his willingness to listen anytime Mark needed to talk, leaving Mark grateful for their conversation. The feeling of unease in the world was palpable, reminiscent of the emotions swirling within him when All Might retired. People were expressing their worries about hope and protection being lost, and the future felt uncertain. It was understandable, and perhaps that was why he had been sent here, to help them. Whoever had brought him to this place wanted him to grow stronger, which might explain the aggressive training method employed by a certain individual. This person had broken a convict out of prison, which was a serious crime. The motives behind these actions were unclear. Did he want him to become stronger, or was there a darker intention at play? It would be easier if the individual would just be straightforward about it, eliminating the confusion. He shook off the thoughts, realizing that worrying wouldn't lead to any answers. His focus needed to be on flying. He was currently heading toward 𝗧𝗏, who wanted to discuss something important. 𝗧𝗏 had mentioned an IQ test, which could be a code for something else. Perhaps he had discovered that he was being watched, or maybe he had found a way to help him return home. Whatever the case, it was not something he could ignore. As he soared through the city, he appreciated being in a place that wasn't in ruins. He needed to return home as soon as possible, especially considering his theory that time flowed differently here. Although he had been in this world for weeks, it felt like only a few hours had passed. He was determined to return home quickly, and he hoped to take a soldier from the Paranormal Liberation Army with him. The world didn't need another villain, especially one with such power. Flying through the city felt strange while wearing his mask, but he understood the importance of maintaining a secret identity. However, the wind was a nuisance, making it difficult to see. Perhaps he needed to get his suit repaired, and 𝗧𝗏 might know someone who could help. His suit was falling apart, and if he was going to stay here for a while, he needed something reliable. Suddenly, a voice called out from above. It was Eve, who was patrolling. He turned to her while still in the air, explaining that he was on his way to see Cecil. She mentioned that she was just finishing her patrol and heading home, noting the quietness in the city. They both recalled the tension following the announcement of the Guardians of the Globe's death, and how it took time for chaos to ensue. People were likely still processing the loss, and some villains might be waiting to confirm the news before making their move. Eve chuckled, acknowledging his insight. She flew down beside him, and he felt a slight blush as he rubbed the back of his head, feeling her closeness. He shared that his world had faced a similar situation, where their hero had retired due to a severe injury. The impact had taken time to manifest, but when it did, it was marked by boldness and pride among the villains. Eve seemed to understand and asked if he was really trying out for the new Guardians of the Globe. He nodded, explaining that Cecil believed he had the skills for it and that he had nothing to lose by trying. He inquired if she planned to try out as well, noting the changes in their team dynamic with Robot leaving. Eve looked a bit sad but confirmed that they had discussed the situation and felt it was the right decision, given that they were growing up. He chuckled, agreeing that if they were going to be a team for life, they should choose a name that would last. They talked about the possibility of her and Rex trying out for the Guardians too, and she expressed hope, even if it seemed unlikely they would all make it. Their conversation was interrupted by a sudden explosion nearby, drawing their attention to the street below. They quickly flew down to investigate, spotting a man with a mechanical hand holding a suitcase likely filled with stolen money. Eve recognized him as 𝗧𝗵𝗃, her first nemesis. He greeted her with a taunt, and the tension in the air thickened as they prepared to confront the situation. Eve felt a surge of frustration as she faced 𝗧𝗵𝗃. He boasted about his intentions, claiming he would harm her companion. She quickly corrected him, insisting that the person he referred to was not her boyfriend and that he wouldn't lay a finger on him. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 sneered, questioning who would stop him, reminding her that the Guardians were gone. Interrupting him, Eve expressed her annoyance at the typical hero-villain banter. She suggested they either fight or move on, as she had places to be. She couldn't help but poke fun at his name, 𝗧𝗵𝗃, finding it childish and overly dramatic. Her laughter echoed in the air, and even 𝗧𝗵𝗃's confidence faltered slightly, though he masked it with anger. As Eve continued to chuckle, she imagined 𝗧𝗵𝗃 waking up each morning, seriously declaring to himself that he needed a cool name. The absurdity of it all made her laugh even harder, and soon the crowd joined in, their laughter filling the space. 𝗧𝗵𝗃, visibly flustered, attempted to regain control, but the atmosphere had shifted. One of the past users whispered something to Eve, prompting another round of laughter as she teased 𝗧𝗵𝗃 about his name being a sign of compensating for something. The crowd erupted again, and even 𝗧𝗵𝗃 lowered his weapon, blushing slightly as laughter spread among the onlookers. Eve, still giggling, pleaded with Eve to stop, admitting that she couldn't concentrate while laughing. Despite the chaos surrounding them, she felt a sense of joy in bringing laughter to those who had endured so much recently. However, 𝗧𝗵𝗃's patience wore thin, and he threatened Eve, claiming she would regret underestimating him. Eve shrugged off the threat, suggesting that dying would be preferable to living as someone who took themselves too seriously. This only fueled 𝗧𝗵𝗃's rage, and he prepared to unleash his weapon. Just then, a figure emerged from the crowd, striking 𝗧𝗵𝗃 from behind, leaving everyone stunned. The stranger grabbed a suitcase and fled, leaving Eve bewildered. Eve pointed out the fleeing criminal, and Eve confirmed her suspicion that they had knocked out 𝗧𝗵𝗃 for the money. They decided to pursue the thief, but were suddenly ambushed by another figure. Eve recognized him as a member of a notorious gang she had only heard about. The reservoir dogs had arrived, and their presence sent a chill down her spine. As the gang members made their escape, one of them thanked Eve and her companion for the distraction, calling them heroes. They attempted to chase after the gang, but one of the thugs used their quirk to create an energy ball and threw it at a building, causing it to collapse. Realizing the danger to civilians, Eve abandoned the chase to assist those affected by the debris. Eve held the building up while Eve guided people to safety. Once everyone was out of harm's way, Eve lifted the structure back into place, and Eve used her powers to restore its integrity. After ensuring everyone was okay, Eve suggested they continue their pursuit, confident that the criminals couldn't have gotten far. As they raced after the gang, they were met with a scene that left them both horrified. Eve gasped, questioning who could have caused such destruction. Eve recognized the style of the attack and had a sinking feeling about who was behind it. He urged Eve to gather her disbanded team for one last mission, knowing they would need all the help they could get. Eve agreed, eager to act. Eve revealed his suspicions about the mastermind behind the chaos, someone he believed to be powerless until now. The realization struck them both. They were up against a relentless foe, willing to break every rule to achieve his goals, a true monster with no regard for life. Rex struggled to accept the reality that 𝗬𝗏 had returned. He had previously uploaded this chapter, but due to a glitch, not all of it had been released, prompting him to rewrite parts. He hoped readers would enjoy it and show their support. At the team base, Rex felt an unexpected excitement when Eve called him over. He anticipated a private moment, but upon arrival he found everyone there, including Invincible. It seemed Eve had invited the entire team. Invincible asked if anyone knew the purpose of the gathering, mentioning a message from Deku. Rex felt a mix of irritation and curiosity, especially since Deku was also present. The mention of a patrol led by Eve and Deku, who had encountered 𝗧𝗏𝗏, piqued everyone's interest. Invincible shared that it had been one of the funniest moments he had ever witnessed. Robot chimed in, explaining that while Eve and Deku were trying to confront 𝗧𝗏𝗏, someone else had knocked him out first. This new figure had stolen 𝗧𝗏𝗏's loot and fled to a gang calling themselves the Reservoir Dogs. Eve and Deku had pursued the criminals but were distracted when one of them caused a building to collapse. Fortunately, no one was injured, but the thief managed to escape. Rex felt frustration bubbling within. He wanted to know why he had to come to the base only to discover that Eve was spending time with another guy. Just then, Eve emerged from the base with Deku, and Rex couldn't shake the feeling of betrayal. Eve greeted everyone and mentioned that their last mission as a team might not happen after all. Rex felt his irritation grow, questioning the purpose of their gathering. Deku, the one who had caught his girlfriend's attention, was likely involved in something more than just team dynamics. As the conversation continued, Invincible appeared visibly shaken by the mention of a villain from Eve's past. Rex couldn't help but feel confused by the vague references. The green-haired bunny, Deku, shared images of the new threat, and Rex burst into laughter at the sight. The figure looked ridiculous, and Rex couldn't fathom why anyone would take him seriously. Eve insisted that the villain was dangerous, possessing powers similar to her own but with the ability to affect living beings. Rex dismissed her concerns, believing the figure was nothing more than a joke. He sarcastically threw the image aside, questioning the credibility of the threat. Deku clarified that the mask the villain wore was a plague doctor mask from the 18th century, which only added to Rex's frustration. He felt inadequate for not knowing this, but he remained unconvinced about the villain's danger. Invincible urged Rex to take the situation seriously, recalling their close call with another villain. Rex scoffed at the idea that they couldn't handle the situation, feeling confident in his abilities. He was done with the conversation, and Kate, sensing the absurdity, agreed with him. As they walked away from the base, Rex felt a pang of hurt that Eve wasn't following him. It was clear she had moved on. Turning to Kate, Rex expressed his disbelief that the team could genuinely consider the masked figure a threat. They had faced real dangers before, and he couldn't understand Eve's growing closeness with Deku. Kate seemed surprised but acknowledged the tension, prompting Rex to wonder if he was right about Eve and Deku. The conversation began with a discussion about the closeness of two individuals, with one character expressing skepticism about their relationship status. Another character, determined to be the rational one, resolved to talk to her about it, while the first character offered support and asked to be kept in the loop. Meanwhile, the rest of the superheroes had returned to their base. One of the few who took the threat seriously was Robot, who was diligently searching for information on a gang wearing plague doctor masks. Unfortunately, his efforts yielded little, though there were increasing reports of a small group wearing such masks, which was concerning. Izuku, frustrated, punched the wall, cracking it slightly. He felt unheard and was upset that his warnings had gone ignored. Eve expressed her sympathy regarding Rex, admitting that if Izuku hadn't informed her about the danger posed by a villain named 𝗲𝗏, she might not have believed it herself. She noted that, at first glance, 𝗲𝗏 didn't seem threatening, but she trusted Izuku's judgment, especially after hearing about his actions. Mark, slightly confused, inquired if Eve had any history with 𝗲𝗏. Izuku shrugged, explaining that they had only met twice, and from the start he found 𝗲𝗏 repulsive. He compared 𝗲𝗏 to another villain, stating that while he wasn't as bad as 𝗲𝗏, he would cross any line to achieve his goals. Izuku recounted a horrific incident where 𝗲𝗏 had tortured a young girl, resetting her repeatedly. Invincible gasped at the revelation, horrified by the cruelty. Izuku noted that no one truly understood 𝗲𝗏's motivations. He shared that 𝗲𝗏 had been attacked by the League of Villains, who sought revenge after he had killed one of their own. Although they didn't kill him, they had incapacitated him by severing his arms, yet somehow he had regained his powers. Mark turned to Eve, asking if she knew about Izuku's origins. Eve confirmed that she did, admitting she had been skeptical at first but had come to see the possibility of alternative worlds as plausible. She reasoned that if the villains Izuku spoke of were real, it made sense that they could come from another dimension. Izuku expressed his confusion about why someone would bring him to this world alongside 𝗲𝗏 and other villains. He questioned the logic behind sending him to a place where he was targeted by dangerous individuals instead of helping him directly. Mark agreed, noting that if the person truly wanted to assist Izuku, they could have brought a mentor along rather than villains. Eve suggested that perhaps it was a test, recalling how Izuku had defeated numerous heroes while under the influence of a drag. She speculated that only the strongest could stand against him, like the Guardians of the Globe and Omni-Man, but only after some training. Izuku acknowledged the possibility but felt it was a risky approach. He wondered why someone would endanger civilians and another world by bringing villains into the mix. Mark voiced his concern that if they didn't uncover the truth soon, they would find themselves in serious trouble. Izuku sighed, realizing they wouldn't solve the mystery that night. He decided to call 𝗧𝗏 to cancel a test, planning to reschedule it later. They needed to prepare for the upcoming tryouts for the new Guardians of the Globe. Eve chuckled, teasing him about how he would prove himself since he had already defeated most heroes in Chicago, and she didn't want to fight him. Izuku froze, realizing she had a point. He hadn't considered how to demonstrate his worthiness as a candidate. He really needed to find a way to apologize, but he just couldn't figure it out. Mark noticed his friend was panicking and then came up with an idea. He suggested they have a practice match. Izuku hesitated, questioning Mark's certainty since he was trying out for the Guardians of the Globe. Mark reassured him that he would attend the tryouts regardless, eager to see who the new Guardians would be. He admitted that he was curious about which of them was stronger and believed a practice match could provide some answers. He felt confident that Izuku would get in, win or lose, so he asked if Izuku wanted to fight. Izuku smiled, looking forward to the challenge, and agreed, adding that he wouldn't go easy on Mark. Mark chuckled, returning the sentiment. The two friends left, aware that their battle would be difficult, but excited about the opportunity to learn from each other. Unbeknownst to them, darkness was brewing in the city, lurking in the shadows. In an alleyway, 𝗲𝗏 walked, carrying a suitcase filled with money he had stolen. His arms were restored, and he was regaining what little sanity he had left. From the shadows, two of his crew members emerged, 𝗵𝗃 and 𝗧𝗏. 𝗧𝗏 spoke on the phone, informing them that they had found a good hiding spot for the time being. 𝗵𝗃, with a hint of frustration, expressed disbelief that they still had to hide in this world. 𝗲𝗏 remained calm, reminding them of the deal they made with the person who freed them. They needed to lay low until the plan was in place, emphasizing that they were still unfamiliar with this world and its underbelly. The money would help them navigate. 𝗧𝗏 reflected on their rescuer, recalling how he had seemed mad at first but then healed 𝗲𝗏's injuries effortlessly. He had brought them to this world, with fewer heroes and no all for one or all might. 𝗵𝗃 added that the greatest heroes were already gone, leaving only the green-haired one as a potential threat. He had seen Izuku when they took the cash and questioned why they hadn't taken him out then. 𝗲𝗏 agreed but preferred not to anger their benefactor. For now, they would remain hidden, waiting for the right moment to reveal themselves and rid the world of its hero sickness. As they disappeared into the shadows, 𝗬𝗏𝗏 glanced out of the alleyway, observing people happily wearing superhero merchandise in memory of the Guardians of the Globe. If not for his mask, his expression would have shown disgust. This place was infected with hero worship, even among ordinary people. He vowed to find a cure, and when he did, the first to receive it would be Deku. 𝗬𝗏𝗏 was determined that Izuku's days were numbered. Nolan's perspective shifted as he pondered his own unease. Even now, no one suspected him of killing the Guardians, and he had delivered their eulogy without a hint of suspicion. Yet, as he stood on the podium giving his speech, he couldn't shake the feeling of discomfort. Everything was in place. He just needed Mark to grow stronger before revealing his true intentions for coming to Earth. Together, they would bring Earth into the Empire. He was confident that humans would resist, but ultimately, they would not stand a chance. He believed the Guardians were their only real threat, or at least he thought so until Izuku Midoriya entered the picture. Izuku was just a boy from another universe, a timeline where most humans had superpowers. Nolan dismissed him as a mere human, not on his level or his son's. Yet, every time he looked at Izuku, he felt a sense of unease. His instincts screamed that he needed to eliminate him, but he also recognized the boy's potential. If other timelines existed, Izuku could be a new conquest for the Empire. Nolan assured himself that he was not afraid of a weak human child, yet he couldn't ignore the shiver that ran through him whenever he heard Izuku speak or looked his way. It was absurd, but sometimes when he gazed at Izuku, he felt as though he were looking at something far greater, like the Grand Region itself. He couldn't quite explain it, but there was a similarity in their auras. Perhaps it was Izuku's determination or mindset that resonated with him. Nolan struggled to dismiss the thought that there could be a place for this human in the Empire. He quickly shook off the idea, reminding himself that Izuku was just a weak human, one he could crush at any moment. But for now, he needed him alive. If other timelines exist, he is the proof needed to convince the Empire, and once there, their empire will grow larger than just this universe. They will become the strongest empire in the multiverse. But he mustn't get ahead of himself for now. He must continue his role as this planet's protector until the time is right. As he continues his speech, he acknowledges the loss of Titans. His eyes drift toward where his son and wife are sitting. Next to them is the source of his unease, his son in his hero costume, covering his face. A flashback to the Grand Region sitting on his throne returns, and the uneasy feeling resurfaces, but he shakes it off. He tells himself he is being ridiculous. There is nothing that boy can do to defeat him. Yet, the feeling lingers. The speech was supposed to last longer, but he decides to cut it short. If that boy keeps looking at him, he might slip up. After finishing, he flies away, determined to maintain his cover, especially now that all eyes are on him. They wouldn't understand that what he did was for the greater good. After changing out of his hero costume, he reunites with his family and Debbie comments on the speech, noting it was good but lamenting having to go through this again. Izuku rubs the back of his head, expressing his reluctance to attend the private funeral. Mark asks why, and Izuku explains that it feels like a moment meant for friends and family, and he didn't really know the Guardians. The worldwide memorial was fine, but the private ceremony feels too personal. Debbie seems to understand and acknowledges Izuku's mature perspective, suggesting that no one would mind if he came along. Izuku insists he doesn't want to intrude on Mark's farewell to his friends, correcting himself to say co-workers. As he looks at Mark again, unease returns. He wonders if the boy suspects him, but dismisses the thought, reminding himself that he is just a child. Izuku then floats and flies off, waving goodbye. Something about this boy feels off. He is different from the humans he has encountered before. From a distance, away from the worldwide funeral of the Guardians of the Globe, a green spark of energy zooms through the air. Izuku flies back to the Grayson house, but before arriving he decides to have an open discussion with his past predecessors. The fifth user remarks on the surreal nature of the situation, commenting on the coldness of Mark's reaction when he referred to coworkers. Izuku agrees, noting that it is not how one would typically react when burying comrades. He suspects something is amiss with Mark and doubts he has been completely honest. Nana concurs, acknowledging that while he is a good liar, he is not as cunning as All for One. They discuss whether Mark could be responsible for the Guardians' deaths, considering his long history as a hero. The fourth user points out that their danger sense activates whenever they are near him, suggesting it could be a warning not to provoke him, given that he is the strongest creature on the planet. Izuku reflects on Mark's critical condition after being beaten up, noting that the only ones capable of such harm are now gone. He is convinced that Nolan has something to do with the Guardians' demise. Nana questions if they believe Mark is responsible for their deaths, acknowledging that it could make sense but emphasizing the need to know the full story. The second user dismisses the idea of an evil twin, reminding them that this is real life, not a comic book. Nana points out the absurdity of their situation, discussing a hero who traveled to another universe. Izuku agrees that they don't know the full story, having arrived after the Guardians were killed. They speculate about the circumstances of the fight, considering the possibility of Mark being controlled or blackmailed, or that he acted out of desperation to protect his family. Regardless, they resolve to remain cautious around him. The first user raises a concern about Izuku's new friend, Mark. Izuku contemplates this, deciding to keep an eye on him as well. He acknowledges that while Mark seems like a good guy, they cannot be too careful. The first user agrees, stating that even if Mark did kill the Guardians, they would likely struggle to defeat him, given his immense power. Izuku reluctantly admits that Mark is on a different level, but he resolves not to give up. He believes that while he may not match Mark's strength, he might outsmart him if he plays his cards right. He continues to fly back to the Grayson household, determined to uncover the truth about the Guardians' deaths and whatever plans Mark may have. Meanwhile, back at the funeral, the Guardians are laid to rest, buried together once again, finally at peace. However, their peace is deceptive. Their souls were filled with the anger of betrayal, yearning to scream, yet their voices remained unheard. However, two figures on the planet could sense the cries. The Monitor and his shadow appeared seemingly out of nowhere, gazing at the graves of the Guardians. The Monitor questioned the Shadow's presence, demanding to know what he was planning. The Shadow responded with a smirk, suggesting he could ask the same of the Monitor. As the Monitor raised his hand, a strange energy began to emanate from the Guardians' graves. This energy coalesced into a sphere that the Monitor carefully held before tucking it into his cloak, where it vanished from sight. He declared that he was ensuring the sources had a chance to rest. The Shadow laughed darkly, insisting that they would not find peace. He claimed to hear their cries for vengeance and promised to fulfill their desires. With a flick of his bony finger, the graves opened, and he summoned the bodies of the Guardians, excluding the immortal, placing their remains into his shadow. The Monitor warned the Shadow that he would not succeed in his twisted scheme, asserting that his chosen champion would stop him. The Shadow laughed again, dismissing the Monitor's faith in the young hero, asserting that darkness always prevails over light. He declared that the champion would inevitably fall, leaving the Monitor alone in the rain. He pulled out the orb once more, contemplating its significance and acknowledging the truth in the Shadow's words. His champion was not ready yet. Mark returned home with his parents after the funeral, finding Izuku in the living room, having changed out of his superhero costume into a plain shirt and shorts. Izuku was watching news coverage of the Guardians of the Globe Memorial, the biggest story in the world at that moment. Mark asked how the private ceremony had gone, noting the emotional turmoil surrounding it. His father, visibly uncomfortable, requested that Izuku change the channel. Izuku shrugged, explaining that it was the only thing on, given the circumstances. Mark's father, still grappling with his loss, asked him to turn off the television. Mark sat down across from Izuku, still struggling to comprehend the reality of the situation. The deaths of the Guardians felt surreal, and he couldn't shake the thought that it could have been his father they were burying. He turned to Izuku, inquiring if anything similar had happened in his world. Izuku shared that superhero teams had faced their own tragedies in the past, but people always found a way to recover, holding on to hope for a better tomorrow. However, after All Might's retirement, things had slowly deteriorated. Mark's mother interjected, asking if there were any heroes in Izuku's world who could rival All Might. Izuku hesitated, acknowledging the difficulty of the question. He explained that while All Might was powerful, there was one hero who could barely scratch the surface of his strength, but he had flaws that complicated his legacy. Mark's father, intrigued, pressed for more details. Izuku admitted that this hero had made questionable choices, but he was trying to change. Despite that, Izuku felt no one could truly replace All Might, and he questioned whether he still aspired to follow in his footsteps. Mark, confused, reflected on how Izuku had always spoken of his mentor with admiration, similar to how he viewed his father. He had always wanted to be just like him, but now he wondered why Izuku would not want to emulate the greatest superhero. Izuku offered a straightforward perspective, suggesting that striving to be better than someone else was more worthwhile. He challenged Mark to consider whether he truly wanted to be exactly like his father or if he aspired to surpass him. Mark had never thought of it that way before. Mark admired his dad, believing him to be so incredible that it seemed impossible for anyone, especially himself, to surpass him. However, his dad quickly brought him back to reality, reminding him that he still needed to learn how to throw a proper punch and take one. Mark pondered what could be greater than saving continents from meteors on a daily basis. Izuku pointed out that saving the entire Earth might be a greater achievement. Mark chuckled, unsure if Izuku was being sarcastic, but found it amusing nonetheless. For a moment, Dad seemed frustrated but then calmed down, conceding that Izuku had a point. Still, he felt that Mark should focus on reaching his own level before aiming higher. Mark considered this and thought that perhaps aiming for something greater wasn't such a bad idea, even if it felt like a distant dream. If he didn't try, he would never know if he could succeed. Mum suggested that Mark call William, to which Mark turned, confused about what they would do together after everything. Dad interjected, reminding him to watch his tone. Mum reassured them both that it was okay, but Dad insisted that Mark needed to keep his emotions in check, especially after their recent losses. Izuku tried to explain that Mark's behavior might be a way of expressing his grief, but Dad interrupted him, insisting that Mark should refrain from speaking that way. Mark felt frustrated, noting that Dad had never snapped at anyone like that before. He tried to point out that they had just come from a gathering of Dad's friends, but Dad corrected him, saying they were co-workers. Mark pressed on, questioning how Dad could act so nonchalantly about it all when he had known those people for 20 years. Dad asserted that he had responsibilities and couldn't afford to dwell on emotions. Mum interjected with a hypothetical question about what if they were burying Dad that day, to which Dad responded with a bit of bravado, claiming he wasn't easy to kill. Mum retorted that Red Rush might have thought the same. Dad defended his abilities, while Izuku chimed in, mentioning a friend with super speed who came from a family of superheroes. Dad dismissed it, stating that their world was far more complicated. Izuku suggested that Mark ease off on his dad, recognizing that everyone grieves differently. Mark considered this and realized he might have been too HRD on his dad. He apologized, acknowledging that the day must have been stressful for him and asked if he could go to his room. Dad agreed but mentioned they would discuss it later. As Mark turned to Izuku, he invited him to play some video games, but Izuku declined, explaining that he was on standby due to concerns about villains from his world potentially appearing. He needed to be ready to handle any situation that arose. Mark understood and offered to help if needed, then inquired if Izuku had spoken to Eve lately. Izuku revealed that she was looking into abandoned laboratories to see if Overhaul and his gang had set up shop there, assuring Mark that she wouldn't engage them. Mark reflected on how Izuku had made the gang sound more dangerous than they were, realizing they were indeed a serious threat. He headed back to his room, still grappling with the reality of recent events. He had always known the Guardians wouldn't last forever, but he had hoped to team up with them like in the comic books. Now, he felt that dream slipping away, but he considered reaching out to Amber for some normalcy amidst the chaos. Eve, on the other hand, found herself unexpectedly energized by her search for a group of dangerous individuals. The Guardian's funeral had been a somber affair, filled with grief and loss, but she pushed those feelings aside to fulfill her promise of investigating old laboratories. She checked the one where she had been created, but it had been abandoned for years, showing no signs of recent activity. Despite Izuku's description of Overhaul as a mad scientist, She wondered if he might not be using a lab after all, given his dual role as a gang leader and his unique abilities to manipulate living things. He could be selling his abilities to the highest bidder in the underworld, gaining more money and expanding his influence while making connections. That certainly sounds like something a gang leader would do. The real question is, what is 𝗬𝗏? Is he a mad scientist, a gang leader, or some bizarre mix of both? It's hard to predict his next move. They don't even know what his plan is, which is why he was heading back to the base. Perhaps he could find some security footage that Robot had set up around the city. Hopefully, he would have better luck there. Izuku had warned him that 𝗬𝗏 couldn't be allowed to spread his influence because once it took root, it would be difficult to eradicate. Speaking of the newest superhero in town, he was still trying to wrap his head around everything. The multiverse was real. When Izuku first mentioned it, he thought he was crazy. But the more he talked about it, the more it made sense. Izuku was far too experienced to be a rookie, and the villains he described were ones he would have heard about, especially 𝗬𝗏 and the Paranormal Liberation Army. And then there was 𝗬𝗏, this elusive figure. If he truly existed and did the things Izuku claimed, he would have heard about him. Given his abilities, he would likely be on 𝗬𝗏's radar, especially since he had the power to create anything from nothing. However, Izuku mentioned that their physiologies were different, and the way he acquired his powers was not the same as how others did. It was possible that 𝗬𝗏 couldn't take his powers. Still, given that he had lived for over 200 years and created superpowered undead soldiers, he needed to be cautious and keep his distance if possible. But that was a crisis for another day, one he hoped would never come. Right now, he needed to focus on finding 𝗬𝗏 before he executed whatever twisted plan he had in mind. This was a man who had tortured a little girl, and he was determined to confront him. Upon returning to the base, it was quiet. It didn't sound like anyone else was there. He knew he should start searching, but he could really use a shower after searching all afternoon. He had worked up quite a sweat. When he entered the bathroom and approached his locker, he was surprised to find someone else already in the shower. They must not have heard him enter, but they certainly did now. Kate emerged from the shower, covering herself with a towel. She seemed surprised to see him and mentioned that she thought he was at the funeral. He replied that she should have been there, but it was rather bleak. 𝗧𝗏's girlfriend had a breakdown. Kate gulped and avoided eye contact, blushing slightly, which made him feel uneasy. Something was off. He asked if everything was okay, and Kate looked guilty as she stammered about having hiccups. He didn't buy it and pressed on, suspecting something was wrong. He barged past her toward the shower, and his fears were confirmed when he saw Rex in the shower with Kate. Distraught, his sadness quickly morphed into anger. He stormed away from the shower, grinding his teeth in fury, but Rex emerged with a towel wrapped around his waist and grabbed his hand, trying to stop him. Rex pleaded for him to wait, but he was not in the mood to listen. He knew there was a reason Rex had skipped the funeral. Rex attempted to explain, but he shook Rex's hand away, his frustration only growing when another version of Kate stepped out of the shower, all three of them looking equally guilty. He turned to her, his fury boiling over. She was his friend, and he couldn't believe she would do this. He confronted her, expressing his disbelief. Kate tried to interject, but he cut her off, feeling like a fool. Kate mentioned that Rex had said he was dating Izuku now and that they had talked about it. He pulled his head out of his hands, furious at the implication that he had cheated. Rex, looking nervous but trying to maintain a facade of pride, claimed that it was true. He accused him of hanging out with Izuku ever since he showed up, suggesting he would rather date him, and added that it was gross since Izuku was so much younger. Grinding his teeth, he yelled that it wasn't true. For the record, the reason he had been spending time with Izuku was that he was going through a hard time, being hunted by a psychopath and feeling lost in a place he didn't understand. He was trying to help him as a friend, and it had never gone beyond that. Tears welled in his eyes as he felt heartbroken and betrayed, but his anger surged back. He reminded Rex that Izuku was almost 18 and certainly not a child, especially considering what Rex had just done. He was more mature than anyone could imagine. After a stormy outburst, Rex attempted to stop him, but he ignored Rex and flew out of the base, wiping away fresh tears as he soared into the sky. He felt a deep frustration with his life. A couple of days later, it was the day of the new Guardians of the Globe tryouts. However, Izuku was not present at the tryouts yet. 𝗧𝗏 had called him a few hours before, informing him that it was time for his test. Izuku welcomed this opportunity to plan his fight against Invincible. The news that the new hero, Deku, who had defeated nearly all the superheroes in Chicago, would be facing the son of Omni-Man, Invincible, had spread through the superhero community, and many were placing bets on the outcome. Even some agents working for 𝗧𝗏 were intrigued, eager to see how the son of the strongest being on the planet would fare against a hero from another world. Neither Mark nor Izuku was aware of the wagers. For them, it was merely a training fight to gauge their improvement. But for Izuku, a different battle awaited him, the battle of a test, which was slightly nerve-wracking for the young hero. Despite facing death nearly every day, he still felt a bit anxious at the thought of taking a test. Izuku expressed his doubts about being able to handle it. 𝗧𝗏, guiding him to the testing location, questioned how someone who had endured so much could still feel nervous about a test. Izuku admitted that it had always been this way for him. His nerves often got the best of him. He also wondered why 𝗧𝗏 wanted him to take this test, feeling he wasn't particularly smart, only the fourth smartest in his class. 𝗧𝗏 concocted a reassuring explanation, stating that since Izuku was from a different world and 200 years ahead of them, they needed to understand his educational level before placing him in mainstream education. Just because he came from another world didn't mean he could skip school. Izuku acknowledged that it made sense, but it didn't entirely ease his nerves. 𝗧𝗏 noticed that Izuku's anxiety was holding him back and decided to offer some encouragement. He assured Izuku that the questions would be similar to those he would encounter in middle school and that there was no need to worry, as the test wouldn't be graded. It was merely to gauge his educational level. This reassurance helped calm Izuku a bit. He realized there was nothing to worry about as it wouldn't affect his grade, it would only help him get into school. With newfound determination, he prepared to take the test, encouraged by 𝗧𝗏's words. 𝗧𝗏 smiled and urged him to proceed, reminding him that there was no timer, but he might want to finish before. The tryouts began. Izuku nodded and entered the room, where a desk, some paper, and a pen awaited him. He sat down, flipped over the test board, and began filling in the questions almost immediately. After 2 hours, Izuku finally completed the test. He handed it to 𝗧𝗏, eager to head toward the tryouts. 𝗧𝗏 took the paper to Donald, who reviewed it, and about 30 minutes later, Donald returned, visibly out of breath. 𝗧𝗏 inquired about the urgency, and Donald informed him that he needed to see the test results immediately. Recognizing the seriousness in Donald's expression, 𝗧𝗏 quickly checked his emails and opened the one labeled test results. What he saw astonished him. 𝗧𝗏 questioned whether the results were correct and if Donald had given him the right test. Donald confirmed that he had checked everything and that Izuku had answered every single question correctly. 𝗧𝗏 was amazed, asking if these were indeed the hardest questions available. Donald explained that he had provided questions that would challenge even the most advanced individuals for hours, yet Izuku had completed them in less than 3. 𝗧𝗏 noted that Izuku had claimed to be only the fourth smartest in his class, which surprised Donald. However, 𝗧𝗏 suspected that Izuku's nerves had hindered him before the test. He had been a wreck until 𝗧𝗏 reassured him that it didn't really matter. Donald asked what they should do with this information, suggesting that Izuku might be smarter than they initially thought. 𝗧𝗏 interrupted, cautioning against jumping to conclusions. He believed Izuku wouldn't believe the test results, so they should handle the situation delicately and keep the information to themselves for now. As Donald left the office, 𝗧𝗏 gazed at the computer screen, which displayed a perfect score. Izuku had achieved 100% on the hardest test they could devise in under 3 hours. 𝗧𝗏 mused about how Izuku's potential had just skyrocketed and wondered what he would do next to surprise him. 30 minutes later, Izuku arrived at the tryouts. Although he had missed some of the earlier events, he was determined to participate in his own tryout. As he entered the room, all eyes turned to him, and he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, remembering that he had come to apologize. He sheepishly rubbed the back of his mask and expressed his regret for his earlier actions, explaining that he hadn't been in the right mindset when he had fought them. The crowd fell silent, some showing soft expressions of forgiveness, while others, particularly Rex, appeared angrier, interpreting his apology as bragging. The silence lingered until a little girl stepped forward from the crowd, urging everyone not to put Izuku on the spot. She reminded them that he had apologized and that he had been confused, thinking she was someone named Muscular. Another man stepped forward, and Izuku recognized him from his research on the Guardians of the Globe. It was Black Samson, one of the original members who had lost his powers. He stated that they shouldn't hold it against Izuku, as the kid was confused and under the influence of drags, which was not a good combination. He pointed out that Izuku hadn't harmed anyone or caused any serious injuries. The crowd, initially focused on the hero from another world, eventually shifted their attention back to the tryouts. Izuku finally took a breath and expressed his gratitude for the support. A little girl, known as Monster Girl, reassured him that his actions had only motivated her to work harder. She introduced herself and playfully mentioned that he had mistaken her for someone else, noting that she preferred to keep secrets. She complimented him on his impressive performance against an opponent. Izuku felt a mix of confusion and discomfort at the girl's flirtatious tone but continued through the crowd until he met up with Invincible. Mark asked what had taken him so long, and Izuku explained that he had been taking a test, wondering if he had missed anything. Invincible informed him that he had missed a couple of tryouts but was just in time to see Eve's fight. The two superheroes watched as Eve faced a much larger opponent with bulging muscles and blonde hair. The man flexed and winked at her, but Eve, still angry over Rex's betrayal, was not in the mood for games. As the fight began, the man charged at her, but she skillfully dodged, using energy beams to knock him off balance before delivering a powerful punch that sent him flying. Izuku and Mark exchanged puzzled glances, wondering about Eve's demeanor. Rex, watching from the stands, shrugged and suggested it might be something Izuku had done. Izuku was confused, as he hadn't spoken to Eve directly since their discussion about overhaul. Nana, appearing in her ghostly form, whispered to him that Rex had likely done something foolish. The rest of the tryouts proceeded as expected, with some heroes emerging victorious and others not. Finally, the main event arrived: Invincible versus Deku. Invincible pumped himself up, asking if Deku was ready. Deku smiled beneath his mask, affirming that he was. The two friends shared a laugh, both eager for the challenge ahead. Meanwhile, Kate whispered to Rex about his betting choice, to which Rex confidently replied that he had placed his money on Invincible, believing that Deku stood no chance against the most powerful being on the planet. Before the fight could commence, Robot made an announcement, stating that regardless of the outcome, Deku would secure a seat on the Guardians of the Globe, having proven himself worthy. He called for Deku and Invincible to head down to the arena. Just as they were about to descend, a book closing shattered the silence in the facility, drawing everyone's attention to the monitor leaning against the wall. Izuku immediately recognized him and expressed his surprise. The monitor acknowledged him and explained that it had been a while since they last met. Invincible connected the dots, realizing that the monitor had sent Izuku to this world and had been responsible for the villains targeting him. The monitor clarified that it was not him who had sent those villains but someone else with similar powers. When Izuku questioned why he should believe him, the monitor insisted that if he had wanted Izuku dead, he would have done so on their first encounter. He claimed to be trying to make Izuku stronger, albeit through severe methods. Izuku reluctantly accepted that the monitor was not trying to kill him and pressed for answers about his purpose in bringing him here. The monitor promised to provide the answers but first needed to test Izuku's strength, stating that he couldn't have him fight Invincible. Instead, he wanted Izuku to face someone already in the arena, someone he knew well and who was eager for a rematch. From the arena came a roar filled with excitement. Deku, the hero from another world, turned slowly to see a familiar villain he had hoped to avoid for a long time. Muscular was there, pumped up and ready for the fight, calling out for Izuku to come down and settle their unfinished business. Izuku turned back to the monitor, questioning the sanity of the situation. Invincible looked down at the opponent, who seemed unremarkable at first glance. However, he remembered that Overhaul had also appeared unassuming, yet he was terrifying. Izuku knew the truth about the man below. They had some history. He recalled their first encounter when he had shared the story of a villain who fought for excitement, one who had killed 2 heroes and bragged about it to a child. That villain was down there. Mark's eyes widened in realization. He recognized the man who had given Izuku a massive scar on his arm. Izuku warned him that the villain was dangerous and questioned the wisdom of bringing him here. The monitor insisted that Izuku needed to be strong for the upcoming battle and that he must test his strength before revealing any true intentions. Eve interjected, expressing her concern that Izuku would not be fighting alone. She refused to let him face the villain by himself. The monitor waved his arm, creating a force field around the arena, transparent yet as strong as steel. He explained that only Izuku could pass through it, and anyone else attempting to intervene would be unable to enter. This was Izuku's only path forward. He had to face Muscular again. Izuku hesitated, knowing that fighting Muscular again was a bad idea. He remembered how he had only won their last encounter because Muscular had been injured by another hero. The time before that had ended with him suffering serious injuries. Rex, feeling overconfident, declared that he would take on the villain, dismissing the threat. Izuku tried to convince him otherwise, warning that Muscular was dangerous and could seriously harm him. Rex laughed off the warning, believing he could handle the situation. Eve, frustrated, reminded him that Muscular was not to be underestimated. The monitor offered Rex the chance to fight, warning him that the only way to stop the battle was to defeat Muscular or ask Izuku for help. Rex laughed, confident in his abilities, and the monitor teleported him into the center of the arena where Muscular awaited. Muscular sized up his opponent, noting that Rex was not Izuku. Rex, full of bravado, prepared his bombs, but before he could launch an attack, Muscular charged forward, delivering a powerful punch that knocked the wind out of Rex. He crashed against the wall, feeling the impact reverberate through his body. Falling to his knees, Rex spat out teeth that had been knocked loose, his anger boiling over. He retaliated by channeling energy into his lost teeth and launching them at Muscular, but they proved ineffective against the villain's formidable physique. Muscular taunted him, revealing that his quirk enhanced his speed and strength beyond normal limits. As Muscular demonstrated his transformation, Rex realized he had underestimated the threat. Muscular continued to boast about his abilities, emphasizing that Rex could not measure up to Izuku. Rex attempted to strike back, but Muscular easily overpowered him, tossing him into the air before crashing him back down, creating a crater. Rex lay on the ground, feeling the pain radiate through his body. Muscular stood over him, victorious, pressing down with his foot. He reveled in the chaos, mocking Rex for his earlier bravado. Rex struggled to respond, overwhelmed by the pain and unable to move. Muscular sneered, declaring that Rex was just a kid pretending to be a hero. Just then, a spark of green energy surged into the arena, striking Muscular in the face and forcing him away from Rex. Muscular quickly recovered, excitement coursing through him as he anticipated the real fight. Izuku, now in his hero costume, stood protectively in front of Rex, ready to confront Muscular. The two opponents faced off, both eager for the clash. Muscular's enthusiasm was palpable as he prepared for the rematch, and the tension in the arena escalated as their fists were poised for impact. The battle was about to begin. As Izuku prepared to enter the ring, Mark observed the chaos unfolding. They had tried to stop Rex, but he had refused to listen, and the monitor had teleported him into the fight. It was barely a moment before Rex was overwhelmed. Mark glanced at Eve, who seemed largely unaffected by the situation, and wondered if this was acceptable. Eve shrugged, acknowledging that Rex had asked for it, but expressed concern that it was wrong for him to force Izuku into this battle. The stranger with the book introduced himself as the monitor, explaining that he had not previously introduced himself and requested to be referred to as such. Izuku clenched his fist, determined to take on Muscular. He demanded that Rex be removed from the fight and healed. Eve insisted that he shouldn't face Muscular alone, but the monitor stated that it was the only way. He warned that no one else could interfere, and they needed to make a decision quickly, as Rex was in dire straits. The scene shifted back to the fight, which resembled a cat playing with a mouse, with Muscular dominating Rex, who lay defeated. Izuku, feeling the weight of the situation, agreed to fight, but only if Rex was healed and given answers afterward. The Monitor consented to heal some of Rex's injuries, but Mark felt it was unfair that Izuku was risking his life for only partial answers. The Monitor cryptically warned them that revealing the full truth could have dire consequences. Mark felt frustrated, knowing that the Monitor could easily overpower them. Eve turned to Izuku, urging him to reconsider, but he was resolute. He wouldn't let Rex suffer and demanded the Monitor teleport him into the arena while removing Rex. With a wave of his hands, the Monitor complied, and Izuku found himself in the arena, where he immediately kicked Muscular off Rex. The two charged at each other, fists raised, and collided with such force that a shockwave rippled through the arena. In that moment, Rex reappeared, healed only halfway, and expressed his frustration at being pulled out of the fight. Rex, still struggling, insisted he had Muscular right where he wanted him, but Mark knew better. He explained that Muscular had been toying with Rex, capable of ending the fight at any moment. Rex, in denial, argued that he had been putting up a fight, but Mark pointed out the reality of the situation. Muscular was a SDST who thrived on the suffering of his opponents. As they watched the fight unfold, it was clear that Izuku and Muscular were exchanging blows at an incredible speed, neither one backing down. The Monitor remarked that they were about to witness an intense battle between two determined fighters. Izuku, locked in combat with Muscular, felt the strain of the fight but knew he had grown stronger. He was charging energy with each punch, aiming to weaken Muscular while defending himself. Muscular, testing Izuku's strength, kicked him away, but Izuku used his black WHP to shield himself from the worst of the blow. Muscular acknowledged Izuku's improvement, and the fight was far from over. He stood there watching the two of them. The tension was palpable as the protagonist gritted his teeth. He disliked playing this game, but he needed answers about how Muscular had arrived. The last time he had seen him, he had handed him over to the police. Muscular, always one to boast, seemed ripe for a conversation. The protagonist wondered how Muscular had managed to escape. Muscular stretched, his muscles bulging as they grew larger, almost tearing through his shirt. He revealed that he had been running in his cell, frustrated about not having a proper match. Then, the Monitor had appeared, offering to take him to the protagonist. Muscular had initially thought it was a joke, but upon arriving he realized the Monitor was telling the truth. The protagonist noted that he could add this prison escape to Muscular's list of crimes and inquired if he had brought any other villains with him. Muscular replied that the Monitor had only brought him out for a test against the protagonist, and he didn't care about the details. All he wanted was to run wild and fight, claiming that revenge had nothing to do with it. The protagonist recognized that this was likely the best information he would get from Muscular. He decided it was time for a rematch, and Muscular's excitement was evident. He wanted a fair fight without any tricks, just the two of them going all out with their quirks. As the protagonist raised his fists, he knew he had to be strategic. He activated a smoke screen, retreating as he heard Muscular slam against the ground. He was confident he could overpower Muscular in a direct confrontation, but the potential damage to his body was too great, especially since he doubted the Monitor would heal him again. He needed to play smart, and there were new techniques he wanted to try after his recovery. Meanwhile, the heroes in the stands were confused, unable to see what was happening but hearing Muscular's frustrated screams. Rex, still injured, managed to laugh through his broken teeth, accusing the protagonist of hiding. Eve resisted the urge to slap Rex, knowing he was in no condition to provoke. She pointed out that the protagonist was likely devising a plan and noted that he wasn't giving Muscular what he wanted. Monster Girl remarked on Muscular's obsession with fighting, comparing him to an addict fixated on a high. She observed that he only came to fight the protagonist, showing no concern for anyone else. Rex dismissed her comments, but the Monitor, sensing the misunderstanding, waved his hands. A display of the protagonist's first fight with Muscular appeared before the heroes, showing how the protagonist had defeated Muscular despite a severely broken arm. The Monitor turned to Rex, who was momentarily speechless, and then focused back on the ongoing fight. The fog obscured the action, but the monitor smiled, knowing the protagonist was using his head. In the arena, Muscular grew impatient, demanding the protagonist come out and fight. But the protagonist was carefully maneuvering through the fog, avoiding Muscular's frantic searches. Muscular then devised a sneaky plan, suggesting he might return to the monitor and ask to go home, even considering visiting a certain young hero. In the fog, the protagonist halted, anger flaring as he heard Muscular's taunts about his friend. Muscular continued to provoke him, claiming that if not for the interruption during their last fight, he would have crushed the protagonist. He expressed a twisted gratitude for the distraction, revealing his intention to eliminate the protagonist and eventually target his friend for revenge. The villain laughed maniacally, relishing the thought of taking away the three most important people from Izuku. He taunted the young hero, trying to provoke him into a fight, and it was working. Izuku felt his urge to confront the villain intensify as he mentioned 𝗧𝗪𝗧. The other heroes above could hear the taunts, and their disgust was palpable. Eve, filled with rage, wanted nothing more than to rush in and confront the villain herself. Invincible shared her feelings, realizing just how vile Muscular truly was. Eve declared her intent to take him down, while Invincible expressed his determination to reach him first. He reflected on how Izuku had warned him about Muscular's evil nature, but this was on another level entirely. Back in the arena, Muscular continued his threats, revealing his plan to target the son of the water hose heroes. He intended to speed up his timetable, believing that if he eliminated the boy, Izuku would finally reveal himself. For a moment, silence enveloped the arena, and just as Muscular was about to speak again, a shadow resembling Izuku appeared nearby. The real Izuku was concealed, using his black WHP to support himself from the roof above. He declared that Muscular would not get that chance. Without hesitation, Muscular charged forward, driven by his bloodlust, and struck at the shadow, believing he had won. However, upon closer inspection, he realized he had been deceived. He had only attacked remnants of Izuku's costume. Izuku, still hidden, prepared to confront Muscular. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down from above, and Muscular looked up just in time to see Izuku descend. Izuku kicked Muscular in the head with his metal-soled shoes, enough to disorient him but not to knock him out completely. Muscular, now dizzy, began to flail wildly, trying to catch Izuku, who had already moved out of reach. Izuku activated One for All in his legs and arms, darting in to strike Muscular repeatedly. Each hit was like a mild sting, but it was just the beginning. He continued his assault, using the energy he had built up from their earlier encounter. Muscular, unable to think clearly due to his concussion, swung wildly, missing his target as Izuku danced around him, dodging effortlessly. Izuku's strategy was simple. He aimed to wear Muscular down gradually. He needed the villain to remain in one place, which was challenging given Muscular's frantic state. To confuse him further, Izuku set a trap, striking Muscular again to further disorient him. With Muscular's senses dulled, Izuku unleashed a flurry of punches, each one chipping away at the villain's strength. As the fight wore on, Muscular fell to his knees, visibly weakened. Izuku stood over him, witnessing the once powerful man now devoid of his usual bravado. Muscular muttered about his desires, but Izuku responded firmly, suggesting that he needed help. With a swift roundhouse kick, Izuku knocked Muscular out, having defeated him without sustaining any serious injuries himself. Exhausted from the battle and the strain of using multiple quirks, Izuku was teleported back to the main room, where Eve caught him. Out of breath, he reassured her that he was fine, but she insisted he needed medical attention. Despite his protests, Eve was determined to take him to the hospital, and Izuku, recalling his teacher's stern demeanor, reluctantly agreed. As they made their way, the monitor approached, commending Izuku for his clever tactics. He noted that Izuku had fought wisely, using his intellect rather than brute strength. Izuku, leaning on Eve for support, demanded answers from the monitor, who acknowledged their deal but cautioned that Izuku might not be in the best state to receive the information he sought. Izuku promised that he would return, but for now, he urged everyone to take a rest. He emphasized the importance of being in peak condition for what lay ahead. Just before the young haircut protest, the monitor had vanished in an instant, leaving everyone bewildered. Izuku cursed under his breath, especially when he realized that the monitor had left Muscular behind, making him Izuku's responsibility. He hesitated but knew he had to ask for help. He requested someone to call Caesar, knowing that when Muscular woke up, he would want to fight again. It would be best to have him in custody. Robot stepped forward, agreeing to call Cecil and inform him of the situation. He suggested that it was time for the first meeting of the new Guardians of the Globe, but it seemed that Izuku was not in the best shape. They would regroup after he had time to rest. Monster Girl, who had transformed into a powerful figure, assured everyone that she would handle Muscular if he got up. She expressed her excitement about the situation and, with a burst of energy, jumped down, picked up Muscular, and carried him away over her shoulder. Izuku reflected on the day's events, realizing that this was probably the least strange occurrence. He understood now why she was called Monster Girl. Eve, concerned for Izuku, insisted on taking him to the hospital. Izuku acknowledged that they would have to postpone their flight. Invincible agreed, telling him to rest up. Izuku noted that Eve wouldn't let him do anything else. Eve pulled him along carefully, allowing him to lean on her for support as they exited. The other heroes parted to make way for them. The animosity some had felt towards Izuku had faded, replaced by respect and, in some cases, fear. However, Rex, still nursing his injuries, voiced his frustration, admitting that he could use a lift to the hospital. Eve, putting on a fake smile, suggested he ask Kate for help and continued to guide Izuku out of the room. Back in the room, Rex was seething with anger towards Izuku, feeling overshadowed. Ever since the green-haired hero had arrived, Eve had spent more time with him than with Rex. He couldn't help but feel jealous, especially since it seemed like they were closer than they claimed. Robot noticed the tension between them and inquired about it. Rex, frustrated and in pain, responded sarcastically, expressing his gratitude for Robot's support. Izuku found himself in the hospital again, a place that felt all too familiar. Despite being in another world, it felt normal to him, which he realized was a low bar. The good news was that he was there for exhaustion rather than an injury. Eve had insisted on bringing him to a fully functioning hospital for superheroes, and he didn't argue when he saw her determination. In the hospital room, it was just the two of them. Eve wanted to ensure he stayed put and didn't do anything reckless. She had only known the truth about him for a few days, yet she seemed to understand him well. She asked how he was feeling and he hesitated, knowing she wouldn't accept a simple fine. When he admitted he was still tired, Eve reminded him of the fight he had just endured against someone much larger than himself. Izuku pointed out that Muscular had only landed one punch, which hurt but didn't break any ribs, thanks to his protective abilities. Eve insisted that it was better to be safe than sorry, and Izuku reluctantly agreed, acknowledging that he would need a new superhero suit. Eve mentioned a designer named Arc who could create superhero costumes. Izuku requested a suit similar to his original but less damaged, and he asked her to replace his cape, which held sentimental value as it belonged to his mentor, Gran Torino. When Eve expressed concern about the cape's condition, Izuku reassured her that it was important to him, especially since Gran Torino was currently in the hospital with serious injuries. Eve's eyes widened in surprise at the revelation of Gran Torino's age and continued heroism. Izuku explained that despite his mentor's injuries, he had wanted to fight alongside him against the Demon Lord, but circumstances had forced him into retirement. He marveled at the fact that Gran Torino was nearly 70 and still had the heart of a hero. The conversation shifted as one character pondered the nature of commitment, laughing lightly while reflecting on a seasoned superhero who had been fighting villains since he was 21. This hero was one of the oldest in the business, yet few knew his name. He had never sought fame or popularity, he simply fought for the sake of doing something meaningful. Another character chimed in, recalling her own beginnings with powers. She had wanted to fight crime, driven partly by boredom and a longing for fun, but also as a way to express herself. The first character could relate, remembering how a hero on television had inspired him. He had wanted to emulate that hero, but recently he found himself questioning his motivations. He expressed uncertainty about why he wanted to be like that hero. Was it admiration, a longing to save others, or a longing for fame? He had once believed that his fearless smile could bring safety to others, but now he felt a void within himself. Despite living his dream, he sensed something was missing, a piece of his identity that felt incomplete. His mentor had advised him to remember his origins, but every recollection seemed to lack a crucial element. The other character reassured him that it was normal not to remember everything from childhood. Yet, he felt a nagging sense of something being off, as if a vital piece of his past was eluding him. To lighten the mood, he changed the subject, apologizing for not being able to assist with a recent incident involving a villain named Muscular. She informed him that Muscular had been taken to a high-security prison, where precautions were in place due to the uncertainties surrounding his strength. This news brought relief. Fighting Muscular once had been enough, and the thought of facing him again was daunting. She then asked about Muscular's intentions, particularly regarding a threat he had made. The first character shrugged, admitting he didn't understand Muscular's mindset and preferred not to. Muscular was not the type to plan. He likely made those comments to provoke him. He was an adrenaline junkie, and their last encounter had only fueled his obsession. The conversation turned to a mysterious figure who had tested him. The first character expressed distrust, feeling that the figure had lied about his involvement with other villains. He was frustrated by the lack of straightforward answers and questioned the figure's methods. As they talked, the other character appeared upset, prompting him to consider asking about her feelings. He hesitated but ultimately mustered the courage to inquire about her conflict with Rex. She revealed that Rex had cheated on her, and the revelation left him stunned. She continued, sharing that Rex had even told Kate that they were involved, which made him blush in surprise. The light-hearted banter shifted to a more serious tone, but he reassured her that it was okay to discuss sensitive topics. Despite the heaviness of the situation, they found solace in each other's company, navigating the complexities of their lives as heroes and friends. It wasn't what he meant, but he was interrupted by Eve's laughter at his reaction. She found it amusing and said he should see his own face, noting that it was obvious he had never had a girlfriend before. He looked away, rubbing the back of his head, acknowledging her observation. Eve continued, expressing surprise that someone like him, with strong muscles and powers, would not be very popular. He reflected on this, admitting that it might be true if he had actually been born with those powers. He had seen both boys and girls swarmed by admirers because of their strong quirks, but that had never happened to him. He carefully thought about how to phrase his next words. He confessed that he wasn't exactly well-liked in middle school. Most people thought he was weird or crazy. Some girls even refused to acknowledge his existence, making it difficult for him to talk to them. He recalled the first time he actually spoke to a girl, realizing he hadn't really talked at all. He had just stood there, shocked that she was even addressing him. Eve remarked that he really had no idea how to talk to girls. He clarified that he did know how to talk to people, just not in a way that involved flirting or relationships. He mentioned that the closest experience he had to that was having a stalker. Eve shrugged at this, saying it wasn't so bad, though it was obviously previous. He then revealed the truth. He had a stalker who was a serial killer. Her eyes widened in shock, and he acknowledged that thinking about it still gave him the creeps. He explained that she was also a shapeshifter, which complicated his social life even more. Eve nodded, admitting she had experienced some boys creeping her out, but a serial killer stalker was a new level of crazy. She asked what he had done to get this girl's attention. He shrugged, genuinely unsure, and speculated that it might have something to do with her liking boys who were covered in BLD and beaten up. He recounted their first encounter when she attacked his classmates, and later, when they tried to stop her, she tackled him to the ground, brandishing a knife with a smile, claiming he would look cuter if he was bleeding a bit more. He noted that he had 2 broken arms and was bleeding from his forehead at the time. Eve commented that everyone has their tastes and suggested they should be worried about her showing up. He agreed, saying they should probably inform others about her, especially the Guardians, since he would be working with them. The last thing they needed was to worry about a shapeshifter obsessed with one of their teammates. Before he could elaborate, A sudden gust of wind swept through the hospital room, forcing him to close his eyes. When he opened them again, he found himself in the team base, with Eve beside him. Confused, he wondered if they had been teleported. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind them, coming from a figure sitting on the sofa with a monitor. The figure greeted them, stating they wanted answers and was ready to talk. Eve was taken aback, realizing this figure had teleported them to her old base for a chat. She activated her powers, aiming them at the monitor figure, who remained calm. Izuku placed his hand on hers, urging her to hold back and listen as he wanted answers. She complied, wanting straightforward responses. The monitor agreed to answer their questions to the best of his abilities, explaining that he had brought them there to avoid the prying eyes of 𝗧𝗏. Izuku demanded clarity, insisting the monitor be truthful. The monitor responded, reminding them that while he had impressive powers, they were not being used to their full potential, revealing that he was a cosmic being. Izuku defended Eve, insisting they should have a proper conversation. The monitor encouraged them to ask any questions, though he warned he couldn't guarantee answers. He mentioned that there were things they were not ready to hear. Izuku asked why he had brought them there, and the monitor replied that it was because Izuku needed to get stronger. Izuku crossed his arms, skeptical of the vague answer. The monitor explained that it was the only response he could provide at that moment, as Izuku was not strong enough to face his destiny. Izuku questioned what destiny he was referring to, dismissing it as nonsense. The monitor insisted it was indeed Izuku's destiny that he was guiding him toward, but ultimately, it was Izuku's choice to embrace it when the time came. Frustrated with the cryptic answers, Izuku pressed for clarification about why the monitor had brought muscular beings to their world. The monitor admitted he needed to see some improvement and was pleased with Izuku's progress, suggesting that sending him there was a good idea, even if things hadn't gone exactly as planned. Izuku sought to understand the original plan, questioning what had gone wrong. The monitor revealed that the initial plan was for Izuku to be trained by the Guardian of the Globe, but he had been unable to foresee that the Guardians would be murdered in that dimension. Izuku pondered whether there was another dimension where the Guardians were not murdered, but that was a question for another time. He pointed out that for someone claiming to be an all-powerful cosmic being, the monitor had not seen that coming. The monitor acknowledged this, clarifying that he never claimed to be clairvoyant. He explained that he could see possibilities in every dimension but could not dictate how events would unfold. Izuku accepted that the monitor hadn't intended to send him into a dangerous situation but pressed for information about who was sending villains to kill him. The monitor fell silent for a moment, clearly withholding information, and finally admitted that it was something he could not reveal. Izuku felt a surge of frustration as he confronted the monitor. He expressed his disbelief at the situation, demanding answers. The monitor, maintaining a calm demeanor, reminded Izuku that he had been brought here as a courtesy, despite the truth being difficult to share. He insisted that everything he was doing was for Izuku's benefit and the safety of both their worlds. Izuku raised his voice, unable to contain his anger. He pointed out that the monitor had sent him to another dimension when his world needed him and had even unleashed a villain to test him. He demanded clarity about what was truly happening. The monitor appeared taken aback by Izuku's outburst, but he understood the young hero's need for answers. The monitor acknowledged the harshness of his methods but urged Izuku to trust him. He finally revealed that although Izuku had spent a month in this dimension, only a couple of hours had passed in his own world. He promised to send Izuku back when he was ready, which offered a glimmer of reassurance. Izuku, feeling slightly calmer, expressed his gratitude for the information. The monitor stood up and moved past them, sharing that he did not take pleasure in the tests he was administering. He warned that the challenges ahead would be more difficult than the previous one, but he hoped Izuku would emerge victorious. Izuku, still processing the monitor's words, thanked him for his honesty. The monitor acknowledged Izuku's trust, however small, and mentioned that he had overheard a conversation about Izuku feeling incomplete. He hinted that Izuku was missing a part of himself, which left both Izuku and his companion puzzled. The monitor explained that there were two pieces involved, but he could not elaborate further. Before they could ask more questions, he vanished, leaving them with lingering uncertainty. Izuku pondered the implications of missing pieces of himself and whether he was subconsciously hiding something. His thoughts were interrupted when he received a call from 𝗧𝗏. After a brief conversation, he informed his companion that he needed to head to Mount Rushmore due to a threat from someone calling himself Dr. 𝗧𝗵𝗃. He prepared to leave, his superhero costume in tatters, yet he was determined to face the challenge. Before departing, he turned back to his companion, offering support if she ever wanted to talk about her feelings regarding Rex. His sincerity made her blush, and she found herself conflicted about her emotions. She realized that she might be developing feelings for Izuku, but she hesitated, knowing it was too soon after her breakup. Despite her reservations, she suggested joining him for backup. Izuku considered her offer and agreed, admitting he needed help finding Mount Rushmore. Meanwhile, Rex was dealing with his own frustrations. He was annoyed that a meeting had been set up to discuss training, which he deemed unnecessary. He expressed his disdain for the team's current situation, particularly with the presence of a teammate without powers. He felt that they should have Eve back instead of dealing with someone he considered more trouble than he was worth. Rex's thoughts were filled with resentment, reflecting his struggles and the challenges ahead. As Rex received the manual for their new training, he felt a surge of frustration and set it ablaze. The robot didn't understand, they were no longer part of the team. Rex reflected on his earlier encounter, feeling slighted that his efforts had gone unnoticed. He had weakened the opponent for the green-haired newcomer, yet everyone praised the newcomer's heroics while overlooking Rex's contribution. The old man, who seemed to have forgotten the realities of their situation, chimed in, suggesting that Rex's experience with teenagers didn't compare to the challenges they faced. Rex felt a mix of annoyance and disbelief, realizing that the old man was siding with the robot. He had been there since day one, and the old man's comments only fueled his frustration. Rex couldn't help but express his irritation, pointing out that he had sacrificed a lot during the fight. The old man leaned closer, warning Rex that he didn't know him well enough to make jokes about their situation. Rex felt a flicker of intimidation but quickly brushed it off, reminding himself that the old man was just a man in a suit powered by batteries. The old man turned away, seemingly recognizing Rex's defiance. He stated that they needed to look each other in the eye, not just at screens. Kate, defending the robot, pointed out that his comment was offensive. The old man insisted he had the most experience, but the monster girl questioned his authority, recalling how Deku had handled the previous encounter with skill. Rex was adamant that he wouldn't take orders from Deku, who had stolen his girlfriend. He expressed his disbelief that they were even considering Deku as a leader, especially since he wasn't present. The robot then shared a message from 𝗧𝗏, revealing that Deku would be part-time on their team, stepping in only when necessary. Rex scoffed at the idea of following a newcomer and declared that he wouldn't be part of a team led by someone like Deku. The others seemed to agree with him, but the old man acknowledged Deku's potential. Rex felt increasingly isolated, realizing he was outnumbered. As the conversation continued, the tension in the room was palpable. Rex decided to leave, but as he headed toward the gym, he was interrupted by a cheerful voice. A schoolgirl approached him, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She introduced herself as Toga and expressed her excitement about meeting him. Rex, taken aback by her enthusiasm, felt a sense of pride. He played it cool, asking if she wanted a tour of the Guardians of the Globe base when he moved in. Toga's eyes lit up with joy, and Rex couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment. He walked away with a newfound confidence, knowing he had made a fan. He left her in awe. Her hair needed some work, but other than that, she was all right and easy on the eyes. Her attitude could use some improvement, but she would be perfect for a rebound, especially after the week he had. His girlfriend had just broken up with him, and he had been attacked by a crazed individual. Not to mention the green-haired girl who had come in and completely disrupted his life. He turned back around, glancing once more at Toga, who seemed mesmerized. He smiled and waved at her, noticing she looked like she might faint. She would be easy to charm. 20 minutes later, Toga, a member of the League of Villains, was outside the secret base she had snuck into, skipping along a dark alleyway when her phone rang. The voice on the other end was deep, asking if she had made contact. Toga's usually cheerful expression twisted into one of disgust as she responded that she had indeed made contact with the idiot, as instructed. She questioned whether she had to pretend to like him, noting how gross he looked and how terrible his attitude was. The voice urged her to toughen up, reminding her of the plan and the roles they had to play. Toga pouted, expressing her reluctance to hang out with him, insisting that even if she made him bleed, he wouldn't look any better. The voice reassured her that she wouldn't have to lead him on for long. She just needed to get what they needed before she could turn on him and be with her true love. Toga's expression shifted back to a twisted smile filled with excitement as she giggled to herself, imagining her reunion with Izuku. She promised him that she would find him, even if it meant dealing with another boy first. In a control room at a secret location, a figure resembling Nick Fury from the Invincible universe observed a screen showing Mount Rushmore under attack by a supervillain. Two blinking lights, one green and another pink, indicated that Deku and Eve were on their way to confront the threat. Cecil, communicating with the two superheroes, explained that Omni-Man was occupied 10 time zones away, and the Guardians were in disarray. Deku, flying through the air, expressed his excitement about visiting Mount Rushmore, albeit under less than ideal circumstances. Cecil informed them that their target was Dr. 𝗧𝗵𝗃, a legitimate PhD in seismology who had equipped himself with earthquake gloves. Eve asked what Dr. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 wanted, and Cecil explained that even he didn't seem to know, but it was theorized that the gloves had caused him brain damage, leading to erratic behavior. As chaos erupted at Rushmore, people panicked while the ground shook. The monuments began to crack, and lava threatened to pour out. In the center of it all, the mad scientist floated in the air, laughing maniacally as he caused destruction. He proclaimed that the monument represented oppressors and that he would give them a new god to worship. Deku noticed the danger as Abraham Lincoln's head began to fall towards some scouts and their troop leader. Despite his barely functional superhero costume, he jumped into action, using his flight and black WHP to grab hold of the giant stone head, straining to keep it from crashing down. He thought to himself that it was time to be plus ultra. With all his strength, he managed to pull the head back into place, earning cheers from the civilians below. Dr. 𝗧𝗵𝗃, noticing the monument being restored, grew furious and clapped his bracelets together, sending a shockwave towards Deku. Anticipating the attack, Deku clapped his hands together, channeling the power of One for All to create his own sonic wave that neutralized Dr. 𝗧𝗵𝗃's assault. The Mad Doctor was shocked, unable to comprehend how anyone could stop him. Deku taunted him, explaining that it was common knowledge that opposing vibrations canceled each other out. The anger within Dr. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 flared, and he attempted another attack. Deku, understanding the frequency of the gloves, concentrated his power into one finger and flicked it back, unleashing a powerful strike. With a shout, he unleashed a technique that not only disabled Dr. 𝗧𝗵𝗃's attack but also surged straight toward him. The villain panicked and attempted to create a barrier of floating rocks for protection. However, the force of Deku's attack shattered the rocks into countless pieces, leaving Dr. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 off balance but still unharmed. Eve, who had been evacuating civilians from the blast zone, approached Deku, praising his quick work. Deku acknowledged the compliment but reminded her that a cornered mouse could still attack a cat. They needed to find a way to remove Dr. 𝗧𝗵𝗃's gloves, which were more like earthquake bracelets than actual gloves. Eve charged straight towards the Mad Doctor, who snapped his bracelets together, creating a sonic wave that propelled him upwards as she gave chase. Deku wanted to follow them, but there were still people in the danger zone who needed to be evacuated. While Eve fought the Doctor, Deku focused on crowd control, using his powers to guide people to safety. Eve was holding her own against the Doctor, but it was a tough battle. He was elusive, though she managed to land a few solid hits. They weren't major, but she was slowly wearing him down. The ghost of Nana appeared beside Izuku just as he helped a civilian escape from the lava below. The seventh user crossed her arms and observed Eve's fight, commenting on her skills. Deku, still in the air, agreed that Eve was impressive. Nana bluntly suggested that he should ask her out. Izuku nearly stumbled mid-air, his face reddening beneath his mask. He protested that now was not the right time, especially since they were battling a villain and Eve had just ended a relationship due to infidelity. He felt it would be inappropriate to approach her in such a vulnerable state. Nana smiled mischievously, implying that he would consider it if the circumstances were different. Izuku insisted that it was not the moment for such thoughts, especially with the danger they faced. Nana reminded him that they were all aware of his struggles and that it wasn't healthy to keep everything bottled up. She encouraged him to let Eve into his life, to share his burdens with her. Izuku acknowledged that he found Eve likable and enjoyed her company, but he felt it was not the right time to discuss relationships. He had a mission to focus on. As Nana faded away, he tried to concentrate on the battle ahead, but her words lingered in his mind, reminding him of the pain he carried. He glanced at his wrists, rubbing his left one with his right hand, recalling a dark day from his past. He thought that perhaps it would be nice to talk to someone about his feelings, but now was not the time. He needed to rejoin Eve to defeat the Mad Doctor. Meanwhile, Eve was still battling Dr. 𝗧𝗵𝗲. They had moved past their game of cat and mouse and were now engaged in a direct confrontation. She unleashed energy beams at him, but he dodged them effortlessly. In retaliation, he attempted to unleash a seismic wave, but Eve skillfully evaded it, launching herself into the air. Dr. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 declared that he would not be defeated by a girl dressed inappropriately. Eve's frustration peaked after everything she had endured recently. The comment struck a nerve, and she charged forward, landing a powerful punch on the mad scientist before he could react. She continued to strike him, pushing him down and causing him to bleed. Deku arrived on the scene, surprised to see Eve unleashing her pent-up anger on the villain. She was letting out all her frustrations through her relentless attacks. Using her powers, she smashed his bracelets, rendering them useless and sending him bouncing around like a pinball. Taking a moment to catch her breath, Eve expressed relief at finally releasing her anger. Deku, slightly intimidated, commented that she had let it all out and added that he thought her costume looked nice. This compliment made Eve blush. Their moment was interrupted when they heard the supervillain scream as he fell into a crevice, his jetpack malfunctioning. The two heroes dove down to save him, but the Mad Doctor laughed, using his malfunctioning bracelets to create a shockwave that knocked them back and sent a giant boulder crashing down into the lava. Deku quickly grabbed hold of Eve with his black 𝗬𝗓𝗄 and launched them both out of the crevice just before the lava could engulf them. Eve remarked that the villain was finished, while Deku expressed regret that he couldn't save him. Eve reassured him that he had done all he could, emphasizing that the villain's madness was to blame, not him. Deku wished there was more he could have done, but Eve reminded him that he had helped save everyone else, which was more than enough. She then pointed out that his costume was in tatters and suggested they go to get it fixed together. She proposed hanging out afterward, and Izuku felt a wave of nervousness wash over him, unsure if it was meant to be a date. She probably just wanted someone to talk to, and truth be told, he wanted someone to talk to as well. He nodded, agreeing that it sounded nice. Meanwhile, back at the Grayson house, Debbie observed everything from her perspective. When Mark got home, the first thing he did was share with her and his father what happened at the tryouts. He explained how the event was interrupted by the person who brought Izuku to their world and how that person had also brought a villain with whom Izuku had a history. Mark seemed eager to recount the story, describing how the two of them clashed for the first 30 seconds, moving so quickly that he could barely keep up. Izuku had created a smoke screen to cover himself, while the villain boasted about how he would defeat a kid to force Izuku out of hiding. It didn't work, though, as Izuku leaped down from the ceiling, striking the villain and then delivering a flurry of punches while running around. He must have landed 1,000 hits before the villain finally went down. It was incredible. Debbie thought it was nice to see Mark so enthusiastic about having a friend over. If she didn't know any better, it sounded like he and Izuku had known each other for years. In a way, it was almost as if they were brothers, which was a strange thought. Nolan chimed in, acknowledging that it sounded great and assuring Mark that, in time, he would be able to do even more impressive things. Mark replied that the monitor had shown them Izuku's first battle with the villain, and it was insane. He recalled how Izuku had fought despite having 2 broken arms, still managing to punch the villain into a mountain and crack it. Mark expressed doubt about whether he could do something like that, admitting that while he knew he had the strength, The resilience to keep fighting after breaking both arms was something else entirely. That was what made a real hero in his eyes. However, it also worried him that Izuku didn't seem to take precautions regarding his own safety during fights. Debbie noted that while heroes must prioritize the safety of others, it was concerning that their visitor didn't share the same fears about his own well-being. Nolan agreed that it was impressive but reminded them that Izuku was still human and had limits. He suggested they train that night, confident that he could help Mark reach Izuku's level in just one session. Mark shook his head, explaining that he had already made plans with Amber, who was coming over. He admitted that he would prefer to train with Izuku, as they had much more in common. Both had struggled to control their powers, and it made sense for Izuku to help him, at least for the time being. He felt he needed to get a bit stronger before training at his father's level. Nolan expressed his understanding but seemed concerned about the direction of the conversation. He sensed an argument brewing and decided to change the subject, suggesting that Mark go upstairs to prepare for Amber's arrival. Mark nodded and headed upstairs, while Debbie turned to Nolan, who looked puzzled by her intervention. She explained that Mark wanted to be trained by Izuku, and she didn't see a problem with that. Perhaps he could learn from both Nolan and Izuku. Nolan countered that Mark had responsibilities that Izuku didn't fully comprehend. Debbie crossed her arms, insisting that Izuku was responsible for protecting his entire civilization from a tyrant who wanted to take over the world. If that wasn't understanding responsibility, she didn't know what was. Nolan tried to clarify that he didn't mean to undermine Izuku but expressed discomfort with Mark spending so much time with him. Debbie argued that it was great for Mark to have a friend with whom he could connect while being a hero. Nolan hesitated, admitting that while he didn't think Izuku was dangerous, he reminded him of someone from his home world. Despite their different personalities, there was something about Izuku that struck a chord with him. His devotion and dedication were on the same level. He just didn't want Mark to compare himself to Izuku, who was already exceptional. Debbie pointed out that Mark wasn't trying to compare himself to anyone. He was striving to be even greater, just as Izuku encouraged him to be. Nolan seemed to laugh at this but then noticed the seriousness of her expression. He acknowledged Mark's dedication but worried that he might not reach the same level as Izuku. Debbie interrupted, questioning how he could say that. Mark wanted to not just follow in Nolan's footsteps but to surpass them, and she believed there was nothing wrong with that. Nolan conceded that he was concerned Mark might be getting the wrong idea about how to use his powers. However, Debbie reminded him that growing up meant finding one's own way. Mark wasn't going to stay in Nolan's shadow forever. He was following Izuku's example, just as Izuku had stepped back to forge his own path. Debbie felt proud of Mark for that, and she believed Nolan should be proud too. Nolan agreed, admitting his concerns but also recognizing that it was part of growing up. He hoped Mark would eventually move past this phase. As he walked away, he pulled out a tentacle of the kaiju he had defeated that day, announcing that he was going to grill it. It always surprises her how Nolan can switch off whatever conversation they're having and move on to something else. She admits she is concerned about Mark, especially with his connection to Izuku. She doesn't think Izuku is bad for him. In fact, she believes he's the best thing for him. However, as a mother, she always worries about her son. The way Nolan speaks sometimes makes her feel as if he's more concerned about what Mark is doing than about Mark's welfare. Then again, he comes from a planet where everyone is essentially different, so she shouldn't be too surprised. Still, something about Nolan has changed since the Guardian's death. She thought it was just his way of coping, but he seems different, and she doesn't think it's for the better. Art is the go-to guy for every superhero needing costumes, whether it's a rookie looking for their first outfit or a 20-year veteran needing a patch job. He's a MSTR at his craft, creating prom dresses by day and super suits for superheroes by night. He's also a genuinely good person. It has been a while since she visited Art, partly because she doesn't need to get her costume fixed. She can use her powers to repair it or create a new one, so there hasn't been much reason to go to a tailor. Art notices Izuku's presence and comments that he thought he would be taller. Izuku chuckles, explaining that he often gets that reaction, likely because he jumps around a lot. Art shares that he has good news. Cecil already sent him Izuku's measurements, and he thinks he can improve his costume. Izuku stops him, expressing his appreciation but clarifying that he isn't looking for something iconic. He just wants his superhero costume back in one piece and asks if Art could help with that. Art seems confused, wondering why Izuku doesn't want something iconic, a symbol for kids to draw while daydreaming about being as cool as him. Izuku explains that he prefers practicality over appearance. He feels comfortable with his costume, which was a gift from his mother, so he doesn't want to lose that sentimental value. Art understands and agrees to fix it up, suggesting he could increase the density of the material to make it lighter and tougher. He mentions that he has already repaired Izuku's metal gauntlets, making them more durable, so he should theoretically be able to block an attack from Omni-Man. Izuku raises an eyebrow at the word, theoretically, and Art chuckles, admitting he didn't have a chance to test them, as it was Cecil's recommendation. Izuku wonders what Cecil expects him to face, considering Omni-Man's reputation. He thanks Art and asks if there are any other improvements he could make to his suit, emphasizing that he doesn't want any changes to the design or the cape. Art assures him he'll get to work on it right away and suggests Izuku visit the coffee shop across the street while he finishes. Izuku expresses his gratitude, and they both leave to enjoy some time at the coffee shop. They find a table by the window as it starts to get dark, and the coffee shop isn't crowded, which is good since Izuku wants to ask some questions. He starts by asking why Art doesn't want something more iconic. Izuku takes a sip of his coffee and explains that how one looks doesn't save lives. His homeroom teacher at UA taught him to focus on what is practical and functional rather than what looks good. He notes that in his world, being iconic often means wearing a giant symbol on one's chest, which isn't exactly fashionable. Intrigued, she asks if no superhero has a letter or symbol on their chest like hers. Izuku fidgets for a moment, acknowledging that there are some but adds that, no disrespect intended, superheroes who dress that way in his world often look foolish and seem to invite danger. She raises an eyebrow, curious about his perspective. Izuku explains that it feels like having a bullseye on one's chest, making them an easy target. He shares that many superheroes in his world don't have symbols or letters on their chests. Instead, they have unique qualities that make them iconic, whether it's their attitude, style, or the way their powers manifest. She starts to reconsider her own costume design, realizing how many times she has been in danger due to the symbol on her chest. Perhaps she could change it to her arm or something less conspicuous. She decides to think about that later and continues to inquire about other heroes in Izuku's world. He describes various superheroes, including Endeavor, Hawks, and Mount Lady, and even mentions a surprising hero who is a dishwasher. She can hardly believe it and expresses her disbelief, but Izuku nods, acknowledging that her reaction is understandable. People from Izuku's world shared similar feelings when he first made it onto the top 10 list. It seemed a bit ridiculous, yet in its own way, it was iconic. It was hard to believe that a world overflowing with superheroes was in danger, collapsing due to the actions of one man. Izuku's expression shifted from happiness to a hint of sadness. It wasn't just the fault of one person, it was everyone's fault, including his own. When his mentor first took the stage, he captivated the world, saving people in record time and accomplishing what many thought was impossible. He saved countless lives, but along the way, people forgot he was human. Only one person seriously tried to surpass him, while everyone else stood back, cheering, believing that All Might would take care of everything. This way of thinking was toxic, forgetting that someone could be human despite their powers. Izuku struggled to understand how a world with 80% of its population possessing superpowers could have deteriorated so badly. He wondered where the other heroes had gone. Izuku explained that many heroes simply reached their limits. The realization struck me, they had quit when the world needed them the most. Izuku clarified that it wasn't that simple, everyone had limits, even him, even me. Many heroes in his world were not motivated by justice but by the longing for wealth and fame. As long as someone was protecting the peace, no one cared about their motivations. However, when something truly catastrophic happened, many couldn't handle it anymore. I nodded, reflecting on my own moments of wanting to give up. The world seemed to grow darker every day, especially now that the Guardians were gone. There were times when negative comments about my alter ego made me want to scream and abandon everything. Izuku shared that the same thing happened to 𝗳𝗏𝗄𝗏, but his situation was harsher. During a raid against the Paranormal Liberation Front, he lost many friends, including his sidekick, who was like a son to him. People began blaming him for those losses, telling him he should stop trying. He eventually convinced himself that he wasn't a real hero, he was just a man. I couldn't imagine that level of despair. I thought about how I would feel if someone had taken Rex and Kate from me and blamed me for it. It made me wonder if Izuku was approaching his own limits. He shrugged, saying that one never truly knows until they reach it. He had faced difficult times and had often been told to give up before even starting his journey as a hero. It was mentally taxing when people hurled insults and garbage at him, telling him to go away. Yet, coming here had rejuvenated him. Despite the terrifying adjustments, the people around him didn't blame him for the invasion. They acknowledged his efforts, which helped him cope with the guilt of those who had died. I appreciated his perspective. Sure, there were occasional critics, and one bad comment could overshadow 1,000 cheers, but sometimes, one had to keep moving forward. Izuku shifted the conversation, asking how I was handling my own problems. I hesitated to share, but it was kind of him to ask. Truthfully, I felt angry, especially with Rex. He thought my friendship with Izuku gave him an excuse to act out. I was also upset with Kate. After everything we had been through, it felt wrong for her to betray me like that. Izuku, in an attempt to defend Kate, mentioned that Rex had tricked her. I shot him a glare, and he quickly backtracked, sensing my frustration. I knew he meant well, but I struggled to trust Kate again. Ironically, I felt closer to Izuku now, and he seemed surprised by this revelation. He was flattered but brought up Mark as a close second. I acknowledged Mark's importance but admitted that I felt a deeper connection with Izuku. He listened and had a good heart, even if he sometimes mumbled. He blushed at my compliment, and I found him adorable, but I reminded myself that I was still getting over Rex. Izuku was my friend, possibly my only friend right now, and I didn't want to jeopardize that. I decided to continue talking with him and give myself time to heal. Maybe my feelings would fade as I moved on from Rex, or maybe they wouldn't. I knew I had to be absolutely sure I was over Rex before considering anything more with Izuku. Izuku then said something that felt a bit like flirting. He believed I deserved better than Rex, that there was someone out there who could truly see me for who I was. I couldn't help but feel flattered by his words. A lovely, kind-hearted young woman deserved so much more than what the world had given her. It was becoming increasingly difficult for Izuku to resist falling for her. Time passed as the two superheroes spent their afternoon in a coffee shop, enjoying their drinks and sharing stories about their heroic adventures. Izuku was less forthcoming about his childhood, not wanting to burden Eve with the truth. When they realized they had been talking for an hour, they began walking back to where Art was waiting with Izuku's new suit. The young hero from another world examined his new costume. It was almost identical to his old one, but this time it was a single piece. Art had followed his instructions perfectly, keeping the original design while making improvements in key areas. The costume was now more durable, ready to withstand the challenges ahead. Izuku expressed his gratitude, appreciating Art's efforts more than he could say. Art insisted it was nothing, just a small price for the lives Izuku continued to save. After changing back into his civilian clothes, Izuku and Eve left the shop. They could fly, but walking felt like a refreshing change of pace. Nana, the voice in Izuku's head, encouraged him to ask Eve if she wanted company on her way home. Ignoring the advice, Izuku hesitantly asked Eve if she wanted to hang out again sometime. Eve smiled, saying it would be nice. She mentioned wanting to patrol together that night but needed to clean the team base after their breakup. Izuku offered to help, but Eve declined, saying she needed some time alone. She enjoyed their time together, and the word date slipped out before she could stop herself. Izuku's expression shifted from surprise to embarrassment, and he looked away. He was slightly upset, realizing he hadn't known it was a date. Eve, too, felt a pang of disappointment at the misunderstanding. After a moment, she added that she wouldn't mind going out with him another time. Izuku blushed fiercely, unsure how to respond, while Eve giggled and walked away, telling him to think about it. He nodded, still processing what had just happened. Nana appeared beside him, teasingly noting that it seemed like Izuku had a date. Laughter echoed in his mind from the past users of One for All, cheering him on and teasing him, which made him feel both embarrassed and happy. As he walked back to the Grayson household, he thought about the idea of a date, something he had never imagined for himself. Meanwhile, Eve was in the base of her former team, taking down pictures of her and her teammates, especially those with Rex. Each photo brought back memories, some good, some painful. Removing them felt like digging a hole in her soul. She had been too forgiving of Rex, despite his mistakes, but his relationship with Kate had been the last straw. As she took down one more picture of them holding hands, she remembered how happy she had felt at that moment. Now, that memory was tainted by Rex's actions. Just as she was about to continue cleaning, she heard explosions outside. Initially thinking the city was under attack, she rushed out, only to find that the explosions were fireworks. Her confusion turned to joy, which quickly soured when she saw Rex, who was creating fireworks with his energy. Despite her better judgment, Eve approached him, crossing her arms, clearly unhappy. Rex noticed her and smiled, but she remained silent, uninterested in engaging with him. Rex acknowledged his mistakes and expressed his love for her, but Eve pointed out that it wasn't an apology. He pleaded for another chance, promising not to mess up again. She recalled their previous encounters, where he had repeatedly hurt her despite her giving him multiple chances. Eve thought about what Izuku had said in the coffee shop, that she deserved better. The words echoed in her mind, and she realized she needed to move on from Rex. Firmly she told Rex she wasn't giving him another chance. He was heartbroken, questioning why she would throw away their relationship. Eve reminded him that he had thrown it away the moment he betrayed her. She had endured enough and deserved someone who truly valued her. Rex grumbled, suggesting that her idea of better involved Izuku. Eve, frustrated, insisted that he had nothing to do with this. Rex disagreed, claiming that she had shown interest in Izuku the moment he arrived. Infuriated by his accusations, Eve slapped him, asserting that nothing had happened between them. She was done with the past and ready to move forward. He realized he deserved better, and he knew that better was with Izuku or someone else, but not with Rex. Rex, still surprised by Eve's slap, held his cheek as she stepped back, using her powers to lift herself into the air. She wished him luck with his new team and then flew away, leaving Rex alone, heartbroken and angry, filled with misplaced blame. He thought about Izuku, vowing that when he got his hands on him, he would make him pay. Meanwhile, Izuku returned late to the Grayson household after dealing with a villain attack. It was nothing he couldn't handle, but it took time. When he arrived, the lights were off, and he used his key to enter, assuming everyone was asleep. He considered joining them but knew that was wishful thinking. Izuku rarely slept, often managing only 3 hours at most, supplemented by brief power naps throughout the day. He had grown accustomed to this routine, using the time to cope with his thoughts. He couldn't sleep for more than 3 hours without waking up, feeling restless and compelled to do something productive. With guilt weighing on him about the Guardians' deaths, he decided to investigate their murder. It had been weeks since the news broke, and countless theories emerged about who was responsible. Most people believed the Guardians had died heroically, but Izuku knew the truth and felt a sense of responsibility for their demise. He had been teleported into their battle, panicked, and fainted, unable to help. Determined to find answers, he scrutinized every supervillain capable of such a feat, narrowing his list from 50 names to 10. One name lingered in his mind, Omni-Man. Despite his reluctance to believe it, Izuku felt a gut instinct that Nolan wasn't who he seemed. Every time Nolan displayed strong emotions, Izuku's danger sense tingled, raising a red flag. In the darkness of his room, he whispered to himself, wishing he wasn't so overwhelmed by the situation. Suddenly, a cold shiver swept through the room, and he could see his breath. It felt as if someone was watching him. He stood up, fists clenched, ready to defend himself. Then, out of nowhere, Damien Darkblood appeared beside him. Initially startled, Izuku calmed down, remembering that Damien had accessed the planet's computers upon his arrival. He had quickly learned about the heroes, and Damien was known as a demon detective trying to redeem himself by solving crimes. Damien acknowledged that he hadn't meant to scare Izuku, who recognized him and mentioned his research. He explained that he had been teleported into the Guardian's base, where he found most of them already dead. Overwhelmed by the scene, he had vomited and fainted, recalling only a flash of red before losing consciousness. Damien expressed that Izuku's account was not the information he sought but noted that Izuku was also searching for answers. Seeing no harm in sharing, Izuku handed over his list of suspects, detailing those he believed capable of killing the Guardians. Damien noted the Molar twins, who were not in jail at the time of the murders, but Izuku countered that their genius allowed them to clone themselves, potentially using the clones to attack the Guardians unexpectedly. Though Damien didn't want to admit it, he recognized the validity of Izuku's point. As he continued examining the list, he noticed one name that had been crossed out and rewritten multiple times. 𝗵𝗃. Damien expressed surprise at Izuku's suspicion of the very man he lived with. Izuku looked down, conflicted. He hated to suspect Mark's father but couldn't ignore the possibility. He explained that aside from himself, Nolan was the only other survivor, and he couldn't find any villains capable of inflicting the kind of damage that had landed Nolan in the hospital. He speculated that perhaps someone was mind-controlling Nolan or the Guardians, leading to their conflict. Damien advised Izuku to keep this information to himself and to tell no one else. If he discovered anything further, he should come to Damien, who would help piece everything together. Izuku nodded, wondering how he could contact him in the future. He had vanished into the darkness, leaving no trace behind. Izuku rubbed the back of his head, reflecting on how strange this world had become. Across the street, agents were observing the Grace family and the hero from another world. Cecil and Donald focused intently on the screen in Izuku's room, having witnessed everything unfold. Cecil expressed his uncertainty about 𝗵𝗃, while Donald questioned how someone who had been a hero for 20 years could suddenly turn against them. Cecil, however, believed that Izuku was sharper than most realized. If Izuku suspected 𝗵𝗃, they might need to consider him a potential suspect as well. Donald raised concerns about giving Izuku support, noting that he was unaware of his own gifts. Cecil countered, explaining that Izuku came from a universe where, against all odds, people managed to survive despite the overwhelming presence of superpowers and an immortal tyrant. He felt that Izuku's insight would be invaluable, especially with a location in mind, the old Teen Titans base, now abandoned since the team had disbanded. Weeks had passed since Damien Darkblood's visit, and things had been relatively quiet. There had been occasional villain encounters, but none from Izuku's world. He and Eve had been spending more time together, but it was purely as friends. He was helping Mark with his training, much to the approval of Mark's mother, Debbie. Nolan allowed Izuku to teach Mark some techniques and explore different ways to use his powers. Nolan primarily handled Mark's training, especially teaching him how to fly. Izuku understood that their methods differed significantly. While they propelled themselves off nothing, he floated and used his fingers to guide himself with balance and precision. On the surface, everything seemed fine, but beneath that facade, Izuku was narrowing down the list of suspects in the Guardians' deaths. Only one name remained, 𝗵𝗃. Despite his efforts to eliminate that name, it was the only one that made sense. 𝗵𝗃 had access to the Guardians' emergency frequency, could catch them off guard, and knew their weaknesses. He was strong and cunning enough to eliminate them all, and when injured, he had played the victim to gain sympathy. Izuku understood the who, the how, and the what, but he couldn't grasp the why. 𝗵𝗃, also known as Nolan Grayson, had been a hero for 2 decades, saving the world alongside the Guardians. It made no sense for someone they considered a friend to betray them. Determined to uncover the truth, Izuku began investigating Damien Darkblood, trying to determine if he was genuine or merely trying to deceive him. He had researched old news reports and conspiracy theories about Damien, discovering that he was a demon seeking redemption through solving crimes. While not a traditional hero, Damien wasn't evil either. Izuku pondered whether he could trust him, but the question remained, why would 𝗵𝗃 kill the Guardians? Did Debbie or Mark know anything? Izuku hesitated to voice his doubts about them, especially given Nolan's past actions. He decided to keep his suspicions to himself until he had solid proof. The first user appeared beside him as he worked on the computer, acknowledging his need for more evidence and suggesting he ask Omni-Man some generic questions about his supposed affiliation with the World Betterment Committee. Izuku considered this idea, thinking it might be a good way to bring it up casually during dinner. However, Nolan and Mark were currently away training, racing to Mount Everest, a phrase Izuku never thought he would utter. He would have to wait for their return. A few hours later, while exercising in his room, he heard the front door open. Mark and Nolan had returned. After finishing his workout, Izuku noticed Mark walking past his room in his hero costume. Mark remarked on Izuku's dedication to exercise, and they exchanged light banter about the training session. As they spoke, Izuku found himself doubting whether his suspicions about Omni-Man were truly justified. He seemed like a good dad, better than his own, but it was hard to believe he could do something like that to his friends. Danger signals flared every time he was near, especially when he got annoyed, so the possibility couldn't be ignored. For now, he needed to play it cool. He still didn't know whether he could trust Mark. He wanted to, but taking that risk felt too great. Omni-Man was one thing, but with Invincible involved, it felt like an apocalypse. Mark was in a rush, and it turned out he had a date with Amber, a girl from school. He felt happy for him and wished him good luck. Mark, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly, asked for advice about girls. It was surprising that Mark wanted advice from him, but he couldn't help but feel a bit flattered. Mark thought he must have had a girlfriend at least once or twice, but he had to clarify that he had never had one. Mark's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't understand why girls wouldn't be falling for someone strong and powerful like him, especially since everyone knew he was a superhero in training. He needed to give Mark a dose of reality. He explained that he only got his powers 2 years ago and that everyone else in his world usually received theirs by the age of 4 or 5. He had been a late bloomer, and for most of his life, he had been powerless. While others had superpowers, he felt like a freak, and people treated him that way. Mark was confused and wanted to know what that meant. He felt the need to get this point across, especially if Mark was working with his dad. He signaled for Mark to come closer and closed the door, revealing a scar on his back, one he had never shown anyone else. It was a massive scar, not from a villain fight or an accident, but a result of bullying. Mark seemed shocked and asked if it was a scar. He turned to face Mark and revealed that it was the Japanese word for useless, carved into him by bullies from middle school. Mark was horrified that people their age could do something like that. He explained that on his 13th birthday, he was attacked by classmates who dragged him into an alley, ripped his shirt off, and used a knife to carve into his skin. Mark was appalled and questioned why they would do such a thing. He shrugged, explaining that they believed they were superior in social standing and thought they had the right to treat him like an insect. They referred to it as branding, slowly carving the mark into his skin. Mark still didn't understand how they could get away with it and asked if he reported it. He shook his head, recalling how they had held him down and taken pictures. It took Mark a moment to grasp the full implication of what he was saying, and he expressed disbelief at the cruelty of it all. He shared that the bullies had threatened to post the pictures online if he told anyone. After they were done, he managed to find some clothes, stitched himself up as best he could, and never spoke of it again. Mark asked why he was showing him this. Taking a deep breath, he explained that he wanted Mark to understand something important. Those bullies thought they were superior because they had power, and now Mark was starting to gain a power unlike anyone else on the planet, except for his father. He didn't think Mark would misuse his powers, but he wanted to teach him that having power didn't make someone above others. Mark insisted he wouldn't do something like that, swearing he would never harm anyone. He admitted he had thought about confronting a bully at school but realized he didn't want to become like them. That was the point he needed to make. He didn't doubt Mark's intentions to do good, but he emphasized that thinking one was right didn't necessarily make it so. Just because they wore costumes and had superpowers didn't make them gods. It was easy to forget that, and he had often thought about revenge against those bullies, but he realized that would make him no better than them. Never forget that just because one possesses power, it does not place them above others, nor does it always mean they are in the right. As the saying goes, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Mark nodded, finally understanding the message. He acknowledged that he would be more mindful of others and thanked his companion, expressing that he truly needed to hear those words before making a regrettable mistake. His companion responded with reassurance, stating that Mark should not take the previous conversation too harshly. They believed Mark was not a bad person but simply needed to recognize the greater responsibilities that came with his abilities. It was crucial for him to be cautious, as he lived in a world where even the slightest misstep could cause harm, even when acting heroically. Sometimes, people might disagree with his actions, and he needed to learn to take responsibility for any unintended consequences. Mark then inquired if his companion had ever sought revenge on those who had wronged him. His companion shook their head, explaining that while thoughts of revenge had crossed their mind, acting on them would only make them no better than those who had hurt them. Instead, they aimed to prove their worth by becoming a hero in training, which was what truly mattered. They also shared that their scar led some to believe they were consumed by vengeance, prompting them to hide it. Mark expressed admiration for the strength it took to resist that urge. His companion chuckled lightly, reflecting on the hardships they had faced but emphasizing the importance of holding on to positive memories. They recalled a moment when they stood up to bullies to protect a defenseless child, even at the cost of losing the fight. The gratitude from the child had been enough to validate their actions. They continued, reminding Mark that his powers were his own, and no one could dictate how he should use them. It was ultimately his choice to make, and they hoped he would choose wisely. Mark acknowledged this, apologizing for bringing up an awkward topic regarding relationships, noting that he had assumed his companion had some experience given their connection with Eve. His companion shrugged, admitting they were unsure of where their feelings for Eve came from, feeling like a different person around her. They apologized for not being able to offer any advice on girls, sharing the cliché wisdom of being a gentleman and kind, suggesting that small gestures could go a long way. As Mark left to take a shower, his companion noticed Nolan walking by in his superhero costume. Nolan did not appear pleased, but he was not angry either. He addressed his companion, expressing a longing for them not to impose their beliefs on Mark. There was a hint of tension in his voice, but his companion remained calm, apologizing and suggesting that the lesson about responsibility might be better received coming from Nolan himself. Nolan crossed his arms, raising an eyebrow, seemingly fishing for a slip-up. His companion responded, pointing out the irony of Nolan's powers being used to help rather than dominate, suggesting that humility should be a lesson for his people. Nolan's surprise indicated that he had not expected such insight, revealing a crack in his facade. After a moment, Nolan conceded that they had different ways of teaching these lessons, expressing a hope to impart this wisdom to Mark. His companion shrugged, reiterating that the lesson would likely resonate more if it came from Nolan. For a brief moment, Nolan's expression shifted to anger before returning to neutrality as he agreed to speak with Mark. Once Nolan walked away, his companion exhaled, feeling a wave of relief wash over them. The encounter had been nerve-wracking, and they realized they could not maintain this charade for long. Nolan remained unaware of their true knowledge, but that would not last if they did not act. They needed to uncover Nolan's weakness, for everyone had one, whether it was a hidden vulnerability or a secret from his past. Without this knowledge, the fate of their world hung in the balance. From Nolan's perspective, he reflected on how no one had questioned his backstory in 20 years, not even Cecil. Yet this boy, Izuku, had appeared out of nowhere, skillfully probing the inconsistencies in his narrative. The World Parliament Committee was built on lies, and he regretted not crafting a more believable philosophy to support his claims. He had simply asserted his authority, and everyone had accepted it, everyone except the green-haired boy from another universe. Nolan considered the similarities between their worlds, including their shared history of devastation. While Izuku was deemed one of the strongest, Nolan felt an unsettling unease in his presence. It was a feeling he could not shake, as if Izuku suspected the truth behind his carefully constructed facade. No, he couldn't possibly know. He was just a teenage boy, after all. There was no way he could come up with something so elaborate. Even if he did, why would he choose to stay here if he didn't believe it was the safest place for him? What kind of reckless person would remain with someone who thought of them as a murderer? No, she was just overreacting. He was only fishing, that was all. If he kept asking questions, she could simply make him disappear. It shouldn't be too hard. She could send him far away, outside the solar system, where no one would ever find him. If anyone inquired, they could easily assume he had gone home. Yes, that was the plan. But wait. No, she was being too hasty. She needed to remain calm. He was just a teenage boy, not a threat. However, he did present an opportunity for the Empire. The multiverse offered more places to conquer, more universes to dominate, and a planet filled with humans possessing unique abilities, all of which could be beneficial to the Empire, including him. If his powers could be inherited genetically, combined with her people's strength, it would create a generation that was unstoppable. He would be the perfect candidate for breeding, making the Empire even stronger. And she might not even have to confront him about it. He had already mentioned that his world was in chaos. If she offered him a solution through the Empire, he would likely accept it. What kind of fool wouldn't? They could save countless lives, eliminate this self-proclaimed demon lord, and restore order to his world, under the Empire, of course. For now, she had to continue playing her role. It wouldn't be long before Earth was brought into the Empire, and when they realized it was the best thing that could happen to them, Mark and Debbie would understand, and so would Izuku. They just needed more time. Putting on a cheerful demeanor, she approached Debbie and suggested they go out, insisting they couldn't let two teenagers outshine them. Debbie mentioned that Olga wanted her to sell her house due to the poor woman's distress, believing there was a conspiracy surrounding the murders. For once, she was right, but who would believe her? She was a grieving widow and a drinker. She needed to stop drinking. Izuku then came down the stairs, carrying a stack of notebooks and apologizing for interrupting. Debbie assured him it was fine and inquired about the notebooks. He explained that since he would be partially working with the Guardians of the Globe, 𝗧𝗏 had asked him to create notes on every villain he could remember from his world, just in case they decided to pay a visit. He had written notes on every single villain, and it seemed all those books were filled. Debbie was surprised, asking how long he had been doing this. Izuku shrugged, saying he had started the previous morning when 𝗧𝗏 called and told him what he needed to do. He had been writing non-stop since then. Taking notes was his thing, especially on something as important as this. Debbie admitted that his dedication was impressive, reminding her of the Grand Regent. Izuku then expressed his regret for speaking to Mark without Mr. Grayson's permission, acknowledging that it was uncalled for and that he shouldn't interfere with Mr. Grayson's efforts to teach his son. He thought their people might share similar views, given their mission to improve the universe. Mr. Grayson realized he had been giving the boy too much credit. He wasn't as clever as he had assumed. He reassured Izuku that he was correct. Their people did share some views, but it had been a while since his training, and he had forgotten some details. Izuku then asked if there were any bad Viltrumites. Mr. Grayson nearly choked on his drink, raising his hands defensively, clarifying that he meant no disrespect. He was simply thinking out loud, finding it strange that an entire species would be dedicated to helping other planets. Mr. Grayson took a moment to calm down, acknowledging that it was a reasonable question, though not one anyone had asked before. He explained that there were occasional bad apples, but there was no need to worry, they were dealt with before they could become a problem. Izuku nodded, relieved, and apologized again for any disrespect. He explained that with his world in turmoil and the system essentially broken, they would likely have to rebuild from scratch. He hoped Mr. Grayson could provide some insights on how the World Betterment Committee prevented their people from misusing their power. Mr. Grayson felt a surge of anger at the question, but he couldn't show it. If Debbie saw him angry, she would start asking questions she wasn't ready to hear. The innocence in Izuku's gaze was disarming, yet there was something hidden in his eyes that made Mr. Grayson's suspicions grow stronger. He couldn't openly threaten him, he needed a good excuse. He struggled to find the right words, feeling as if he wanted to silence himself. Unfortunately, he told Izuku that it was something he couldn't disclose. One of the World Betterment Committee's rules was that they didn't impose their will on others, whether asked for or not. Izuku seemed to accept this answer, thanking Mr. Grayson and mentioning he would be back late. 𝗧𝗏 wanted to speak with him after the new Guardians were introduced to HQ, and he needed to deliver the books on his enemies, possibly explaining that he was a hero from another universe. It was going to be a busy evening. After he left, Mr. Grayson allowed himself to express his frustration for a moment. It was all so exasperating. It was difficult to determine whether he knew or not. If he did, why was he acting so cool? Why wasn't he reacting in any way? What was his game? Was he trying to manipulate her, or was he genuinely unaware? Debbie thought he was such a nice young man and hoped Mark could learn something from him. The narrator observed her internal struggle. She wanted to scream at Debbie, to tell her it was wrong, but she simply nodded in agreement. The robot was busy checking on his side project as his robotic body walked on autopilot to the new headquarters of the Guardians of the Globe. The new members stood in awe. To them, this place felt like a sacred site, home to the greatest superhero team on the planet and the location of their tragic end, though they were unaware of that fact. Shrink couldn't believe he was actually there, while Rex was speechless, marveling at the surroundings. The new team continued to explore, gazing at everything as if they had discovered the Holy Grail. Black Samson, however, felt a sense of belonging as he declared it was good to be home again. Rex rolled his eyes, exasperated by Samson's repeated claims of being an original member of the Guardians of the Globe. As the argument between Rex and Black Samson escalated, the robot and Monster Girl engaged in conversation. Monster Girl admitted she felt a bit nervous, to which the robot reassured her that he felt the same way. Then Kate pointed out the obvious: wasn't Deku supposed to meet them there? Rex sarcastically gasped, commenting on how Mr. Perfect hadn't shown up, implying that he wasn't so perfect after all. Suddenly, the sound of the teleporter interrupted him. Cecil stepped forward, and beside him was none other than Izuku. Cecil instructed the team to pick up their jaws, reminding them that this wasn't a holy site but their job. The sooner they adapted, the sooner they could start saving lives. Rex questioned why Izuku got to teleport in while they had to walk, to which Cecil responded that Izuku had been working hard for the past 2 days and had delivered results. Rex glanced at the books Izuku was holding, wondering what kind of work he had been doing. Izuku stepped forward, distributing copies of his notes on various villains he was aware of, detailing their powers, weaknesses, beliefs, and capabilities. Samson focused on one specific book, quickly skimming through the notes. He was surprised to learn there was a villain with 9 superpowers, something he had never heard of before. Cecil explained that this villain was not from their planet, and he warned the team to sit down because the explanation would take a while. He elaborated on how Izuku was actually a hero from another world and what had transpired with the Guardians. It took time for the new team to process this information. Shrink clarified that Izuku was from another universe where 80% of the population had superpowers. Izuku confirmed this, and Monster Girl added that he was being hunted by a 200-year-old psychopath who could steal powers and was obsessed with Izuku's abilities. Izuku regretted that he had to lie about how the Guardians had died, believing it was better for the world to think they had perished heroically rather than in darkness. Samson seemed to accept this explanation, noting that it was better for the world to believe the Guardians had died as Izuku described. The robot pointed out that they believed another interdimensional being, like the monitor who brought Izuku here, was responsible for bringing villains from his world. Cecil warned that until they found the source of the trouble, it was their duty to handle the situation. He urged the team to read the books he had provided, warning them that none of the villains were pushovers. The team nodded in agreement, except for Rex, who crossed his arms and burned the book in front of him. He dismissed the information, expressing disbelief that Izuku could be from another universe. The robot countered that they shouldn't doubt Izuku's words, recalling the ice villain that had attacked them during the invasion. He had found no records of any villain or hero with such powers, suggesting it was impossible to remain hidden. Monster Girl chimed in, reminding Rex of the muscular guy who had easily defeated him, making it hard to deny the existence of the multiverse. Rex grumbled, unwilling to accept the idea that Izuku was special. He resented the thought of working with him, especially since he was trying to regain the spotlight after Eve had left him. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling of jealousy as he continued to hear about the guy who had stolen his girlfriend. Rex expressed his frustration, declaring he was done and would only return when they were living in reality instead of a twisted fantasy. He pointed out a spot that Cecil had missed, indicating a bloodstain. 𝗧𝗘 responded that the stain would remain until they proved themselves worthy of the heroes who came before them. Rex, feeling overshadowed by Izuku, stormed off to the gym, still angry that it seemed everyone valued the rookie more than him. He had been a hero for as long as he could remember, and the arrival of Izuku, who outshone him, was infuriating. Robot approached Izuku and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, but Izuku winced from the unexpected sharp pain. Robot quickly withdrew his hand, apologizing for his unintentional grip. He sometimes forgot how fragile humans could be. Izuku shrugged it off, assuring Robot that it was fine. 𝗧𝗘 then instructed Izuku to leave the books behind, as he had something important to discuss in private. Izuku acknowledged this and promised to return shortly, reminding everyone to read the books, as they might reveal something useful. As the adult and the young man teleported away, the new guardians of the globe settled into their base, preparing to familiarize themselves with the potential villains they would face. Shrink expressed disbelief over a villain named 𝗬𝗪, who could turn stress into power. Monster Girl dismissed it, pointing out another villain called Moonfish, who had razor-sharp teeth and a taste for flesh. Black Samson added that there was a girl named Toga, a shape-shifting serial killer who had a penchant for drinking BLD. Kate reacted with shock, noting how unfortunate it would be for any guy who caught her attention. Meanwhile, Rex was in the gym, not working out but instead calling Toga, who sounded innocent on the other end. She was excited to hear he was at the Guardian's base. Rex, feeling confident, described the impressive amenities of the base, comparing it to a holy site. Toga eagerly requested a tour, but Rex played it cool, suggesting it could get him in trouble to bring someone unauthorized into the base. Toga pleaded with him, insisting she owed him one. Rex felt victorious, believing he had her completely under his spell. He agreed to let her in when the team was out or training, thinking it would be easy to manage. After hanging up, Rex left the gym, lying about his training plans. He thought he had Toga wrapped around his finger, but the truth was she had him under her influence. In a cave outside of town, Toga sat atop boxes filled with supplies, rolling her eyes as she pulled the phone away from her ear. She expressed her impatience, wanting to know when she could finally deal with Rex, who annoyed her with his constant chatter. A voice from the shadows responded, revealing 𝗬𝗵𝗲, a member of the original League of Villains. Mr. 𝗵𝗃 emerged next, having been broken out of jail by a mysterious benefactor and sent to this new world with his comrades, though his arm remained mechanical. Mr. 𝗵𝗃 apologized to Toga, acknowledging the discomfort of her role but assuring her that her sacrifice was recognized. Toga vented her frustration about Rex, expressing her disbelief that he thought he could be with her. 𝗬𝗵𝗲 reassured her that Rex would unwittingly provide them with what they needed, warning that this world should be cautious of false heroes like Rex, who only cared about fame and fortune. In the shadows, another figure was illuminated by the purple light of large test tubes containing people. This individual, a friend of the Demon Lord, had also been brought to this new world to execute a plan set by the Demon Lord and their new benefactor. The doctor acknowledged 𝗬𝗵𝗲's concerns but noted that Rex's weaknesses could be exploited once Toga completed her mission. Mr. 𝗵𝗃 expressed his disbelief at the opportunity for a second act with a new audience, while 𝗬𝗵𝗲 reminded them to stick to the plan, warning that the heroes in this world followed different rules, and they needed to be careful to avoid failure. Deku found himself unable to stop the impending threat. The villains, united in their resolve, planned to dismantle this world before returning to their own to obliterate the superhuman society. As the doctor continued his work on his creations, he looked up to reveal the former guardians of the globe, now preserved in test tubes, slowly being reconstructed. The mad doctor stroked his beard, anticipating the moment they would be complete, confident that no one in this world would stand in their way. From Izuku's perspective, he questioned why 𝗧𝗘 insisted on using the teleporter. It seemed like a personal tool, but he appreciated the efficiency it provided. Instead of arriving at the Grayson household, they found themselves at the teen team's old base, which had been remodeled. What once resembled a hangout now looked like a factory, complete with a pool table, new equipment, 3D printers, materials, star charts, and all the tools necessary to run a small factory. Confused, Izuku asked 𝗧𝗘 about their purpose there, but 𝗧𝗏 merely instructed him to keep walking and promised to explain later. As they moved through the transformed space, Izuku couldn't help but wonder why they hadn't teleported directly to their destination. He hesitated but ultimately asked how much taxpayer money was spent each time they teleported. 𝗧𝗏 responded with a question about the gross emetic output of Liechtenstein, to which Izuku quickly calculated that it amounted to over $7.36 billion, realizing they had used that much multiple times in a short span. 𝗧𝗏 remained neutral, impressed that Izuku could make such calculations on the spot. Izuku expressed his disbelief at the astronomical figure, suggesting it was wasteful and that they could achieve the same results for half the cost. 𝗧𝗏 paused, surprised by Izuku's insight. Izuku explained that his world had explored similar teleportation theories before quirks emerged, but the project had been abandoned during a dark time. He recalled that someone had later released the concept online, as teleportation had become less of a fantasy due to individuals who could already perform it. 𝗧𝗏, intrigued, asked if Izuku had seen the plans and realized their design was flawed. Izuku shrugged, downplaying his knowledge and suggesting that anyone in his world could have figured it out. He noted that the quantum core was likely too large, estimating it to be the size of a small house. 𝗧𝗏 confirmed this, and Izuku suggested that if they reduced its size, it would require less power while still achieving the same results. 𝗧𝗏 began to understand and acknowledged Izuku's point. He gestured to the base, filled with equipment that Izuku had never seen before, realizing it contained everything needed for hero support. However, Izuku felt unworthy of such resources, insisting he was not an inventor. 𝗧𝗏 challenged him, pointing out that Izuku had just devised a theory to reduce teleportation costs. Despite 𝗧𝗏's encouragement, Izuku remained skeptical, believing anyone from his world could have reached the same conclusion. 𝗧𝗏 interrupted him, throwing a set of papers his way, the results of a test Izuku had taken. To his astonishment, he had scored a perfect 100%. 𝗧𝗏 insisted that those questions were among the most challenging they could offer, and Izuku's performance was unprecedented. Izuku was in disbelief, recalling his struggles in school and feeling undeserving of the label of genius. He returned the papers, flattered yet convinced he was just an ordinary kid who had gotten lucky. He had never possessed any remarkable talents, attributing his success to chance rather than skill. 𝗧𝗏 probed deeper, questioning whether Izuku's self-doubt stemmed from how others had treated him. The memory of the mark on his back flooded back, causing him to stop and hyperventilate. He recalled the days filled with screams and cries, begging for mercy, only to be met with laughter. He should have anticipated that it would be brought up. Realizing he was being watched, he turned, feeling the weight of scrutiny. 𝗧𝗏, arms crossed, stated that he was aware of the situation. He mentioned that they had been observing the Graysons as well as him. He acknowledged Izuku's intelligence, admitting that initially he was surprised Izuku hadn't noticed. However, after hearing what Izuku had told Mark, it became clear that Izuku didn't recognize his true value. Izuku felt a pang of despair at the notion of true value, believing that his worth was tied solely to his power. Without it, he felt insignificant. He expressed his appreciation for 𝗧𝗏's intentions but insisted that he was not who 𝗧𝗏 thought he was. 𝗧𝗏 countered, suggesting that while Izuku might not be who he believed, he could still be humanity's best hope. Izuku raised an eyebrow, questioning what 𝗧𝗏 meant. 𝗧𝗏 elaborated on Nolan and the Guardians, implying that Izuku was aware of the potential threat they posed. Despite the gravity of the situation, Izuku felt overwhelmed. He couldn't be the only hope. There were the new Guardians of the Globe, Mark, and Eve. 𝗧𝗏 acknowledged the shortcomings of the new Guardians and expressed doubt about their ability to handle the situation. He encouraged Izuku to consider his gift, a power that could help the world. Feeling the weight of expectation, Izuku flew away from the base, grappling with his self-worth. He felt like just a fanboy, dreaming too big without his powers. Meanwhile, Mark reflected on his recent date with Amber, which he considered the best night of his life. It was their first proper date, and Amber had planned everything perfectly. Despite his concerns about possibly messing things up, Amber reassured him that it had gone well. As they shared a quick, magical kiss, Mark felt a rush of excitement. He soared into the sky, celebrating his successful first date, feeling on top of the world with his powers and a budding romance. Upon returning home, Mark walked in on his dad arguing with 𝗧𝗏. He announced his presence, confused by the tension. 𝗧𝗏 was discussing NASA's upcoming mission to Mars, trying to convince Mark's dad to participate. Mark's dad insisted he was too busy training Mark and protecting Earth, especially after the Guardian's demise. 𝗧𝗏 argued that the mission was crucial for Earth's success, but Mark's dad remained unconvinced, believing that the threat on Earth took precedence over a mission to Mars. 𝗧𝗏 pointed out that Izuku was dealing with personal matters and needed to stay on Earth, especially since he was facing villains from his world. Mark's dad suggested that he could handle any threats, but Mark's mom disagreed, cautioning against underestimating the situation. 𝗧𝗏 emphasized the risks involved, particularly concerning Izuku's unique abilities, which made him the only one capable of confronting certain threats without fear of losing his powers. The conversation highlighted the uncertainty of their circumstances, with potential dangers looming from both villains and heroes from Izuku's world. He needed someone to protect the Earth from threats beyond their comprehension. Dad's frustration was palpable as he expressed his doubts about a newcomer being capable of such a task. He believed that if he didn't know any better, he would think 𝗧𝗏 was trying to get rid of him. The tension in the room was rising, with both sides presenting strong arguments. However, there seemed to be a straightforward solution to the dilemma at hand. The young hero thought it might be the right moment to step in and offer his help, or perhaps he should just wait while they continued to argue. Dad firmly stated that he would not allow the young hero to go to Mars. The young hero questioned why not, pointing out that Dad had just been discussing responsibilities, and wasn't this one of them? Dad insisted that his responsibilities extended beyond just 4 astronauts and mentioned that 𝗧𝗏 had requested he not go. 𝗧𝗏 interjected, suggesting that if the young hero wanted to go, it would benefit humanity. The young hero agreed, noting that he had already traveled to the moon and had experience in space. Dad countered that the trip to the moon hardly qualified as real space travel, comparing it to a simple walk. The young hero argued that Mars couldn't be that far away, suggesting they could fly there and return in a day. Dad explained that the distance to Mars was precisely why he should focus on his studies. The young hero raised an eyebrow, thinking it couldn't be that far since he could reach the moon in under 30 seconds. 𝗧𝗏 then provided a reality check, revealing that the journey to Mars would take 2 weeks. The young hero was taken aback, realizing he wasn't ready for such a long absence, especially with his relationship with Amber going well. Mom reminded him that many would offer advice on how to use his powers, but ultimately, it was his decision to make. She emphasized the importance of deciding what kind of hero he wanted to be. Reflecting on Izuku's words, he recognized that both his mom and Izuku were right. He couldn't let anyone dictate how he used his powers. However, Dad was correct about the sacrifices that came with his abilities, including the potential loss of 2 weeks of school and time with his girlfriend. It was going to be a challenging decision to navigate. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to go. Although Dad didn't seem pleased, the young hero felt confident he would come to terms with it. 𝗧𝗏 encouraged him to pack a lunch for the journey to Mars. With a sense of purpose, the young hero prepared for the next 2 weeks, but one question lingered in his mind about where he was headed. Meanwhile, Izuku found himself on a small island in the Pacific, a place he had discovered while flying to clear his mind. It was a tranquil spot, with a single palm tree and sandy shores, providing him a brief escape from the world. Though it wasn't his home, 𝗧𝗏 had informed him that the world needed him. Izuku grappled with the troubling news that Omni-Man was responsible for the death of the Guardians. Despite the possibility of mind control, Izuku felt deep down that Omni-Man was indeed a villain. He replayed the situation in his mind, contemplating the who, what, and how of it all. He had answers to some questions, but others eluded him. With the help of past users, he explored various theories, and one in particular caught his attention. He pondered whether Nolan and his kind were not merely invaders but conquerors. What if the world government was, for lack of a better term, an empire? What if Nolan's true mission had been to take over the planet all along? The first user agreed, noting the bizarre yet cruel nature of building trust over 20 years only to betray it. The The fifth user added that it made sense, especially considering Nolan's reaction when someone advised his son not to place himself above others. The fourth user pointed out that if Nolan believed he was superior, it raised questions about his marriage to Debbie and the 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗲. Why would he choose to have a child with someone he viewed as inferior? The second user chimed in, questioning why it was only Nolan they had encountered. If his powers were indicative of his species, they would only need a handful of soldiers to conquer Earth. So why had Nolan remained undercover for 2 decades? Why not invade immediately? As the questions piled up, Izuku began to see a pattern that was elusive to others. He theorized that perhaps it wasn't a matter of why they hadn't invaded, but rather that they couldn't. The past users turned their attention to him, intrigued by his thoughts. Izuku speculated that something must have happened to Nolan's people, leading to a diminished population. This could explain why he had to remain undercover for so long and why he married Debbie, as humans and his species shared genetic similarities. Nana questioned the plausibility of a species capable of such speed suffering from a population deficiency. Izuku shrugged, acknowledging it was just a theory. It could stem from a war, a disease, or some catastrophe. The point was that it would clarify why Nolan hadn't invaded sooner. They needed humans. The second user grimaced at the thought of humans being turned into a breeding farm and expressed concern about how they would stop Nolan, especially if Izuku's theory was correct. They were faced with a challenge unlike anything they had encountered before, far beyond petty criminals and self-proclaimed villains. The Demon Lord, despite his overwhelming power, paled in comparison to the full-scale alien invasion from outer space. Everyone felt as if they were facing certain doom, except for Izuku, who remained remarkably calm. He was busy devising numerous plans to exploit the weaknesses of Omni-Man and his people, mumbling to himself in various ways. The past users could hear his thoughts and were becoming overwhelmed. Nana pointed out that they needed to address the situation. Izuku paused his mumbling, confused about what problem she was referring to. Nana clarified that they were discussing his reluctance to accept his own genius. Izuku dismissed the idea, insisting he wasn't as smart as Cecil believed. Nana insisted that Izuku had solved a complex problem regarding the teleporter, something she couldn't even comprehend. He had theorized why an alien species needed Earth and calculated teleportation costs in an instant. She urged him to recognize his worth beyond his powers and suggested he talk to his red-haired friend, who would echo her sentiments. Izuku felt sheepish, claiming he was just ordinary and not worth much without his powers. Nana reiterated that he needed to understand his value and stop second-guessing himself. She encouraged him to live fully and not leave the world with regrets, reminding him that he didn't have to worry about those who were no longer there. Unsure how to process this, Izuku decided to block out the past users and rest his eyes, thinking that talking to Eve might be a good idea. The next day, in the school hallways, Samantha Eve Wilson was feeling down about her breakup with Rex and her complicated feelings for Izuku. She felt guilty for her emotions toward the green-haired boy, unsure if it was love or mere attraction. He was one of the few people in her life who brought her joy amidst the chaos of her parents' constant fighting. Izuku represented stability in her life, but she worried about his feelings and whether he had someone back on his Earth. Although he claimed he was single, she feared he might have a crush on someone else. The thought of him returning to his world without her was daunting, and while the idea of going with him crossed her mind, it felt like a leap she wasn't ready to take. To complicate matters further, college applications were looming, and she felt lost about her future. Everything seemed to be spiraling out of control until her phone buzzed with a message from Izuku, asking her to meet him on the roof. Smiling to herself, she set her feelings aside and made her way to the roof, where Izuku sat in his superhero costume, his mask pushed up. Eve playfully remarked that her school might not appreciate a trespasser, to which Izuku responded that, technically, he didn't legally exist in this world, so it couldn't be trespassing. Eve raised an eyebrow, sensing something was off. Izuku admitted there was something on his mind but shifted the focus to her, asking how she was doing. She shared her struggles since Rex's breakup and the chaos at home, revealing her uncertainty about wanting to be a superhero anymore. Izuku's eyes widened as he noticed her defeated demeanor. He had seen many heroes give up after facing overwhelming challenges, and he wouldn't judge her for feeling that way. He expressed understanding, acknowledging the physical and mental toll being a hero could take. Eve asked if he had ever reached his limit, and Izuku admitted he had, though not as a superhero. He was grappling with his own challenges, trying to come to terms with them, but it was difficult. Eve raised an eyebrow, curious about what he felt he had to be proud of. Izuku reflected on his achievements, noting that he had become the successor of the greatest hero in his world and had been accepted into the best hero school. He had saved countless people and thwarted numerous villains, yet he struggled with feelings of unworthiness. Eve, puzzled by his self-doubt, questioned how he could feel undeserving of such accolades. She expressed that he was one of the kindest individuals she had ever met, and despite her complicated relationship with Rex, she believed in Izuku's goodness. Izuku explained that his success felt more like a slide of luck than merit. He revealed that there had been another candidate who was far more deserving, but due to unusual circumstances, All Might had chosen him instead. He felt that his past mistakes had only worsened situations, and he believed that without those errors, he would have remained ordinary. Eve challenged his perspective, asking what was wrong with being ordinary. Izuku responded that in his world, being ordinary was akin to a death sentence. He shared that before gaining his powers, people had told him he would never achieve much and that he should focus on what was realistically attainable. They had dismissed his potential, suggesting that working at a fast food restaurant was the best he could hope for, while his classmates aspired to be heroes. Eve, recognizing the seriousness of his situation, was taken aback by the harshness of those words. Izuku recounted how he had been told to be realistic and that he was not worth anything, even receiving such comments directly from a teacher. He explained that in his world, survival of the fittest was an unspoken rule, allowing the stronger to mistreat the weaker. Unfortunately, he had often been the target of such bullying, leading him to internalize their hurtful words. Eve, empathizing with his struggles, understood the pain of being told one could not succeed. She asked what had triggered these memories. Izuku revealed that a recent test given to him by 𝗧𝗏 had been filled with challenging questions, and he had answered them all correctly. This revelation left Eve astonished, prompting her to inquire if that meant he was a genius. Izuku expressed uncertainty about his intelligence, recalling that his grades had been mediocre in middle school despite his efforts to improve. He did not want to raise 𝗧𝗏's hopes only to disappoint him later. Eve encouraged him to embrace the possibility of being smart, suggesting that he should at least give it a try. She reminded him that failure was just a part of the journey, much like being a hero. Izuku chuckled, acknowledging her point, but still felt unsure. He reassured Eve that he wouldn't judge her if she felt she could no longer be a superhero. He recognized that the job could be stressful, but he believed she was destined to help others, whether as a firefighter, police officer, or doctor. Whatever path she chose, he felt she would bring joy and happiness to the world. As Izuku took to the sky, using his floating ability, he declared that Eve had a good heart and would always contribute positively to the world. He flew away, leaving Eve blushing on the rooftop, realizing her feelings for him had deepened. Meanwhile, Izuku arrived at the team base, which had become his personal workshop. He surveyed the equipment left by 𝗧𝗏, filled with tools and materials for his projects. Rolling up his sleeves and donning goggles, he prepared to prove his worth. The planet was celebrating its first ever man-made flight to another planet, momentarily overshadowing the dark fate that had befallen its protectors. The new guardians of the globe were still a work in progress, but hope for a brighter future lingered. Unbeknownst to them, a darkness was spreading as the Yakuza from Izuku's world slowly gained power, plotting revenge against him. Little did they know, they were merely pawns in a much larger game. A smoke screen concealed the real darkness that was growing, hidden deep within plain sight. The Paranormal Liberation Front was lurking in this universe, waiting for their moment to strike. Some members were hiding with the Mad Doctor, assisting him with his side project, while others blended in as innocent civilians, spreading their roots far and wide to avoid detection. Retro, the recently rescued leader of the Liberation Army, suggested that the soldiers sent to this world be combined with those taken into custody during the raid at the villa. This would raise concerns among the heroes that more liberation warriors were on the streets, while not stopping the current warriors from wreaking havoc back in their own world. Although most of their soldiers remained in their original world, there were enough to challenge this world's superhuman society, given its small size. However, they were not ready to act yet. It wasn't part of the plan. Currently, the majority of the villains were still hiding in the cave where the Mad Doctor was conducting experiments to create new soldiers. Trumpet expressed frustration, believing they should strike now since the new protectors were weak and that Rex was foolish. 𝗬𝗲𝗵𝗄 countered that they couldn't act unless someone possessed the same level of power as the one who could move at the speed of light. Toga chimed in, sharing her eagerness to confront Rex but acknowledging that none of them had the power to take on Omni-Man until the Doctor completed his project. While they waited, they could still prepare. The long-haired man, known as Skeptic, grew irritated at the impatience of his comrades, visibly frustrated as he reminded them that the device would be ready when it was ready. He was working under less than ideal conditions, as the Doctor was consuming their energy supply for his experiments. Mr. Compress pointed out that those experiments might be their only hope against the alien, assuming they were completed on time. 𝗧𝗪𝗡 attempted to calm the group, reminding them that their army was almost back to full strength and that nothing would stand in their way once they returned. He referred to Izuku, also known as Deku, as the abomination, recounting how a powerless child had risen to power, which Retro believed was an affront to the ideals of the Liberation Army. Retro kept his feelings to himself, allowing his anger and frustration to simmer within him, only serving to enhance his power. Trumpet noted that some soldiers were becoming uneasy, particularly Spinner's team, who were eager to unleash their frustrations in a world that had not wronged them. 𝗬𝗲𝗵𝗄 insisted they keep the soldiers in line, reminding them to follow the boss's plan and let events unfold. When the time came to act, they would join in and bring this world to its knees. The villains were plotting and scheming, devising ways to destroy both the world and Deku. Little did they know that the green-haired hero also had a benefactor. Despite his unusual and somewhat brutal methods, the Monitor genuinely cared for his champion and the fight that lay ahead. Secretly observing the villains, he noted their growing power and the additional strength on the way. He resolved to assist his champion, but it was ultimately up to them whether they would help. The Monitor flew back down to the Invincible universe, leaving two individuals just outside of Chicago, both confused about their sudden arrival. He had provided no information before teleporting them away. The others were left in better conditions, including a house near a secret hospital for superheroes to ensure they received the best medical care. The final individual, 𝗬𝗪𝗍𝗪𝗍, remained in the mountains, questioning the Monitor about his promised new 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏. The Monitor reassured him that his new MSTR would arrive soon and that 𝗬𝗪𝗍𝗪𝗍 should give him a good workout to prove his worth. This chapter concluded, and the narrative hinted at the complexities of redemption for characters like 𝗬𝗪𝗍𝗪𝗍, who, despite his past, had the mindset of a child and could not think for himself. As Izuku prepared to face the Liberation Army, he would need all the support he could get. Eve had to be careful about her feelings, but she wondered if Izuku could truly turn against his friends after everything the heroes had done to him. It had been 2 days since Mark left for Mars, and she had no idea where Izuku was. He wasn't answering any of her calls. When she visited Mark's house, she learned from his mother, Debbie, that Izuku had been spending time in his new workshop, which was actually the old headquarters of her team. Cecil had given it to him for his projects. At first, Eve felt annoyed that Cecil had handed over the team base without consulting her. However, she remembered that Robot designed the base and worked for Cecil now, so technically, he had the right to do so. Besides, there were no good memories left there. Every time she visited, she was reminded of the time she caught Rex cheating with Kate. The place had been abandoned since the team disbanded, and it felt like a waste of space if it wasn't being used. Still, she wondered what Izuku was up to. With Mark gone and her parents' issues weighing on her, she felt lonely and could use someone to talk to. There was another reason she wanted to see Izuku. She wanted to ask him to hang out more. Although she was still recovering from Rex, she didn't consider it a date. She simply wanted to spend time together and maybe find out if he had someone special back in his world. So, she flew over to his new workshop in the former base. As she approached, She could already hear music playing from inside. When the elevator opened, she was shocked by the transformation of the base. It looked bigger and more vibrant than she remembered, which made sense given that it was Cecil's work. The music continued to play as she spotted Izuku working on what appeared to be a projector table, alongside a makeshift robotic hand. He was focused, trying to make adjustments. As Eve got closer, she noticed he wasn't in his superhero costume but in regular clothes, complete with heavy gloves and goggles. He was surrounded by tools, and the table he was working on had recently been built. She decided to announce her presence, calling out to him. He turned around, surprised to see her, and quickly instructed the computer to stop the music. After the music ceased, he stepped down and removed his gloves, apologizing for being busy. Eve looked around, impressed by the changes. She remarked on how much he had accomplished in just 2 days. Izuku explained that while Cecil had done the redecorating, he had been tinkering with the equipment left behind. Eve almost laughed, thinking that if this was just tinkering, she couldn't imagine what he would accomplish if he truly focused. Izuku offered to give her a tour of the base, and she eagerly accepted. Despite its small size, the amount of activity and projects amazed her. He showed her the first project, which involved chemical reproduction. Eve asked if he was trying to clone materials, and Izuku explained that after society calmed down from the shock of superpowers becoming real, they faced a problem with rebuilding cities. A brilliant scientist named Dr. Alice had developed a way to clone materials, which allowed them to rebuild. Eve was astonished by the idea of a formula capable of cloning materials that could help the planet. Izuku then showed her another project related to global warming. He clarified that he was continuing the work of an unnamed scientist who had researched reversing climate change. Although it was mostly theoretical, it was the most promising approach they had. Next, he introduced her to a project involving a teleportation device. He was trying to recreate the quantum engine used for teleportation, aiming to make it smaller and more cost-effective. Another project focused on healthcare, where he explained that while there had been many attempts to cure cancer, they had found a way to prevent it from spreading once it was caught. Eve was in awe of what he had accomplished in such a short time. She told him he shouldn't doubt himself. What he had done was revolutionary. Izuku, however, remained unsure, stating that he was merely recreating things that others had already started. Even the holographic table was based on a design from someone in the support course of his school, originally intended for a board game. The point was that he was trying to recreate elements from his world to help improve theirs. Unfortunately, not all of his projects were turning out as well as he had hoped, and he was struggling with this one. He was referring to the project he was working on when she walked in, sounding quite frustrated. They approached the table, and the holographic projection displayed something she could roughly understand. She asked if he was trying to create a new element. He nodded, explaining that before quirks were recognized in his world, there was a brilliant inventor named Tony Stark. Stark had created weapons for the military and private contractors, but his true dream was to build spaceships that would allow people to travel to Mars or go on interstellar holidays. The problem was that the ships available at the time were far too slow for his ambitions, so he attempted to develop an engine capable of traveling at the speed of light. She considered how that kind of technology could make a journey to Mars as simple as going down the street for milk. She understood what he was going through and asked if he was trying to recreate the same metal Stark had used in those engines. He clarified that it wasn't exactly that. Stark had announced his project a year before quirks were recognized, and chaos ensued. Stark was killed within the first year, never completing his project, which was ultimately deemed scrapped without him. Eventually, his findings were published online, and he had researched some of it for a school project. He believed he could finish Stark's work, but he lacked confidence in himself and the technology to recreate even a fraction of Stark's discoveries. However, this project could be his way of completing that work, creating a new element and a material strong enough to withstand traveling at light speed while being light enough for various applications. He envisioned buildings that wouldn't crumble during villain attacks, cars that would protect passengers in accidents, and even a suit of armor for the world, imagining the peace it could bring. Not to mention, it had always been a low-key dream of his to build a spaceship, and this could be his chance. He was happy, smiling like a child on Christmas morning, which she found endearing. But she guessed he was struggling to figure it out. He nodded, admitting he had been trying but couldn't stabilize the new element, which was the same problem Stark faced before his death. He had only conducted theoretical tests, all of which had failed. He doubted his intelligence, feeling he wasn't as smart as he thought. She refused to let him go down that path again, reminding him of everything he had accomplished in just 2 days. Sure, he had used the work of other scientists, but he had remembered their contributions and was now applying and recreating them himself. If that wasn't genius, she didn't know what was. He acknowledged that he was a genius and that he could figure it out, just needing to look at it from a different angle. She suggested he could also take a break, which might help. Just then, the phone rang, interrupting her thoughts. He picked it up, speaking to someone named Cecil. He mentioned working on solutions for various problems, including one referred to as the Pacific one. He acknowledged the tight timetable and explained he was trying to stabilize a new element, which wasn't easy. After a brief conversation, he hung up and informed her that he had to go to the hospital because Cecil had called him about an emergency. She felt a pang of frustration but smiled and assured him she understood. As he walked past her, she cursed herself for getting distracted and forgetting to ask him something important. However, he called back, asking if she wanted to help him. He hadn't given her many details but mentioned needing backup in case things went south. She was excited about the prospect of hanging out as superheroes and agreed to follow him. He quickly changed into his hero suit, and she used her powers to change into her costume as well. This wasn't exactly how she wanted to start things, but it was a beginning, and she still intended to ask him her question later, after whatever Cecil needed them for. From Izuku's perspective, he didn't know why Cecil had called him to the hospital, but he sensed it was for a good reason, especially since he had asked him to suit up. He had invited Eve to join him, partly because he didn't know what they would face and could use the backup. Besides, he thought she could use a distraction. As they flew toward the hospital, Eve asked if Cecil had given him any details about why he wanted him there. He explained that Cecil had mentioned wanting to question some people in the hospital and had asked him to do the questioning. He had a few ideas about why, but he was eager to find out more. First, Eve wanted to be sure about the situation. She asked what they thought was happening. The response suggested that the monitor was involved, and if one were to bet, all the money would be placed on that. However, the specifics were unclear. They decided to head to the hospital, hoping for the best. As they arrived at the secret hospital, Cecil met them in the hallway, surprised by their presence but not questioning it. He began to lead them through the hospital toward the supposed surprise, and during their walk, he started to inquire about the projects. Cecil seemed particularly interested in one project, but the information was tightly controlled to keep Omni-Man in the dark. The narrator felt guilty about lying to Eve, but it was necessary for their protection. The fewer people who knew about Omni-Man, the better. The projects were progressing, but the one Cecil was truly interested in was proving to be challenging. There was a method in place, but they were stuck at stage 1. Once they got past that, the rest should be easier, but testing would be a significant gamble. Still, the narrator believed it would work. Cecil nodded in understanding. The narrator glanced back at Eve, who appeared confused. She might think they were discussing the new element being created, which was true, but it was for a purpose she likely hadn't considered. The narrator hated lying to her but felt it was necessary. Backup plans were essential, and more information on the subject would be beneficial. Cecil acknowledged the request and agreed to send a detailed report on everything known about the subject. They needed help with the current situation. When they entered a room, the narrator was startled to see 2 individuals on hospital beds, 2 people who had previously tried to kill him, members of the League of Villains and Lady Nagant, a former hero and assassin who had worked for All for One. Cecil observed the narrator's reaction and commented that these individuals seemed dangerous. The narrator confirmed this, recalling a previous encounter with one of them. Eve's eyes widened in shock, and she expressed surprise at their appearance, expecting them to look more intimidating. The narrator pondered Eve's perception of villains, realizing he hadn't described their appearances in detail. Cecil then asked about the other individual in the room. The narrator introduced Lady Nagant, explaining her background as a former superhero and assassin. He recounted how the heroes held a high standard against killing, which was noble but somewhat naive. He explained that the heroes had resorted to using assassins, like Lady Nagant, to handle situations that needed to remain hidden from the public. 𝗧𝗘 quickly grasped the concept, understanding that when a hero needed to keep something out of the public eye, they would send in someone like her to deal with it. The narrator elaborated that it wasn't just heroes who had crossed the line. Vigilante groups also took matters into their own hands, leading to Lady Nagant's downfall. She had been given numerous orders and eventually could not bear the weight of her actions, leading to her arrest. Eve was puzzled about how these two ended up in the hospital. The narrator shared that the last he heard, one had been killed, and the other was in a hospital after an explosion. Eve was shocked to learn that all for one could cause explosions. The narrator speculated that it might be a power he instilled in his followers to ensure loyalty. They discussed the need to move Lady Nagant to a less crowded room for safety, pondering how they ended up in the hospital. 𝗧𝗘 explained that they had no idea how the two arrived. The cameras showed them appearing in the beds without any prior indication. The doctors assumed they were just more patients until one of their team recognized them from the narrator's drawings. Both were unconscious, with Lady Nagant having suffered internal injuries from her explosion but healing, while the other had narrowly avoided critical harm. 𝗧𝗘 expressed concern about whether they should have intervened. The narrator acknowledged the danger posed by the individual known as 𝗬𝗧, who was a formidable opponent. He could easily outshine Kate when it came to creating doubles, and he could replicate every member of the League of Villains, including the Hyents. However, there was still something unsettling about the situation. Whoever was sending the villains to this location could have chosen safer places for proper medical care. It would be underground, but it was better than waking up in a government facility, ready to be arrested. The Monitor had brought them here for healing, but the reason remained unclear. There was a suspicion that the Monitor was involved in something more sinister. Perhaps 𝗬𝗧 and Lady Nagant could provide some insight. It seemed wise to keep them under heavy guard. Considering 𝗬𝗧's abilities, special restraints might be necessary since his clones could emerge from any part of his body, though he primarily used his hands. 𝗧𝗘 agreed, acknowledging that gathering information about the Monitor was crucial. He expressed his unease about the Monitor's intentions. When the two villains woke up, they needed a plan. The idea of locking them away and throwing away the key crossed his mind, but it didn't seem to align with the Monitor's goals. He had more trust in Lady Nagant than in 𝗬𝗧, but he was concerned about her reaction to waking up in a government facility. She had a sensitive history regarding such places, so perhaps she deserved a bit more freedom. As for 𝗬𝗧, 𝗧𝗘 had doubts about his mental state but couldn't overlook his past as a key member of the Paranormal Liberation Army and the League of Villains. Before he regained consciousness, it was best to confine him in a cell similar to his duplicate brother, ensuring his arms were restrained since he primarily used his hands for creating clones. 𝗧𝗘 mentioned that the doctors had found something under 𝗬𝗧's sheet, a piece of paper addressed to Eve. They had examined it, and it contained coordinates. Eve asked where they led, and 𝗧𝗘 revealed that they pointed to Africa. In a different scene, Rex admired the black nightshade flowers he had bought for Toga, knowing they were her favorite. He planned to surprise her with a tour around the Guardians of the Globe headquarters. Although he was uncertain about when he could bring Toga to his new team's base, he believed it would be a key moment in his pursuit of her affection. However, he was aware that his team was strict about not allowing girls at their base, which disappointed him. All he wanted was to have a fun experience with a girl, give her a memorable time, and then part ways without any further connection. It was a peculiar fantasy of his to share a romantic moment at the Guardians of the Globe headquarters, but with Eve now dating someone else, he felt forced to seek out another girl. A monster girl commented on the flowers, and Rex explained they were for a cute friend. She teased him about his past with Kate, but Rex dismissed it, insisting it was nothing serious. Before he could elaborate, 𝗧𝗘 teleported in with Izuku and Eve following closely behind. Although teleporting 3 people was costly, the urgency of the situation warranted the expense. 𝗧𝗘's new assistant hero was working on a way to reduce the teleportation costs. 𝗧𝗘 interrupted their conversation, stating that they had a mission. They were all going to Africa. Rex felt a surge of resentment, suspecting Izuku was behind this development. Black Samson inquired about the purpose of their trip, and Eve noted that they were uncertain. They believed the Monitor, the individual responsible for bringing Izuku and Muscular to their world, wanted Izuku to go there, presumably for another challenge. Robot added that whatever challenge awaited them must be severe, likely more intense than the one during the Guardians' tryouts. Izuku agreed, explaining that many villains in his world could cause widespread destruction. The choice of Africa as the location might be a strategy to minimize civilian casualties. Rex expressed his reluctance, questioning why they had to get involved. Cecil reminded him that they were the guardians of the globe and that Izuku had been handling their responsibilities alone. He insisted that personal conflicts should not interfere with their duty. Rex cursed under his breath, recalling how he had been beaten in a previous challenge and received no recognition for it. He had no intention of repeating that experience. The monster girl voiced her support for helping Izuku, acknowledging his sacrifices for their world. Robot agreed, emphasizing that if the threat was as significant as they suspected, it was possible the Monitor would force Izuku to confront the challenge in a populated area, endangering innocent lives. Black Samson noted that the Monitor was an enigma, difficult to categorize as either a supervillain or a superhero. Regardless, they could not afford to underestimate him. He could easily pick them up and throw them into whatever awaited them in Africa. They might as well go there as a team. Rex decided he would not join them, arguing that someone should stay at the base in case of an actual emergency. Kate reluctantly agreed, acknowledging that Rex had a point. If this turned out to be a wild goose chase, it would be wise to have someone monitoring everything back at the base. Cecil then suggested that Rex could stay behind while the rest of the team traveled to Africa to uncover what was happening. With that, Nick Fury of the Invincible universe teleported away, and the Guardians, except for Rex, began preparing their gear for the journey. Robot asked Rex if he was sure he didn't want to come along, expressing doubt that he could handle any issues alone. Rex shrugged it off, insisting he could manage anything by himself and that he didn't want to see Eve and Izuku together more than necessary. Their happy planning and laughter irritated him, and he had his own motives for wanting the team away. Once he was sure he was alone, he picked up his phone, typed a contact, and placed the phone to his ear, saying he could make a wish come true by giving a tour of the Guardians of the Globe base. Little did Rex know, he had just set off a chain of events that would doom the rest of the world. A few hours later, as they crossed the Atlantic, the Guardians of the Globe, along with Demi and Eve, were flying to Africa. Shrink, Monster Girl, and Kate rode on a hovercycle that the team had once used, while Black Samson, Robot, Eve, and Izuku utilized their powers and technology to fly alongside them. Shrink voiced his concern about walking into a trap. Izuku responded that they didn't know, but as Sam had said, if they didn't take action, the Monitor would just pick them up and throw them there from anywhere, so it was best to get it over with. Eve agreed, stating she didn't want to be thrown into a trap, at least knowing they were in for something. Kate still felt uneasy, suggesting they should get Omni-Man to help them. Izuku countered, explaining that Omni-Man had asked for personal time and relying on him to solve their problems wouldn't end well. He refrained from mentioning that Omni-Man had been responsible for the deaths of the first Guardians of the Globe, knowing the new Guardians weren't ready to hear that. They still needed Omni-Man to protect them from occasional threats and to buy time for a plan against him. After a few more minutes of flying just above the ocean, Africa finally came into view. Robot led the flight to the coordinates he had been given, but when they arrived, they found nothing but an empty expanse of land. Black Samson questioned Robot's certainty about the location. Robot insisted he was 99.9% sure this was the right place. Kate dismounted the hovercycle and looked around, disappointed at the lack of anything, wondering if this had all been a wild goose chase. Izuku disagreed, believing the Monitor worked in mysterious ways and wouldn't waste their time. Suddenly, Izuku's danger sense began to alert him, and he felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. He tried to warn the others, but it was too late. The ground shook violently, cracks formed, and dust filled the air as a monstrous figure emerged from the earth. The Guardians of the Globe, including Eve, were taken aback, unsure of what this creature was, but they could feel the danger radiating from it. Even Robot felt nervous. Izuku recognized the monster and, despite his fear, knew who it was, 𝗬𝗂𝗵𝗃𝗲. Eve gasped, questioning whether the creature was a person or an actual monster. 𝗬𝗂𝗵𝗃𝗲 locked eyes with Izuku and spoke, asking if he was the one he had been promised and if he was his new The situation was dire, and it was clear that Izuku would have to confront the former bodyguard of 𝗬𝗓. The Guardians of the Globe were in shock, each one a great hero in their own right, having faced countless villains and emerged victorious. Yet none compared to the towering figure before them, whose very presence was intimidating. The slightest movement from 𝗬𝗂𝗵𝗃𝗲 put all the Guardians, including Eve, on high alert. Izuku, though terrified, was confused. He remembered 𝗬𝗂𝗵𝗃𝗲's loyalty to 𝗬𝗓 and questioned why the loyal henchman would seek a new 𝗬𝗓, especially one who was the arch-enemy of his former emperor. Before they could ponder further, 𝗬𝗂𝗵𝗃𝗲 raised his arms and slammed them into the ground, sending shockwaves that blew the heroes away. Monster Girl transformed into her monster form, but even that didn't save her from being thrown back. Shrink shrank down, which only made things worse. She was nearly swept away if not for Black Samson catching her. Robot lost an arm, and Kate went through several clones just to survive the initial impact, only for the beast to start crying. 𝗬𝗂𝗵𝗃𝗲, through his tears, lamented that he had been promised a strong 𝗬𝗓 and expressed his disappointment. Black Samson noted that the creature was crying, while Izuku clarified that 𝗬𝗂𝗵𝗃𝗲 was not an it, but a he, the biggest fan and bodyguard of 𝗬𝗓. Monster Girl, still in her transformed state, could hardly believe that this giant crybaby was a bodyguard. To the Demon Lord. The giant continued to cry, resembling a child throwing a tantrum, allowing the Guardians to regroup. Eve looked at Izuku, her concern evident, and asked what they should do. Izuku, attempting to maintain a brave facade, replied that there was likely nothing they could do. It had taken an army of heroes to defeat 𝗬𝗂𝗵𝗃𝗲, and even then, it took nearly an hour and a half. The only reason they succeeded was that his friends managed to administer a sedative that gradually wore him down until he fell asleep. Now, they faced him at full strength, and there were hardly any of them left. Kate, duplicating herself and sensing the long and challenging day ahead, questioned why Izuku was smiling. Izuku began to move his legs, gathering energy for an attack, and declared that they still had to try. He leaped toward the giant and kicked him in the head, but the impact had little effect. 𝗬𝗂𝗵𝗃𝗲 momentarily ceased his crying, only to respond with a menacing declaration that it wasn't enough. The giant swung his massive hands, nearly swatting Izuku away, but Eve used her powers to shield him just in time, allowing him to escape. Izuku thanked Eve, expressing his gratitude for her help. She brushed it off, stating that he had saved her, so it was only fair to return the favor. The robot advised that they should strategically withdraw, acknowledging that the giant was beyond their capabilities. Kate, usually opposed to retreating without a fight, agreed that this creature was unbeatable. Izuku was reluctant to accept that, but he recognized they were unprepared to face such a formidable opponent. He recalled the devastation caused by 𝗬𝗂𝗵𝗃𝗲 during his last rampage, where he had destroyed countless cities in his path, relentlessly pursuing his target. Izuku knew the same fate awaited them if they didn't act wisely. Before he could voice his concerns to his team, a monitor appeared before them, unfazed by the giant's cries. It addressed Kate and Izuku, suggesting that it would be unwise to leave. The monitor explained that the giant possessed multiple powers, including a tracking ability. If they attempted to escape, 𝗬𝗂𝗵𝗃𝗲 would follow them relentlessly, crossing oceans to find his target. The monitor emphasized that they wouldn't want this creature appearing in populated areas. Shrink expressed disbelief, questioning if there was truly no escape. The monitor confirmed that 𝗬𝗂𝗵𝗃𝗲 had incredible speed and stamina, able to withstand multiple quirks without any modifications. It recounted how, years ago, the Demon Lord had hidden his most trusted lieutenant, waiting for his successor. However, when that successor arrived, he abandoned the loyal subject at the first sign of trouble, leaving the giant searching for a new 𝗬𝗓. The monitor suggested that Izuku could be that 𝗬𝗓, presenting it as a gift. Eve, channeling energy into her hands, remarked that this didn't seem like a very nice gift. The monitor agreed, explaining that 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗲's loyalty had led him down a path of despair after being betrayed by someone he held dear. Now, his new 𝗵𝘃𝗲 didn't measure up to his expectations, leaving him in a state of turmoil. The giant, having calmed down momentarily, charged toward the heroes, tears still streaming down his face. Eve poured all her energy into a beam directed at the rampaging giant, momentarily halting his advance. For a brief moment, she felt relief, but 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗲 continued charging through the energy beam, declaring it insufficient. Kate remarked that the attempt had failed. The monitor, observing the situation, realized that nothing would come from this challenge. With a snap of its fingers, 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗲 fell to the ground, hugging a radio. The monitor explained that it had modified the radio to emit signals only the giant could hear, designed to relax his mind and calm him down. Izuku expressed his mixed feelings, unsure if he should thank the monitor since it was responsible for bringing the giant here. He questioned the monitor's suggestion that he become the giant's new 𝗵𝘃𝗃𝗲, firmly stating he would not enslave him. The monitor suggested that 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗲 could be a valuable ally, especially since he harbored anger toward the demon lord for abandoning him. This anger could be a powerful weapon in the future. Izuku remained resolute, refusing to be swayed. The monitor acknowledged that it would require more convincing and proposed they discuss this elsewhere. With another snap of its fingers, the Guardians found themselves in a different setting that resembled space, devoid of stars, only darkness with a few distant lights. The monitor, now seated a few feet away, revealed that this was its home, where it observed the entire multiverse. Izuku expressed gratitude for the hospitality and seized the opportunity to ask about the monitor's involvement in bringing Doubler and Sniper to their dimension. The monitor confirmed its belief that they would be great allies in the fight. Eve crossed her arms, pointing out that both had attempted to harm Izuku on multiple occasions, with Doubler being loyal to the villains. The monitor stated that it was up to them to figure it out, having already provided them with necessary gifts. However, the final gift would require them to demonstrate improvement. As the Guardians surveyed their surroundings, they noticed floating screens displaying different dimensions. Black Samson remarked that the gifts seemed more like a curse. The monitor disagreed but acknowledged Black Samson's right to his opinion, aware of his stubbornness. The monitor observed all things in the multiverse and knew each individual better than they knew themselves. He found most of them rather dull, with the exception of Izuku and Eve, who piqued his interest enough to bring them here. The robot questioned why they were brought if they were not of interest. The monitor explained that he feared his champion would think he had allowed a giant to attack them while he was absent, and he wanted to establish trust between them. Izuku expressed his frustration, stating that if the monitor wanted trust, he should stop sending villains their way. The monitor then revealed a ball of energy, declaring it his final gift to the young hero, a source of unrelenting power. However, he noted that he could not simply give it to Izuku, as he was still too weak. The monitor also mentioned that his allies were too basic, except for Eve, who did not recognize the true value of their power. Eve questioned the monitor's assertion, claiming she had known her power all her life and understood her limits. The monitor challenged her, suggesting she was more capable than she realized but refused to acknowledge it. He returned to the topic of his final gift. Izuku rejected the offer, insisting he did not want the monitor's help. The monitor countered, stating that Izuku was unprepared for the challenges ahead, even if he completed his current project. He emphasized that Izuku desperately needed assistance, but he required convincing. Izuku, feeling a change within himself, reflected on his newfound intelligence and the ideas that flowed into his mind. He looked to Eve, who was now waiting for his response. Seeking guidance from the past users, he found none, and instead spoke for himself. He pondered how he had not recognized his own intelligence before and recalled the bad grades he received in middle school, realizing that his teachers had docked his scores. The monitor confirmed this, and Izuku found irony in the revelation. He had always believed he was nothing, but now he understood that others had not wanted him to see his potential. He recalled the hurtful words that had followed him throughout his childhood, words that made him feel worthless. Eve was shocked by Izuku's admission, but he continued, explaining how he had once believed those words and contemplated giving up. However, he had been fortunate to find someone who believed in him during his darkest moments. Izuku shared that he had made friends and felt a sense of belonging, yet something still felt missing. He expressed that even if he defeated all for one or saved the world, that missing piece would remain, a burden he would carry for life. He resolved that no one else should have to feel the way he did, abused, hurt, and discriminated against. Upon discovering this world, he recognized its similarities and differences, yet it still faced the same problems. He vowed to fix it so that no one else would feel as if a part of them had been stolen away. This was his conviction. After a tense silence, the monitor chuckled, expressing his satisfaction with Izuku's resolve. He deemed Izuku a true hero, worthy of his final gift, but reiterated that he was still too weak. However, there was something Izuku could do to change the monitor's mind. Izuku realized the monitor was referring to the behemoth. The monitor confirmed that while the creature was dense, it could be useful. However, unlike the monitor, the behemoth had not yet accepted Izuku as a champion or emissary. Izuku understood that to earn the gift, he would have to face 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Eve intervened, pulling her green-haired friend away to regroup with the other heroes. She expressed disbelief at the situation, insisting it was crazy. Monster Girl, now in her human form, agreed that it was insane to fight for the monitor's amusement for a gift that might not even be real. The robot noted that if Izuku could tame the gigantic beast, it could be a great asset for Earth's defense. Shrink pointed out the challenge of bringing down such a powerful creature, questioning how they would succeed. Izuku declared that he would face 𝗧𝗵𝗲 alone. Eve firmly opposed this idea, reminding him of the last encounter where his attack had barely affected the giant. She suggested retreating to inform 𝗬𝗨, who could send a strike team, ensuring no one would get hurt. This isn't your fight. Izuku understood the risks, but he saw a valuable opportunity. If he could persuade the former bodyguard of the demon lord to follow his orders, it would significantly aid their efforts against villains. He worried about what might happen if someone else discovered 𝗧𝗵𝗲 and managed to control him. Although he disliked following the monitor's directives, leaving 𝗧𝗵𝗲 in Africa was not an option. He doubted that missiles would have any effect on such a formidable opponent. This might be their only chance. The robot acknowledged the risk but agreed with Izuku's reasoning. It had conducted a genetic scan of 𝗧𝗵𝗲 during their previous encounter and noted that his skin was nearly as tough as metal. Furthermore, the beast had not even exerted himself when he had separated them during his outburst. Eve expressed her concern, urging Izuku to retreat. She questioned whether he had a death wish. Izuku, however, was determined. He saw this as a chance to gather more information about the monitor. If he could tame 𝗧𝗵𝗲, perhaps he could learn more about the monitor's plans. It was a significant risk, but the potential rewards were enticing. Samson, though hesitant, recognized the validity of Izuku's point. They could not leave such a powerful being for someone else to find, and provoking him with missiles would only escalate the situation. The monitor had warned them that no matter how far they ran, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 would follow. This might be their best chance to confront him. Eve, with a serious expression, insisted on staying with Izuku. She declared that she would help him tame the giant or drag him to safety if necessary. Izuku, though frightened by her determination, reluctantly agreed. He instructed the monitor to send them back, ensuring that the guardians returned to their base, as 𝗧𝗵𝗲 was only interested in him. The monitor complied, sending Eve and Izuku back to Africa, where they stood face to face with the towering behemoth, who was still roaring in the distance. Izuku boldly addressed 𝗧𝗵𝗲, ready to begin the battle to tame the giant. Meanwhile, the Guardians had just returned to their base, where Rex was startled to see his team in rough shape. He questioned what had happened to them. Samson explained that they had encountered another visitor from Izuku's world. Shrink expressed his reluctance to return to Africa after the experience. Rex, noticing their disheveled appearance, suggested they should change. Monster Girl echoed their fatigue, asking if anything had happened while they were gone. Rex, with a smug expression, assured them that nothing significant had occurred. Unbeknownst to the Guardians, a small device was discreetly attached to their main computer, hidden from view. A few hundred miles away, in a secluded cave, A figure named 𝗧𝗵𝗃 sat at a computer, typing furiously. He celebrated a breakthrough, realizing they had gained access to the Guardian systems. Toga, a wild and unpredictable girl, grinned with malicious intent. She was eager to eliminate the annoying hero. Dabi reminded her that they still needed him alive for now, instructing her to keep him engaged to avoid raising suspicion. Toga begrudgingly accepted this, recognizing that their plans hinged on Rex's foolishness and longing for approval. Little did he know, he had unwittingly set the stage for the superhero's downfall. But it was all about to pay off. He called with excitement, eager to fulfill my wish of letting me see the Guardians of the Globe headquarters, practically walking me in the front door himself. The cocky individual announced our arrival as we entered the main area, welcoming me to the Guardians of the Globe headquarters, or as he liked to call it, his office. The urge to confront him grew stronger every time he spoke, but I had to maintain the charade at least until I completed my mission, which was now in the final sprint to the finish. Putting on a smile that wasn't as charming as the one I showed in front of my crushes, I expressed my awe at being there, marveling at the history of the place. It was plain and lacked individuality, resembling a generic superhero base, but I had to act starstruck, otherwise he would become suspicious. Then again, I doubted he was capable of much thought, his focus seemingly elsewhere. He continued to illustrate my point by giving me a tour of the entire base, allowing me to memorize the layout. It was foolish of him to let a random girl he met on the street into such a secure facility, all because of his misguided intentions. With the layout in my mind, I knew my real target was the main computer. I had to connect the device that Long-Haired had given me to their system. I didn't fully understand the technical terms, but he mentioned that connecting it would give us a backdoor to the world government system, allowing us to gather everything we needed to initiate our plan. The only problem was that it needed to be plugged directly into the computer, and I doubted Rex would be oblivious enough not to notice. I needed to distract him for at least 30 seconds. Fortunately, I didn't have to come up with an elaborate excuse. As he stepped away, I waved and smiled, allowing me to quickly reach the main computer and plug in the device that Long-Haired had instructed me to hide under the desk. I ensured the power was on and turned on the computer to confirm the device was functioning. A buzz from my phone indicated that the backdoor had been activated. We were now in the system. I quickly returned to my innocent act just as Rex walked back in, carrying a bunch of flowers. Rex had brought black nightshade flowers, which I had claimed were my favorites, although that was a lie. I feigned surprise and gratitude, thanking him for the lovely gesture. He attempted to be charming, but it fell flat. Each time he called me appealing or darling, I felt a surge of frustration, but I had to keep my composure for the mission's sake. I contemplated how I could leave a note for my true love, Izuku, explaining my actions. When Rex tried to touch me, I drew the line. I quickly fabricated an excuse about a call from my parents, saying they were demanding I come home immediately. Thankfully, he didn't press further, understanding how demanding parents could be. We locked arms, and I felt the urge to confront him intensifying, but I suppressed it. Rex seemed to be on cloud 9, oblivious to my true feelings. Little did he know that when the time came, I would be the one in control. A week and a half later, Mark's perspective shifted deep in space. The mission to Mars had been a complete mess. While there were no casualties, we had severed any chance of forming an alliance with Mars. They had intended to harm the astronauts, and I had no choice but to extract them, leading to a chase by their entire army. The good news was that we were on our way back and should return in a week, assuming nothing else went awry. I hoped that the exhausting escape from the Martian kingdom would be enough to deter further complications. I wondered how Izuku would have handled the situation. I knew my dad would have approached it similarly, but Izuku was clever. Would he have found another way to negotiate with the Martian king? Would he have been able to confront the entire army by himself? The uncertainty lingered in the air as he contemplated whether he was stronger than his opponent. Their practice match had been interrupted by the sudden appearance of 𝗵𝘃𝗲, a formidable foe. He recognized the strength and creativity of his rival's powers, noting that the other had a wider array of abilities. It was a 50-50 situation, and he found it intriguing to think about. Experience and versatility were on his opponent's side, while he relied primarily on his overpowering abilities, creating a clash of intellect against sheer strength. Unfortunately, he was at a disadvantage in that scenario. Despite this, he was learning a great deal from his rival, his ideas, his ideology, even his fighting style. Although his father often disapproved of these lessons, he felt he was improving rapidly. He couldn't help but think of Izuku, who was likely training hard and growing stronger. He wished he could possess that same level of dedication and determination. Whatever Izuku was doing, he was surely enjoying himself, always managing to find a way out of trouble. Back on Earth, the chaos continued. Izuku had just shoved him out of harm's way, narrowly avoiding a giant boulder.